Members of council, if you can please take your seats. We do have a quorum. This meeting is now resumed. Members of council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. To this point, council has completed 170 items. There are 46 items left on the agenda. Executive Committee item EX 8.39 will be our first item this morning. Please note that today's meeting must end by 5:30 under council's policy of ending meetings before sundown on Fridays. Members, I also want to give you an important reminder about clearing the chamber at the end of today's session. The council chamber is part of Nuit Blanche this weekend. As a result, the chamber will be cleaned this evening. Please take any papers or belongings with you when the meeting ends tonight. The clerk will also send a reminder to your staff. That's in case we don't finish today and we're coming back next week. You need to bring all your belongings with you. Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. Nuit Blanche. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson? Yes, I understand you wish to make a brief announcement.
I do indeed. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I don't know why I keep saying Madam Chair, but I want to share with my councillor colleagues that Toronto has one of the lowest pedestrian and cyclist fatality rates in North America. Nevertheless, we lose 20 to 40 people walking or cycling on our roads every year, and that's unacceptable. We can and much have to do much better. As we head into the fall and the days get shorter, accidents tend to increase. Historically, we see a 60 to 80% increase in collisions involving pedestrians and cyclists during the fall. Every year, our transportation services staff run a fall public awareness campaign. This year, Transportation Services is rolling out a series of bumper magnets. The goal is to remind drivers that pedestrians and cyclists don't have the benefits of a car's safety features. They don't have airbags or a steel reinforced frame. The aim is to encourage drivers to use a little extra caution on the road as the days get shorter. And so I'm holding up these two magnets to show everyone. The first one is cyclists don't have airbags. Please drive carefully. And the second is pedestrians don't have steel reinforced frames. So please drive carefully. So if you'd like some magnets, we certainly have some for you here today. Also, the GM, Steve Buckley, has additional ones. You can also pick them up at permit parking, at the permit parking desk on the ground floor of City Hall. And Transportation Services staff will be handing them out at upcoming events. I'd also like to take this opportunity to say a few short words about Nuit Blanche on the eve of its 10th anniversary. I remember the first Nuit Blanche very well. I was on the other side, working very hard to make this event a success as the director, and people certainly across the city did not expect the engagement, the reaction, the crowds. The city came out and embraced itself on the streets, and to me it spoke about the city's potential, and it also showed we have a civic appetite, a civic hunger to be better and bigger, and to raise our city up on the world stage. And now, as the Chair of Public Works, I'm pleased to share with you that our illustrious Solid Waste Management Division is organizing an installation titled There Is No Away by artist Sean Martindale. It's on the east side of City Hall. If you haven't seen it, you want to check it out. The scale is very impressive. It's along Bay Street. The exhibit uses 130 bales of recyclable materials collected from our Blue Bin program. And the aim is to really inspire involvement in our long-term waste management strategy, which we perfectly timed, we're debating this afternoon. So make sure that you check that out before we debate it, but the goal is to really find cost-effective, socially acceptable and environmentally sustainable ways to address our garbage in Toronto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. I will now take the release of member holds. Please put your name under the request to question staff. I have also reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda. Councillor McConnell.
Madam Speaker, I actually wanted a time specific for one of my items, so if I could, I'm happy. Do you want me to put it now, or?
Which item is it, Councillor McConnell?
So it's on page 5. It's being held by Councillor Ford. It's a request for a direction report, TE 10.12. It's coming without recommendations because the staff report wasn't ready. The staff report has now been put forward, and in fact, the hearing at the OMB is before the next council. So I would ask that after the Syrian debate, that we would deal with this item. It should be a quick item at that time.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, on page 2 of the pink sheets, EX 8.13, tunneling options for the FG Gardner Expressway. I was going to release it in Councillor Thompson. You wanted to hold that one? The tunneling?
So Councillor Thompson is going to hold it?
Yes. And then I do have another one.
Okay.
On page 4 of the pink sheets, EY 8.6, this is in Councillor Mamalides' area. I have a motion for that, which has been drafted by the Chief Planner's Office. You can put it up on the screen.
Do we have the motion, Councillor Shiner?
Yes, because staff gave me a copy that I signed this morning.
Okay.
So
It's
that
on
is
the
to
screen.
approve the change in zoning and to deal with the item number 3, come back with a report on it, and the councillor is satisfied with that as well, I understand. So I would move it with this amendment,
Okay.
and I have another one after.
Okay, on page 4, EY 8.6, Councillor Shiner has moved an amendment. It's on the screen, recorded vote.
No, I'll tell you what it is after. No, the zoning is done. This is functional.
Councillor McMahon, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 28 in favor.
Okay, clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, also on page 4 of the pink sheets, EY 8.76, Ontario Municipal Board of Appeal, minor variance approval, 170, 194 Evans Avenue. There is a motion which the chief planner has suggested I move on it. It's to defer this item to the next meeting and get a report back on the merits of the Committee of Adjustment with Gail.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen. This is on page 4, EY 8.76.
Yep.
Recorded vote.
Councillor DiGiorgio, thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Thank you.
Ever?
The motion carries unanimously, 30 in favor.
Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Oh, sorry, yes, it was a deferral. Okay, Councillor Ainsley.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I've got 3 items I'd like to release on page 3. The first one, ED 6.16, Economic Dashboard. I have an amendment that I discussed with Economic Development staff.
Okay, this is on page 3, ED 6.16.
No, ED 6.16.
Yeah, 16.
Economic dashboard.
Yeah. ED 6.16. It's on the screen, the amendment?
Sure.
Okay,
Okay, I'll continue to hold it.
all right.
The next one, GM 6.11, food service opportunity at Toronto City Hall. No, it's not ready? Oh, okay. And then the third one, and I think Councillor Mahavik just got a motion as well. He wanted to move with this. PG 6.7, Section 37 and 45, community benefits secured in 2013 and 2014.
So you want to release that one?
I have a motion. Councillor Mahavik has a motion as well.
Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen. This is on page 3, PG 6.7.
Okay, we'll
We don't have the motions yet. Okay. Okay, we'll get back to you at the end of the list. Councillor Shiner, point of order?
As chair of the committee and hearing a lot of people around here asking the same question, could we get advanced circulation of the motions?
Okay,
I hear it from all different quarters here.
all right,
Thank you.
thank you. So Councillor Mahavik and Councillor Ainslie will have advanced circulation of those motions? Okay, thank you. Councillor Dissette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it's day 3, am I allowed to release on page 5 TE 10.36, which was something I held and then tried to release earlier, but someone else held it, and they're not in the chamber?
Who else held it? Who held it?
I would like to release 10.36, and it's
Well, the councillor has held it down. So when we get to the item, if the councillor that held it
Then
down
he's
is
not
not
here, then I
here, then
can-
we just
Okay.
release it.
I'm trying to get some things off the agenda. Thank
Yes,
you.
I know. Thank you.
Good try.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, members of council. On page 5, I would like to release TE 10.59, 43 Gerrard Street West, Public Art Plan.
Page 5, TE 10.59, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Do you have any more? No? Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Page 3, Economic Development, ED 6.2, the creation of a foreign direct investment regional agency update. I can release that.
Okay. On page 3, ED 6.2, Councillor Thompson is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor McMahon.
That was for you, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, friendly colleagues. It's page 3, I think it's PW 7.10, and it's kind of strange because Councillor Moser released it yesterday, and then I held it in Councillor Perutz's name, but it still has Councillor Moser's name on it. Sorry, PW 7.10, sorry, page 4.
Page 4, yes.
So Councillor Moser, if you remember, released it, and I held it.
For Councillor Perruzza.
And he has Councillor Perruzza asked me to move it for him. Unfortunately, he's not here, and he has an amendment or a motion.
So do we have the amendment by Councillor Perruzza?
But Councillor Moser released it yesterday, and I held it. Remember, I said, unfortunately, he's away, surprise. Remember that whole? Yeah. Councillor Perks remembers, he tweeted it. He just needs batteries in his alarm clock.
Councillor McMahon, it's still in Councillor Moser's name.
But he released it yesterday.
But-
Okay, so let me try another one.
Okay.
And I'd like to cordially invite Councillor Moser to release the basketball net MM 9.7 to let kids play basketball.
Councillor Moser is not here.
Because staff is waiting all day for that.
Okay. Councillor Perks, you're up.
Speaker, thank you and good morning. On page 2, I have 2 items I'm going to release. The first is EX 8.22, the operating variance report. I just would like to note that the amount we're varying our budget by approving this report is greater than the amount of money under consideration on the Parks and Environment item, as is the case with every single budget variance.
Okay, so who's holding? Okay, Councillor Karygiannis wants to hold it. So it will still be in your name. Okay. Councillor Perks, do you have another one?
Yes, on the capital variance report, which is EX 8.23, I'll release that, noting that once again, the capital completion rate by our wonderful City of Toronto staff, showing projects on time and on budget, continues to be over 90%.
Okay, and Councillor Karygiannis still wants to hold that one? Yes, I know. So it's not going to be a quick release. It will still be in Councillor Perks' name.
And there's another.
Okay, you have another. Okay.
Solicitor is very keen that I release on page, what page, Hannah? Page 6? Here we go. Member motion 9.46, 3406 Weston Road official plan amendment and rezoning. The city solicitor is very persuasive, and I'm going to release that as is.
Okay, so on page 6, MM 9.46, Councillor Perks is releasing. Yes. Yes. Councillor Matlow.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Page 2, Board of Health, HL 6.2, Green City, Why Nature Matters to Health. I had a conversation with Councillor Mammoliti. As always, he was remarkably reasonable and supportive, and I look forward to voting on this now. Thank you.
Councillor Holliday wants to hold it, so it will still be held down. Well, we tried. Okay, Councillor Ainsley.
On page 3, ED 6.16, the economic dashboard, I had a conversation with the chair, Councillor Thompson, who had a concern about it, and we talked with economic development staff, and they're fine with my motion. I can explain what it means. Okay, all right, I will hold it.
Okay, let's try another one. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just came in the door and understood on page 4, Total York Community Council, EY 8.76 got deferred, and I was late. I'm sorry. I'd like that reopened, please. I'd like to deal with that today.
Okay, so if we can have a member to...
It's in my ward.
Yes, to move to reopen. Okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, all in favor of reopening? Okay. This is on page 4, EY 8.76, the OMB hearing that we just released. It's in Councillor Grimes' ward, and he's asking that we reopen the item. We moved to defer it, and Councillor Grimes would like the item open. Councillor Shiner.
Before you had the vote, Madam Speaker, all I asked was that it be deferred to the next meeting, as staff have some concerns on it, and I was looking to be sure that all the aspects are out without a long debate at council. It was at the wish of the chief planner, and I would like a recorded vote on the reopening, and I stood before you called the vote. I think it's only appropriate that council have all the information in front of them and be able to understand the implications of what they're doing, and in fairness, I did not move a motion to not approve the recommendation. I only moved a motion to defer it for 4 weeks to get a report.
Okay,
so I would like a recorded vote on the reopening.
Thank you. We will. Recorded vote on reopening the item, which is page 4, EY 8.76.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please. Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Councillor Crawford, please. Councillor Crawford, please.
Thanks very much
The motion to reopen carries 26 to 6.
All those in favor of adopting the order paper? Oh, do we want to introduce those motions? Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to introduce this motion.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Okay, who's next? Councillor Mahevic.
Okay, yes, I have a motion on a interfaith council bid for Toronto to host the 2019 Parliament of World Religions. It's urgent because the conference is between this council and next council, and they just need an endorsement. No money, just an endorsement so that they can make the bid at the conference that they're attending. It's 10,000 visitors to Toronto.
Who writes the letter of intent, though?
On favor? Carried.
I don't feel I've been properly consulted.
Kelly? Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly?
Yes. Speaker, my apologies, I just entered the chamber.
Pardon?
You've got a motion.
This motion flows from the success of the Toronto sign. But it is urgent, Chair, because the department, the Economic Development Department, is taking a look at how we can build on what I call signature signs. And I think this is an important part of branding the city. And I want to make these signs a part of their review.
Okay,
I think it's really important.
thank you.
That's right.
On favor?
Thank you.
Recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Norm is always lecturing us on how things should go, including sample.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Doucette.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
Statues of the former deputy mayor everywhere. Rainbow colors.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to introduce does not carry. The vote is 22 to 13. The required two-thirds vote has not been achieved.
Okay. Is that it? Is that it? Is there any more? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. This is a hearing that's just come up between Community Council and this meeting. Speaker,
Okay.
I'd like to have it in-
On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce this motion. And this motion is urgent because we are implementing the bylaws that are required to complete this transaction around the TPA parking lot at 37 Yorkville. And the stratified interest of the city is included in the drafting of the adjustments for the bylaw amendments that are required.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. On favor? Carried. That's it? Councillor Pasternak.
I can speak without it. The reason for its urgency is there's a pending disposition of a City of Toronto property that's been a couple of times delayed. It looks like it could take place.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Who? Who? Who's going to move it? Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, you have one on behalf of Councillor Fillion.
I do. My colleague, Councillor Fillion. It's an urgent item. He's not here. I'm told it's an urgent item by the city solicitor about a motion with regard to an application.
Okay. All in favor? Carried.
That was easy.
All in favor of adopting the order paper? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
The item that we reopened then, EY 8.76, will you consider my motion tabled because it was there?
Yes.
Do you have your motion?
Yes, because we already have it, yes.
Okay, so the motion is there when
Oh,
the
does it
item's
have to? Has to be moved again after the debate, Councillor Shiner. Okay. Point of order.
There was an item that was made time-specific by Councillor McConnell. It's been held by another councillor who's not here. Can we make sure when that happens, which should be in a rare circumstance, because we're actually changing the rules, that we advise the councillor who's held the item, or at least their office, so that they know that the item is actually coming forward? Because they actually expressed an interest, and now they may not be here, and while they should be in the council chamber, we should be extending that courtesy to that councillor. Yes, and we take each item one by one.
Yeah. So hopefully the councillor that held the item down will be here.
Is that his office be contacted?
Yes,
be
and
told.
yes, absolutely, absolutely.
About it whatsoever. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I have no problem with contacting his office. I have no problem if he's here for the debate. The issue was not that. The issue was it was well down the agenda, and our staff have brought in something. He held an item that didn't even have a report. The report is now before us, and the OMB hearing is happening. So we just need to deal with it, and the best way to deal with it is this morning.
Okay. Page 2, our timed item, EX 8.39. Councillor Cressy, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Councillor Cressy? Does anybody have any questions to staff? Does anybody want to speak on it? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Council. The item before us here is coming from Executive Committee, and it's the proposed Syrian resettlement program, first of its kind in North America and in our country. It's an emotional issue for a lot of people. It is for me. We are a city of immigrants. Waves of newcomers have come and helped to settle other waves of newcomers. That is what we have done as a city and a country for generations. Many of you and many of your families in this own chamber came here as refugees. My colleague, Councillor Mihevc, who I've worked with closely on this, his parents came here as refugees. And we've all seen the images from Syria that have taken place, whether it's the waves of people marching or that image of that lifeless child. And it strikes me that you only put your kids as a parent on water if the land is more dangerous. You don't do it otherwise. And so this issue, and excuse me, John, sorry. This issue to me, it's not a Syrian issue, it's not a Middle Eastern issue, it's not a European issue, it is an international issue. And as such, it requires an international response, and our city, as we've done in the past, can and should do more. There are 12 million Syrian refugees right now, or 12 million Syrians have been displaced from their homes. That's more than half the entire country. 4 million of them are on the move in other nations as we speak. They are coming to Toronto. Whether we are prepared for it or not, whether we have a New Democrat, a Liberal, a Conservative government or not, Syrian refugees are coming to Toronto. The current plans have 10,000 refugees coming to Canada by the end of 2017. And as I say, whatever happens on October the 19th, they're coming. In fact, many have already arrived. So are we ready? The reality is that Torontonians are ready. In fact, Torontonians have already stepped up. They're ahead of us. Lifeline Syria and other agencies have stepped forward. Places of worship. There was a meeting here that the mayor convened with 38 faith leaders. Places of worship have stepped forward. Neighborhood associations have stepped forward. There's a doctor, a man named Dr. Meb Rashid, who has coordinated a network of family doctors to step forward. Our mayor stepped forward and has offered to be a financial sponsor. A member of Councillor Cho's staff is currently sponsoring 2 Syrian families in his own home. A member of Councillor Cho's staff. I was at a forum for Syrian refugees recently, and I have to tell you, there were 2 members of the media there, not covering it. They were there because they were stepping forward as sponsors. Torontonians are stepping forward all over, and it is time for our city to step forward as well. And so they have here in this program that has come through executive a series of proposed recommendations for pre- and post-arrival support. Some simple and pragmatic things that we can do to support private sponsors and agencies, to start an anti-rumor campaign to try to debunk some of the anti-immigrant sentiment, the stigma that often comes, whether it's associated with xenophobia or Islamophobia. It's a basic anti-immigrant sentiment that we can stamp out. And we can support refugees when they're here by bringing our employment services, by bringing our health services to bear. And so I'll be supporting this, and I hope you will too. And I'll close on a couple things. First of all, I want to thank our staff across departments. They have stepped up and moved tirelessly to not only propose these recommendations, but to start to make sure that we're ready. Across departments, they've worked tremendously hard. I want to note our mayor and Councillor Mihevc, who I've worked with closely on this. Now, there is one recommendation in here that's coming from executive that I will not be voting for. I'm not moving an amendment to kill it or anything. It's recommendation 6 that talks about the federal response as it relates to military and non-military resources. To me, I have very strong views on the federal response, but we're talking about Toronto today, and so I'll be joining the mayor in voting against recommendation 6, and I hope you do as well. And I'll conclude just by saying that as a city, whether it was in the 40s and 50s with Hungarians, we opened our doors, whether it was in the 70s with Chileans and Ugandans and Vietnamese, we opened our doors, or the 90s for people from Kosovo. We all have a role to play in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Thank you.
And I hope you support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mamlee, I see your name up there. Oh, we already went through that. Yeah. We asked it at the beginning and nobody had their name up there. I asked it 3 times.
Well, I think my questions were held.
Councillor Mihevc.
Sorry, I was distracting you there. No, that's okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think I'm going to almost repeat Councillor Cressy's comments, but I think they do bear repeating. He mentioned, and I want to put myself in the picture, my parents were refugees. They lived 3 years in a camp after World War II, and being the child of a refugee, it marks you. It marks you in your genes, this sense of being an outsider and being in a foreign land. And I think that really is the experience of many Torontonians. Many of us here in this council chambers, either directly or indirectly know or have family who were, if not direct political refugees, were certainly economic migrants coming in this land. I don't think Toronto would be the city that it is if it wasn't for that experience that many of us have either directly or indirectly. And I think the response that we are seeing in Toronto is partly because of that experience. We know what it is like to have wandered the earth to try to find a place that we could call home. The second point, and I'm sure you've noted that the item on the agenda dealing with the photo laureate is held. I held it, and I held it only for one purpose. It's the power of a picture. It's the power of a picture. You know, for many Torontonians, and indeed many global citizens, that one picture of that little boy who had the same Velcro shoes that many of our kids had, who had the same T-shirt that many of our kids or grandkids had, boy, did that picture ever change the face of and the sentiment towards refugees globally. One picture. That's why it's important for us to vote strongly in support of a photo laureate as we search for the picture or the pictures defining life for us here in Toronto. So that picture, you know, it's a real cause for pause what that picture did. You know, sometimes we say that we as human beings are really, like, who are we? Are we angels? There's a little devil in us? We really are a combination of the both. I think that picture awakened in us a sense that we have to rise to our higher angels and note that sometimes we do and we say stupid things when we're talking about refugees, immigrants, or the other that might be coming into our midst. And that picture really was a prick to our conscience that we need to respond differently to the international crisis that is in the Middle East today. It is in Congo before, it was in Hungary before, it was in Europe before. So I think for us as Torontonians, having had that experience, having seen the picture, having had our consciences pricked, need to organize for the good. And, you know, my hat goes off to the mayor for both his personal efforts in this regard and for organizing a meeting of refugee assisting organizations a couple of weeks ago. That was putting a Toronto face on it. Last weekend, Councillor Cressy and myself, we organized a meeting noting that, you know, the number one Google question that was a couple of weeks ago, it was, how do I sponsor a refugee? And so we had 250 people here in the council chambers from all walks of life, all sectors of Canadian Toronto society, trying to figure out, okay, what's the actual mechanics? What do we need to do to get this done? And what we're finding is, I'm sure you're finding this in your ward, places of worship, of course, they're in the forefront of this. But it's also bowling clubs. It is interest, just simple neighbors getting together. I have 2 sets of neighbors, and this is perhaps something interesting and new, that are just saying, okay, 5 of us on this street, let's get together, let's raise the $27,000 necessary, and let's sponsor someone. I want to highlight one of the things that we're doing along with Councillor Cressy, given that he's my neighboring councillor, and maybe this is something that you can be challenged by or inspired by or just note. We're having at the Witchwood Barns in November 22nd, as the result of great efforts by a local resident, Enya Gertzberg, who's here. You can see she's right there. And she has good contacts in the Syrian community, and she's invited the Syrian community, I'll be 15 seconds, to come together with us for a supper. Basically, a supper with Syria. We're going to raise a whole bunch of money and sponsor 3 Syrian families in our West End community.
Thank
Those
you.
kind of efforts that we should be doing as Torontonians. Thank you very much,
Councillor
Madam
Mihevc. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion I'd like to put up, please. That City Council amend Executive Committee Recommendation 3 by deleting the words, the addition of 1 temporary staff complement, so that it now reads, City Council approve an increase of $0.25 million gross and 0 to the approved operating budget. This motion, really what it is, it's a very simple motion. It's in no way is to take away from the importance of what we're doing. What it is saying is that instead of adding a temporary complement to staff, we're going to find this staff within our existing complement. It's only $25,000. Staff have told me they can find that in there. This in no way takes away or diminishes the importance of this particular motion and what we're attempting to do. I want to thank Councillor Cressy, of course, for his leadership, and the mayor and executive and everybody who's been working on this. It's incredibly important that we as a city do something to support this. The $600,000, even though it's not a lot of money, it's very important. It's a symbol of the support that the city should be doing and moving forward on this incredibly important issue. I do support that, and I do hope you support this motion. Again, I do not want this to diminish the importance of what we're doing. It's a small little 0.25 that will be taken out of the complement of our existing complement. Staff said it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Davis, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Well, I want to understand, because now we don't have the opportunity to ask staff, what work is not going to be done by our current staff in that division?
As I understand from staff, that there will be no current work that will not be done. In fact, that they will be able to, again, this is a 0.25 temporary position, that they will be able to find it within the existing complement, ensuring that no work will not be done. In fact, this work, all of the work will be able to be achieved.
How is it we just can keep adding things to people's workload and expect that they're going to be able to complete the work?
Again, this is not adding to anybody's workload, Councillor. Staff have assured me this will not add to anybody's workload.
Let me initial it. Sorry.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just walk over there and find out.
Thank you.
How I'll vote on that.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Is it the intention of your motion that additional work be done within Social Development Finance Administration? You're not reaching somewhere else in the corporation?
Well, listen, I'm looking at, ideally, probably, yes, it'll be happening within that division, but again, it will be happening within the complement of what they have.
Do you have a neighborhood improvement area in your ward?
Yes, I do.
Yeah? And you feel that you've got adequate staff resources, that, more than enough work is being done to meet the goals of the neighborhood improvement area?
Listen, we can always do...
Councillor Perks, I believe that questioning is out of order. It's clarification of the motion.
Yes, I'm trying to clarify whether the mover of the motion feels that the Social Development Finance Administration staff are so underburdened that they're over-delivering on the work that they have in front of them currently.
The councillor did indicate that the staff is okay with his motion.
The councillor can indicate that all he wants. I'm trying to satisfy myself, and I can't ask questions of staff now. The only option I have is to ask questions of him.
Councillor Crawford.
Can you just repeat the question?
So is it your experience that you have too much service from the social development staff working on the neighborhood improvement area in your ward?
Oh, absolutely not, Council. I mean, I look at, the work that they do in my particular ward. They do a great job. We can always add more, absolutely. When I'm looking at what I'm looking at doing here is not to increase the load or the burden on any of the hardworking people within that division. They do incredible work. What I've asked is that we look at finding this 0.25 temporary position for a small period of time to enact the work in here that doesn't impact the quality of the service that they provide. When we're looking at across the system, and even this, we look at issues of gapping. And I'm not going to get into the bigger dialogue on how we deal with staffing. You know well aware we're going to be getting when we get into the budget. When you're looking at staffing and how we utilize staff and back and forth and the percentages of people we may not be able to have, there's plenty of room to find that 0.25 within the complement and not impact any of the services that we deliver today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me understand this. You're saying that we should do away with the temporary position. Am I correct?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, we will have a temporary position. What staff in the initial motion said is that we bring a 0.25 position from outside. We find it somewhere else and we add it onto the complement. What I'm suggesting is that we find that 0.25 complement within the existing complement. So there's no, we're doing the work. I mean, this 0.25, this temporary position will be hired. We will have that person, but it'll be within the complement that we have to be able to support the good work of what this motion is trying to do.
So, along history, there's been time after time after time that there's been an earthquake, a war trauma here. I mean, I can go down the list in the last decade: tsunami, earthquake in Pakistan, earthquake in India, war in Iraq, Nepal, Myanmar, Burma, China, and the government of Canada is saying, okay, we will fast track people coming in, sometimes with push, sometimes willingly, and instead of moving and recommending, as I will be later on, to a permanent position for us not to deal with these crises, you are suggesting that we reduce the budget on this? Am I correct?
No, not again, Councillor, not at all. And this is where, you know, it's a very sort of simple request, not looking at reducing the budget. They have found, staff have gone out and they've done some good work finding this $600,000 as part of a surplus. So they found the $600,000. What I'm saying is 25,000 of that 600,000 will be used for a position that has to help administer this 600,000.
You know,
that is what. So there's no additional money. There's no less money. It says all we're doing is that $25,000 is going to be hiring a part-time person for however amount of months will be found within the existing complement, not brought in as an addition. That's all I'm asking.
Let me rephrase this a bit and tell you where I'm coming from, and then ask you the question. The federal government says we're going to help China during the earthquake, or we're going to help here and we're going to help there, and we're going to allocate $5 billion or $500,000 or whatever. And then they sent the DART team over. And part of that money goes to pay the DART team. They were going to have the DART team over here doing work anyways. So what you're suggesting is that although we're saying we're going to dedicate $600,000, $25,000 of that should be for staffing. Isn't that the same thing? I mean, when we're going to dedicate $600,000, I think it should be clear, and any money that comes for staff should be above and beyond that.
Okay,
Am
Councillor
I
Crawford.
incorrect?
That was your last question.
As I said, Councillor, again, this, if we're talking, if there was a lot more money and we're talking 10 people that were going to be part-time or full-time, I would look at this a little different. This is $25,000, 0.25 of $1 million. This is a temporary position. This, I feel, it can happen within the complement. That's all I'm doing. I'm looking at the list here of the questions, and I'm hoping some of the names comes off. This is a very simple, all we're trying to do is find it within the complement.
Thank you.
That is all.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Mammoliti, you have a question on the motion?
Yeah, I think I get where you're coming from. You're suggesting that we find one or two people within the system itself to help with whatever overload we might have in dealing with the crisis.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Councillor.
It's not really, you're not really asking for an increase in budget. You're asking for us to find a mechanism to be able to help if there's a lot of refugees that settle in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as Councillor Cressy said, these people here are coming. What we are identifying is $600,000. I'd love to, if there was more, I'd love to have more, but at this point, there's $600,000. We're going to be spending $575,000, as the report says, on the resettlement. $25,000 of that is pretty much, I guess, administrative. And so what we're saying is let that administrative person, they're going to find that staff person within the division right now. That's what I'm saying.
So I think it's going to be a lot more money at the end of the day in a number of different areas. And I've got a motion that's going to ask the federal government for assistance to be able to take care of those that do settle in Toronto so that we don't have to bear the burden of the ongoing costs it's going to create. I hope that, as the budget chief, you'll support that motion.
Again, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I'll be looking at supporting that and anything else. If we had the opportunity to have something permanent, as Councillor Karygiannis mentioned, let's look at that. I mean, if this is a need that we have to have something permanent, that we'll look at that as the budget process. But this is coming outside of the budget process right now, and that's where that $25,000 I could feel be part of the staff that are already there.
Thank you, Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor Pasternak, a clarification of the motion. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a mythology around the council chamber that this is a budget cut. I'm reading your motion here. City Council approved the increase of 25,000 gross. They're making it seem like it's a cut. For clarification, I see the word increase here.
Councillor, you're right. There's absolutely no cut in any way. We're going to be spending this $600,000 on the important resettlement of some of these Syrian people coming. There's no cut. This is other than finding, as I said, that $25,000 within the existing staff complement. There's no cut whatsoever.
Right. So if people vote against this motion, they're actually cutting this program.
Well, taking
a de facto cut.
Taking $25,000 out of it, possibly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you. So, Councillor, you're moving this motion because you believe that within they'll find the resources within a staff complement of 12,000 people. They'll find that one temporary worker that they should be able to do that.
Well, again,
Cluster A.
when you're looking at the bigger picture, yes. I'm also looking at the complement of this particular division. Doesn't have 12,000 people, has a lot less. So, but I do, they will be finding that one, it's not even one. It's probably half a person or a quarter of a person, for a period of time within our existing staff complements, yes.
Right, and you've spoken to them and they say that certainly they have no problem finding this.
Again, this point, $25,000 is achievable, yes.
And it's a temporary position
It's
for
a
a short
temporary
period of time.
position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Crawford. So I heard you mention that when Councillor Minnan-Wong asked you whether or not you'd spoke to staff with respect to the complement, you've spoken with them and they're fine with respect to your motion and how it impacts the fact that they wanted to have a temporary person to assist this program?
Staff can find, as I've said, staff can find this $25,000 within the existing staff complement.
Right, so my question to you, you've spoken with them and they've told you that?
Staff have said that, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And so I heard you said that you're not, in fact, reducing the amount of money, which was $600,000. Is that $600,000? Is that correct?
Yeah, $600,000.
Right. So you are actually taking $25,000 from $600,000 as it relates to the amount that had been set aside to help the Syrian refugees. Is that correct?
Yeah, $25,000, which is the administrative cost of...
So you're removing $25,000 from the $600,000. So
No,
we're now $575,000 is what is actually there to actually help the Syrian refugees.
As part of the original motion that came to executive last week, there's $600,000 going to support the resettlement.
Yes.
$25,000 of this will be used on a probably administrative to hire a temporary person.
So you're removing $25,000 from the $600,000. Is that correct?
I am not. The original motion that came to
Councillor, that's what this motion does.
It
removes $25,000 from a total of $600,000. 25 from 600,000 is 575. Your motion also contains the 575. So it is, in fact, you're reducing the total amount that we've set aside to help the Syrian refugee, and you're using the funds to supplement that one person that we wanted as a part-time person. Do you agree?
No, I don't. Councillor, if you look at whether
James,
this...
please, will you stop? I'm asking him the question, not you.
So, Councillor,
Thank you.
Even if I didn't move this amendment, the original decision that we did a couple of days ago actually is the same. $575,000, $25,000. My motion doesn't change the decision if whether this is voted yes or no, doesn't change the fact that there's $600,000 going to support this important resettlement. $25,000 of that's going to be used for administrative. So my motion doesn't change that. The only thing my motion says is that $25,000 component will come out of the existing staff complement, not an additional staff person brought on to the division. That's the only thing my motion is saying.
So in essence, you're actually reducing the amount that we've set aside. I understand the global approach that you're taking, but when I look at this, you're actually reducing the amount that we've set aside for the Syrian refugees.
That was your last question.
Councillor, I am not reducing that whatsoever. The initial executive decision may have done what you're suggesting, but my motion is not doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti to speak.
So, in an off discussion with Councillor Cressy, I gave my commitment to support what's in front of us, but I also indicated to him that I personally believe this motion needs to be passed, and I hope that you do too. That City Council requests Mayor Tory to forward a letter to the Prime Minister requesting funding assistance for the City of Toronto Syrian refugee.
Hold on, Councillor Mammoliti. I'll put your time on hold. Do we have the motion? Can you put it on the screen? Okay, just a sec. I got your time on hold.
Without being interrupted.
I just put your time on hold so the members could see it. Okay, there it is. Okay. Okay, there it is. Thank you.
I'm going to continue where I left off. Refugee settlement program in areas such as affordable housing, social assistance, and childcare. And the reason I do this is while I understand that the $600,000 that we have is coming from surplus, and I understand that it's a crisis and we need to deal with it, and I will support that. But I really do want everybody to think about the larger picture here. Because what's going to happen is they will be sponsored by somebody, as the mayor has said, across the country. But that sponsorship, I believe, is only for a year. And then after that year, they're pretty much on their own. Where are they going to settle? They're not going to settle in some small town in Ontario or in Saskatchewan or, I'd venture to say not even Vancouver. I think the majority of them are going to come to Toronto. And so we better be ready for it. And I'm not suggesting that we spend any more money. I'm suggesting even the $600,000 that we are spending here be addressed in the letter from the mayor to the Prime Minister. So the federal government comes to the table with not only this money to help the City of Toronto, but with the ongoing expenses that is going to be put upon us over the next 10 or 15 years. You know, Councillor Berardinetti and I don't know, as you know, we visited Turkey recently, and we couldn't believe, in asking the questions that we were, on the number of homeless people that we saw in Turkey. And when we asked the questions, they were Syrians that were coming over and didn't have a place to go. At the end of the day, it is the municipalities that are stuck with the costs of these kinds of social issues. And so I hope that we can send the letter to the federal government, again, that speaks very directly to the ongoing costs. If you think that we're not going to need child care for the refugees, you're wrong. If you think after a year that we're not going to need an affordable housing component for the refugees, you're wrong. If you think that we don't need any social assistance for the people after a year, you're wrong. At the end of the day, by us even having this debate, indirectly what we're sending a message to Torontonians in this country is, sure, come on in and we'll take care of them on the 8 cents to the dollar that we get to run the municipality. And we can't do that, Madam Speaker. We've got to recognize what's going to happen over the next a few months and even few years. And so this, while it gives us some examples of what we should do, Mr. Mayor, I'm hoping your letter will also indicate that the $600,000 that we're taking from our own surplus be reimbursed to us by the federal government to take care of this issue. This is a federal issue. Now, I can get into some of the other arguments, and Councillor Cressy and I have decided we're not going to bring some of this to the table here because it doesn't belong here. It's a federal issue. But I think some of the things you're starting to hear about some of the concerns at the federal level with respect to just letting people in, I think we probably need to have that discussed eventually as well. But for now, Councillor Perks, for now, it's about a crisis. And I think we all can agree with the fact that we do have a responsibility. But that doesn't mean that the Torontonians have to pay for this crisis. The federal government can give us and reimburse us the money that we spend at a municipal level.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mammoliti. We do have questions. Councillor Karygiannis, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor, would you be able to describe for us or to relate to us any community service partners in your area that are getting federal funds on this, and how, if we encourage the federal government, how should their services be enhanced?
Well, I'm relatively sure that agencies like the United Way and some of the other sponsored agencies like Delta or other areas that are sponsored by provincial funds, not necessarily federal funds, will filter its way down. But I'm not sure that that's going to happen either. I think the federal government, in making this decision, should have some kind of a policy that talks about municipalities and having to bear the brunt of the costs associated to this. We can't do it on 8 cents to every dollar that we get. We just can't keep doing this. We just can't keep doing this as a city. It's impossible for us to not increase property taxes to deal with these issues.
Councillor, are you familiar with how much money the federal government was pouring, is pouring, and is intending to pour into the GTA area to look after refugees?
Councillor Karygiannis, clarification of the motion, please.
Definitely a clarification, because we want to write to the federal government and just want to know if the member is aware of the trend that is going on.
Councillor Karygiannis, if anybody is aware, I would imagine it's you who sat in the Parliament for all those years. I'm just nothing but a local councillor, a hick from Ward 7 who represents his ward.
Thank you.
And
Councillor,
wants to take care of people that we need to take care of. I haven't heard the federal government come to the table and say, hey, not only are we going to allow 20,000 refugees into the country, but by the way, we're going to help the municipalities with the load. I'm hoping that that's the case. If you have information that I haven't heard about, I'd like to know.
If I was to make a friendly amendment to this and say that we increase funding to pre-2005 figures, would you be okay with that?
I just want any money that we spent as a city to be reimbursed to us by the federal government.
Right.
And I just want the federal government to come down with some money so that we can take care of our people in the city of Toronto.
The funding that the federal government has decreased drastically, and I wanted to make sure that if you're okay with us saying that we want it increased to levels pre-2005 in the letter that the mayor
You're asking, you would want me to support a motion that asks the federal government to increase their budget?
That was your last
I'll
question.
do that.
That was your last question.
While we're at it, I can use a lot more money for a lot of other things that we've got going.
Thank you. Councillor Cho, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Councillor Georgia Mammoliti, I think this is an excellent motion. I will support. Just for clarification, as we know, the federal election will be held just in a couple of weeks' time. I'm asking you whether it's better for our mayor to send this letter to the new minister, or whether it's Stephen Harper or Justin Trudeau, but you didn't mention the timing.
As much as I love to stand up here and speak politically at times, I think in this issue, there's no room for us to play the politics. I think if the letter's written within a day or two, I think it'll make its way to all four leaders, actually, and they'll probably debate it amongst themselves. But that's up to them. We have to worry about the City of Toronto. And
thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Cressy for bringing this item to Council. It's very important. It's the right thing to do. It's a Canadian thing to do. When I was, I mentioned this at Executive, when I grew up in a small town, Collingwood, we had a Vietnamese family move to our town, and we had a boy attended my grade 8 class, and it was fantastic. It was a real education and an eye-opener for us small town kids growing up in Collingwood, and I can still remember it to this day. So I'm very thankful for that opportunity. And with that in mind, I'm hosting a Syrian refugee information session Monday night. I would invite anyone in this chamber, anyone in the city who wants to come to wonderful Ward 32 to the Beach United Church Monday, October 5th at 7 p.m. We would love to see you there and collaborate on how to help our fellow citizens of the world. And we will have Lifeline Syria and the Ripple Project, Refugee Ripple Project there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, I wanted to thank Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mahavik, and our Mayor for spending time to ensure that this was on both the Executive Committee agenda, City Council agenda, and indeed all the minds of Torontonians. I don't think that despite all the technology we have, all the newspaper reports from around the world, Twitter, and all of the coverage, I don't think that we in Canada and in Toronto are appreciating just the magnitude of the tragedy that's going on halfway across the world. And it's motions like these that allow us to spend time to reflect on them, as well as to take whatever action we can to help with the suffering. And I think that it's the support of motions like these that will help show the rest of the world and lead by example to other Canadian municipalities that there is work we can do on the ground here that's helping families on the ground there. One point that I wanted to raise, and it was late in the debate, I wasn't there, it was late in the debate at Executive Committee, was added a motion that I think needs to be removed. And not only is that something that I think should be removed, but indeed the Mayor thinks that, or will be voting for its removal. And this is the notion that we would be asking the Canadian government to increase military presence in the country. Now, for those of us that argued yesterday, and there was I was actually on the opposite side of this, that this isn't a time, or this isn't a municipal issue, you can't possibly think that this would, in fact, meet that criteria. So I would expect you, at least those that were on that side of the debate yesterday when we talked about privatizing hydro, that you would feel much the same way about this. For those of you that don't, I remember a time, I was a little kid at the time, when Toronto was declared the International Year of Peace, and we were a peace-loving nation and city, where we lit a flame. We built a peace garden that's been rebuilt, and it's beautiful, by the way, as it takes shape. But we lit a flame in that honor that we would be people and bringers of peace to the world. This motion doesn't speak to that. And to me, it's rather symbolic, and I hope that this changes, but maybe it changes with this vote. It's rather symbolic that peace flame out in the square has been extinguished for quite some time in the last mandate of council, and hopefully with this vote and our new mayor can help us light that fire again.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Cho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to say I feel so thankful and feel grateful to our mayor, John Tory. Leadership shows when we are faced the crisis situation. And he was the first mayor in city, in not only GTA, but in Canada, that he's sponsoring the refugee family. And it affects the atmosphere of the whole GTA and Canada. So I really appreciate that. I also like to thank our colleague, Councillor Joe Cressy. I heard him so many times on radio when this issue come up, and he shows true leadership. So I like to thank him. This issue is kind of personally touching me because one time I was a victim of a Korean War and I was a refugee. And I was carried from my hometown Incheon to Busan in the big American steamship. And I was sleeping nearby on top of or below so many alive bodies in the ship. And I was a shoeshine boy. I did all kind of things. So I know what is the life of a refugee. And we have to help these Syrian refugees. And City of Toronto taking good leadership, so I do appreciate that. I understand that Councillor Joe Cressy already mentioned my EA executive assistant, Haraj. He sponsored one family. He's living with one refugee family. He's sponsoring another family, so another family is coming in December. And I also brought the refugee family to my backyard, and we had a good barbecue. And I made a pledge that I make a $2,000 donation to Red Cross. But not just that, I'm representing Scarborough Rouge River, Ward 42. We have a great community. And I approached the Imam Badad of Islamic Foundation. He's a great leader in the GTA Islamic community, Muslim community. And he agreed to have a interfaith community meeting in our area. I approached the Pastor Tech, the Filipino Christian Church of Friends of Jesus Christ Church, and he agreed to come to the meeting. I approached the Mr. Naval Grotra. He's the president of Lakshmi Narayan Hindu Temple. He's also president of Hindu Cultural Society. And whoever I approach, they say, we have to help these refugees. This is Toronto, We say that diversity is a strength, and it shows not just the cultural difference, racial difference. When the global village has a real crisis, we all come together to help this refugee situation. So I feel so thankful, and it started with our mayor and all these good colleagues. So we have to help them. Lastly, usually I don't support Councillor Georgia Mamelit's motion, but this one I will support 100%. We do need the support from federal government, especially when the refugees come to Canada. Over 50% they arrive in the city of Toronto. We seldom get the same proportional help assistance from federal government. We have a housing problem, we have a daycare problem, we have all kind of problems because they are really people in need, and this is a good motion. I hope that we'll support that unanimously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Raymond. Councillor Bardinetti to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to use the overhead, if I could.
Oh, okay.
That shows up there. Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank everybody involved, the mayor, and the counselors and all the agencies that came out, the interfaith agencies that came out to discuss this issue. I think it's a very, very important issue, and it's something that I wanted to highlight, that Councillor Mammoliti and I did go to Turkey this year, and we saw all the people that were displaced, that were pouring over the borders, the 4 million that are displaced. But the issue is that there's 7 million that are still inside the country. So the issue is that if you see this item here, we are calling on the CIC, which is the Citizenship and Immigration Canada, to get involved. And so we are calling on the government. And what I'm saying is that we also need to call on the government to continue our efforts, our military efforts that are involved. So that's what I'm saying here today, is that I'm not asking for us to go in and continue to bomb ISIS. What I'm saying is that I think that we should continue our efforts with our allies and work towards some peaceful resolution. If that involves our military, that's something that I think that we need to support. So what I'm saying is that we are helping. We are there. We are already working with our allies on this effort in order to address the 7.6 million that are left internally displaced inside Syria. So I don't think that this is a negative motion. I don't think it is an anti-peace motion. I think that actually it works towards peace. It's something that we are working towards. So again, if we're calling on the CIC, we are asking the federal government to become involved. And so I think that this item is still in order because we're continuing to ask for the federal government to be involved at a military level. And this will protect the Syrians that are inside the country. So we are facing here in Toronto about 10, 20, 30, 40,000 refugees that we are willing to take into this country. We will know much more after the election. But at this point, we don't know. And so we will be working together with our settlement services to address that need. But in the meantime, I want to sleep at night, and I hope that you can all sleep at night too. I don't want to forget about the 7.6 million that are left internally displaced inside the country. And so I'm saying and asking for your support on number 6 here, and to continue to support our military. I support the men and women that serve Canada, and will be continuing to work with our allies on protecting the 7.6 million that are left inside Syria. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two motions that I'll be moving. If the staff can put them up, please. The first one is that we make this into a permanent position because we're going to be faced with one crisis after another. And the second motion is that we ask the federal government to commit to going pre-2005 federal budget for settlement assistance, not only for Syrian refugees, but for all, because the funding has been cut back drastically. It has been cut back by hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have had, in the last 15 years, many economic, natural, and man-made catastrophes. I'm going to go down the list for some of the people that might want to remember. We have had Gujarat in India, 22,000 people killed. We had tsunami, 250,000 people killed. We had Cyclone Sidir in Burma, where thousands of people were killed. We had China, Sichuan, where we had something like hundreds of thousands of people killed. We had Philippines. We had the catastrophe in Libya. We had Kurdistan. We had Katrina in New Orleans that we went and helped. We hear the pleas from Doctors Without Borders. We hear the pleas from agencies in Toronto. I'd like to boast about one agency. It's got Global Medic. They have zero overhead. And they had, last week, they had a training for people that would they be deployed. They're being deployed right now in 7 or 8 countries. We had Haiti, and I can go down the list. And this list that I've gone down to is places that I personally have visited after these incidents happened. And I've worked with people on the ground. And yes, I've been to Turkey and I've seen the resettlement, and I've been to Lebanon and I've seen what is happening there. So I would say to you that for us to move in a way that we have a permanent staff in order to assist, not only just today, because we've seen what happened, we've seen the little boy on the beaches in Turkey, but this will continue to happen. And we shouldn't just open our hearts one time that a disaster happens. Our heart should be completely open continuously. So we should have this knee-jerk reaction on a permanent basis, and I say to you that we need a permanent staff in order to assist us as we navigate through the upcoming, hope that there's none, disasters. But I remember 2003 in Bamiran, there was an earthquake. The next thing that happened again at New Year's in 2005 when we had tsunami. So therefore, we need to make sure that we have a permanent staff on in order to liaise with the federal government, the provincial government, so that we in the City of Toronto can do the right thing and make sure that we are hospitable and we have solutions to the people that are coming in wave after wave after wave. And I can go down the history for the last 150, 200 years. So let's make sure that we have a permanent position on staff in order to be able to accomplish this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Moser. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Why in the world would we want to do that until we find out exactly what the issues are, what the workload is? We put this position in temporarily, we assess it. After so long, we come back and say, then we make that assessment. Why are you doing this now? We have all kinds of social services that are going to be involved in this through the whole process, and you know, to me, it's ridiculous that we do this at this particular point.
I can't hear.
Okay, please, members of council, if I can please have you keep it down. It's getting very noisy in the council chambers. Please. Thank you.
Councillor, as I said to you, and I can go down the list again, Gujarat, tsunami, Burma, China, Philippines, Kurdistan, Libya, and Katrina, and the list goes on and on and on. There hasn't been 1 year.
How many are coming in from
Sorry, are you going to let me finish, Councillor?
Councillor Moser, allow Councillor Karygiannis to finish, please.
We have had, in the last 15 years, there's not been 1 year, there hasn't been a few months or a few days that we even had a crisis. Therefore, just reacting to this crisis today and not looking forward, I think it's irresponsible of us, and it behooves us to make sure that we have somebody on staff that, should this arise in a couple of months from now, we're ready to act.
Why not assess it once we put this position in place temporarily? Then we can make that decision once we have that.
I'm glad that
the necessity of having it. Would you please answer that?
I'm glad that we're assessing, we are reacting to the situation now, but should the city have reacted back when we had tsunami, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. This should be something that we have on a permanent basis. We had it in tsunami in 2005. You were elected back then, and you would have seen the work that we've done on the tsunami, and you would have seen the doctors, you would have seen the Doctors Without Borders. You've seen the bodies on a nightly basis. We were watching. Now we're watching again. Let's make sure that we address this permanently. That's why the motion is there.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to share a couple of words and thank Mayor Tory for bringing this forward in the public domain, as well as taking carriage of it at Executive Committee. And I think one thing we can agree on, among many others, is the importance of being an open door to the world. Toronto's reputation worldwide as a great place to live, to raise a family, to grow business, to have the kind of social cohesion that many other cities, urban areas, and countries in the world can only dream of, is what attracts people from worldwide. And at the same time, we must make sure that when people come here, whether they're leaving world conflict zones, whether it's a man-made disaster, or whether it's a natural disaster, that when people come here, we don't meet them with just hollow promises, that we meet them with the important tools that allow them to be successful here, to achieve in school for the kids, or in university for the teenagers, to ensure that they have the English as a second language skills and programming, to make sure they're fully aware of our welcome policy, our priority centers, our nutrition programs, and our free dental care, to make sure that they understand what other programs are available at both the provincial and federal level, and make sure they understand how we can help them. Program access continues to be one of the great challenges. I bring to your attention the Toronto Newcomer Strategy, which is a small department within the City of Toronto. It is 100% federally funded, but it needs additional resources. It has a very clear mandate. This discussion here today means that we have to revisit our role in both the Toronto Newcomer Strategy and our overall ability to be able to absorb people from all over the world and make sure that they get a fresh, successful start. And I don't have a motion here, but I can tell you that in the 2016 budget deliberations, I think we have to look at how we can take the cornerstones of this program, which is very successful, underfunded, under-resourced, federally funded, and make sure we enhance it. I see no reason here to reinvent the wheel, to create new program and new staffing when we have something that's successful but needs more resources. I can tell you from the position of Ward 10, where we have some of the fastest growing newcomer communities, the Philippine community, Russian-speaking community, Israeli community. The best way that we can make sure that they get the success that they're looking for, making sure that their children can succeed at school, is working with our local school boards, working with our various social agencies, making sure our CPIP funds get into the right hands, and making sure that those groups can provide guidance, provide the education, and provide the information that's necessary to succeed. It is important to remember that some of the biggest barriers that they are facing involve cultural barriers and linguistic barriers. But if they're coming from world conflict zones, we must also provide the help in mental health, in the mental health area, primarily at the school board level, but also in Maine society. At the same time, immigration and settlement cannot be done without good, strong partnerships with our provincial and federal counterparts, and that's something that we must work on together, make sure that's enhanced. But the basics, the cornerstones of there, for Toronto to continue to be an extremely successful place where people can settle, can understand our programs, and to succeed and grow generation to generation. And with that, I would just simply once again summarize by thanking the Mayor for bringing this forward, for taking carriage of it in executive. It's been a very hearty discussion, and it reaffirms our commitment that we are open to the world and we welcome everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there any more speakers? No? Okay, Mayor Tory, last speaker.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you. And I want to thank all the members who participated in this discussion, and in particular thank Councillors Cressy and Mihevc for working as hard as they have on trying to put some flesh on this in terms of being able to actually carry out what we talk about. I first actually got involved in being supportive of this back in the winter sometime when Operation Lifeline was announced, because I thought it was the right thing to do for us as a city, and I thought it was the right thing for me to do as a person and also as the mayor. But also I was guided by history in that regard, because I had the privilege many years ago, I haven't counted, but I guess it was in around 1979, to go to different cities in Canada and see at that time the arrival of the Vietnamese refugees who were coming and who were generously admitted by Canada, quite properly so, at that time. And of course, I recognized at that time that it was the right thing to do then for our country, especially for our country. But I've also seen subsequent to that, and it gives you the benefit to be able to look back and say it was the right thing to do in the context of the welfare of our country, of our own country as well. Because when I've been to a number of events, as a number of us have, in fact I met a wonderful group of seniors in Councillor Aujamari's ward, Vietnamese Canadians, and you just see the life they've established for themselves and the contribution they're making to our city and to our country as not just people that live here, but as leaders, as entrepreneurs, as contributing citizens. And of course, we could go down a long list, whether it be our Tamil community, and you go to their Chamber of Commerce and see the incredible contribution they're making to the economic life and all the other aspects of life, or the Ishmaeli community. I was at the Aga Khan Museum a week or so ago, and again, look at that group that came from Uganda to this country and were admitted as refugees, and the contribution they're making today. So not only is it kind of morally the right thing to do when other human beings are in trouble and in trauma across the world, for us to do our share, but it's I think proven to be what's been good for this city, and what has been a fundamental key, I think, in building the city to what it is, which is not just a successful, prosperous place, but also a place in which the rest of the world can see that when we have invited people to come here and to make their life here when they wanted to come or needed to come, that it has been of great benefit to us, and it's worked. And so I think what we've done here, I'm proud of the city's response, and I'm proud to have been the mayor, and I think that's how you use these offices in a positive way, that actually led other cities in the country, and I'm sure they were inclined to do it anyway, but when I was able, as the mayor of the biggest city in the country, to step forward and say, we were going to help as a city, and that I was going to do something as a person, I think and I know it caused others to call me and say, well, how do we do this? And frankly, I was able to cite the example not only of Operation Lifeline, but of some of the things that Councillor Cressy and Councillor Mihevc have done, and say, well, look, we have a bit of a framework here as to how we're doing just a little bit extra to make sure that we can welcome these people in the manner that we would expect as Torontonians, and that they should have that kind of that fully accepting, embracing, integrating settlement opportunity in our city, so they can become as successful as the people who came from Vietnam or from Uganda or from Sri Lanka or from anywhere else. And I think it was simply a matter of putting Canadian values into action. You know, Canadian values, I think, are fairly self-evident for what they are, and they're known the world over. We just have to make sure that we reinforce them with our own behavior, that we reinforce them not only for the benefit of the rest of the world to see that, but for the benefit of ourselves to understand what we're saying about ourselves as human beings. And I said that on the day that I went to the announcement of Operation Lifeline back in February and March. It just speaks to the question of who we are as Canadians and what we believe in as Canadians. And so I'm proud of our city, because what's happened is we've led the way in Canada vis-a-vis city governments, but we've also led the way as leaders collectively, and we're doing that again today, to get our citizens to become involved. So you see the meetings that have happened right here in this building, where literally, no exaggeration, hundreds of people have come to find out how I can help, whether it's to give $1 or give an hour or give a medical appointment or give this or do that. And meetings are happening in other places. Councillor McMahon mentioned one. I'm sure they're happening across the city. So, and by the way, with respect to the money, I mean, it is coming out of, and I put it into context at the Executive Committee, I'll do so here, it's $600,000 versus a $10 billion budget. It's $600,000 versus an anticipated $65 million surplus. It's $600 versus the $10 million the provincial government is investing, and it's $600 million versus the $100 million in humanitarian aid that the federal government has committed to. And I think it is something that will help us to help these people to settle more effectively. And I'm pleased to write to the Prime Minister and suggest not so much that they should repay that money or finance that money, but that rather the more they could do to help us to help these people to become what they want to become, which is contributing, hard-working, successful, prosperous, settled Canadians, the better. The last point I'll just make, and I appreciate your latitude, is to say that I will be voting against the sixth recommendation, because I think, consistent with what I've said on other matters, this is not connected to what we're trying to do here, and it is something that is in the federal domain, and I just think that we don't need to add that to what we're doing here in order to have this to be complete. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, ready to vote. Our first motion that we're voting on is number 1. That's the amendment. It's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The amendment carries 34-7.
Okay, so number 3A is redundant. Next motion is 3B by Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor DiGiorgio, and Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 21-22.
Motion number 2 by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Campbell, please. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Crawford. Councillor Fillion.
Councillor Perruzza, please, and Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll, please, and thank you.
The motion carries 38-5.
Thank you. So there's been a request that on the recommendations from executive that we vote recommendation 1 to 5 and number 6 separately. So 1 to 5, do we want a recorded vote? Recorded vote? Pardon?
Councillor Palazzio, please. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The recommendations 1 to 5 carry 42-1.
On recommendation number 6, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Recommendation 6 does not carry. The vote is 11-32.
Okay. That's it, right? Okay, members of council, we were discussing earlier, and Councillor McConnell wanted to release one of her items, but I've been told by Councillor Ford that he's here, and I believe that he'll have to leave, so he's willing, if we can, members of council, that he release all his items? Yes. Okay? So Councillor Ford. Okay, Counselor Ford, you're going to release, right?
I'm going to release everything, but I might have to say a couple words on a couple of them. Okay, then if he doesn't want to do it, I won't do it. If Councillor Perks wants to say I can't speak,
Okay. All right, okay, I tried. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Counselor Ford.
okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's start off at the exec page 2, EX 8.21. There's $12 million going into this from the province and the feds. I disagree with it, so I'd like to vote.
Okay. Favor?
No, record it, please.
Yes, recorded vote. Page 2, he's releasing EX 8.21. He would like a recorded vote. That's what he's asking.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Shiner. Okay.
The item carries 37-2.
Okay, Counselor Ford on page 3. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 3 at the bottom of the page, PW 7.6, drinking water, that all members of council take training on safe water. Like, to me, that's ridiculous, $3,500. So no, I'm not going to support that.
Okay, so recorded vote. This is on page 3, bottom of the page, PW 7.6. Counselor Ford is releasing.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Filion, Councillor Filion, please.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a vote right now. Put your mic on after we finish the vote.
Please.
Counselor Pruitt, you have to stay at your desk.
The item carries 27-12.
Okay, just a sec. Hold on. Counselor Ford, next. Page 4.
Just curious what happens if we don't take the course. Sorry, let me just go to the next one. Page 4. I can't even, like...
Okay, please, members of council, let's get through these releases. Counselor Ford on page 4.
PW 7.12, increase the parking ticket set.
Who said that? Okay.
I don't support increasing the fine.
Okay, well, Counselor Holliday, you'd like to hold it. Okay. All right.
Let's go down close to the bottom of the page, NY 8.28. Again, outside planners going to the OMB, there's $10,000. I don't support that, so I'd like
Okay,
to record a vote on
recorded
that.
vote on page 4, NY 8.28, OMB hearing, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Bailao, please.
The item carries 35 to 4.
Okay. On page 5. Yes, I turn it off when we're voting. Okay.
Page 5, TE 10.12.
Yes, on that one.
I'm opposed to that.
Okay, on that one there, Councillor McConnell, it's here without a recommendation, so Councillor McConnell has the recommendations. So if we can put that on the screen? Okay. Right. Right. Okay, thank you. If we can put that motion by Councillor McConnell on the screen. There it is. Recorded vote. I'll turn your mic on once we finish voting. Oh, your button. Okay. Okay.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Filion, Councillor Berard-Netty, please.
Yeah. Councillor DiGiorgio, thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Kelly, please.
The motion carries 39 to 1.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 5, TE 10.36. I truly believe that owner of the house should be allowed to remove one tree like they do in Mississauga, and we'll discuss that later.
Okay.
So I'm going to vote no to this.
Okay. Recorded vote. This is on page 5, T 10.36. Yes, please. Councillor Ford wants to be recorded in the negative, so. There you go. Okay.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cressy, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The item carries 34 to 6.
Councillor Ford.
There we go.
Page 5,
Except they painted
page 5, TE 10.68, an LRT station platform. I believe we should have an LRT station platform in the bottom of Lake Ontario.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Filion. Councillor Palacio.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Kelly and Councillor Perruzza.
The item carries 39 to 1.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's go to the next one, TE 10.115, downtown streetcar routes.
Madam Speaker, that's not a quick item if he's going to make a speech to it.
I think he's just releasing it.
If he's going to speak to it, I will also request.
Me too.
So it's all right, I'll just keep holding it then.
Okay.
I was going to say a couple words, but that's fine.
All right. So that will continue to be held down. Okay. Councillor Rogers, you approached me, you had one as well, right?
It's, I don't have the number. It's the North York Community Council item. I had advanced circulation on this item 2 days ago, I believe, so people have had time to read. 195 Exbury Road.
Yes. It's on page 4, NY 8.43 at the bottom of the page.
It's an OMB. That's it.
Yes. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to release the MM 9.9, Councillor Carroll. My objection isn't to public access to private schools. My objection was to the fact that this was made as a member's motion and not taken to the Community Development Recreation Committee as it properly should have. And Councillor Carroll reported that she would do that were it not for sometimes committee chairs objecting and not permitting motions to come through the committee process. And that's probably why we have this sort of backlog that appears here at City Council. So I would love to work with Councillor Carroll, and I would encourage the Mayor to work with his committee chairs to encourage the proper process and encourage motions to come not straight to City Council, but to go through the committee process as we have it structured. So I'm happy to release
Thank
that.
you. So on page 6, Councillor Campbell's releasing MM 9.9. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes,
can you put your name up there, please? Okay. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to release TE 10.118, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I'm told by the clerk that we have finally stopped getting requests, and we're ready to adopt the party clause. Any changes to the party clause? No. Page 5. It's on the screen.
Yeah. Page 5T 10.118. Councillor Layton is releasing. All in favor? Is that the one that the mayor had a conflict? On the amendment, okay. Yes.
The mayor hates our baseball.
Okay.
Why do you hate baseball, sir?
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, recorded.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perruzza, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Clauses amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 7, item NY 8.45, it's the York University Quad
We
Development.
don't have a page 7 today.
Oh, pink.
We're on our
Sorry,
pink sheets.
I was on the blue. Yeah, you're right. My nudge. Speaker, I'm still immersed in my own Page pink, fuchsia pages, pink 5, NY 8.45, the York University Quad Student Housing Development. I'm happy to release what's before the council by way of reports, and the advanced circulated motion that all of you have before you dealing with the Hoover House. This is a staff request which I'm moving, and it basically deals with how the Hoover House at York University should be dealt with and will be dealt with as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment on the screen, all in favor? Carried. Clauses amended, all in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor DiCiano.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Councillor Karygiannis.
I'd like to release MM 9.46.
Okay, that's on page 6. The last one on the page, members' motion. Councillor Karygiannis is releasing. All in favor? Recorded.
Yeah, he just wants to record it.
It's good. You still want a recorded vote? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, now that we've, I only want to hold it to make the pointer on the value of the picture. So on page 3, ED 6.5, in terms of reference for photo laureate, great work.
Okay, you're releasing?
Yes, please. It's a very good report, and I'm totally supportive, of course.
Thank you. On page 3, ED 6.5, Councillor Mihevc is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mihevc, and Councillor Filion, please. Councillor Burnside. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor McConnell, Councillor Crawford.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Davis, please, since you're on the
Councillor
floor.
Cole, please.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Thompson, please.
The item carries 38 to 3.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 2, a CD 6.5, updated Toronto shelter standards, and I've had a chance to read the communication from staff, and I would like to release that and thank them for drafting that.
Okay, that's on page 2, the bottom of the page, CD 6.5. Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Crawford, please.
The item carries unanimously, 41 in favor.
Okay, and Councillor Moser approached me earlier. On page 4 this morning, we were talking about PW 7.10, that it's being held in his name. In fact, he has confirmed that it is being held in Councillor Perutz's name. So Councillor Moser would like to take his name off. All right? Okay. We'll continue now with the agenda. We're at, on page 2. Councillor Perruzza?
So if Councillor Moser is no longer holding that, and it's now being held in my name, given it's in my ward, I have a motion which I'd like to move and release this, and perhaps put the motions which have been prepared by staff on the screen.
Well, do the staff have the motions?
They do.
This is on page 4,
Exactly. I think it's page 4.
PW 7.10.
710, and it's the contractor award for the design, build, operate, and maintain the expanded Dufferin Organics processing facility. And those are the two amendments which I'd like to make to the, essentially to the report and be able to release it, Speaker.
Okay, on the...
That's fine.
Okay, on the amendment, recorded vote. No? Okay, we'll continue holding it. Thank you. All right, so we'll go back to the agenda. On page 2, EX 8.10, Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down. Okay, do you have questions? Does anybody have any questions to staff?
I am working on a motion. We're not quite ready. Staff have just forwarded to me a 15-page document that I'm still reviewing.
So you're
if we
not
can
ready
just-
for
yeah,
that?
if we can just hold that down, please.
Okay.
Probably after lunch. Oh, well.
All right. Page 2, EX 8.13, Councillor Thompson. Well, Councillor Shiner, you held the item down. Councillor Shiner?
Madam Speaker, I will speak to it.
Okay, first of all, before we start, are there any questions to staff on this item? This is page 2, EX 8.13, the tunneling options. No? Okay, Councillor Shiner, to speak.
So, Madam, at committee, we had a presentation done by individuals well experienced in building tunnels and this type of work, who said to us they believe they could both get an environmental assessment and a tunnel built in less than 10 years. At that time, part of it was the issue of the EA process. I had moved a motion which did not carry to ask the province if they could actually do an expedited EA process, and that didn't carry. I was considering at council here putting forward a motion which would allow, I'm hearing telephones all around me too, which would allow for a comprehensive process to look at both tunneling, replacing Lakeshore Boulevard, and once that was completed, then removing the Gardiner Expressway. Because I believe what we're doing now isn't good planning for the future. What we're planning on doing is fixing an expressway that even those of us that support repairing the expressway now believe it should be gone. Councillor Ford, could I? Sorry. Don't believe that in the long term that expressway should be there. And quite clearly, all the work done on the waterfront says that expressway shouldn't be there. It's not a good place now to have a road like that built in the middle of what Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Grimes, I can hear you over here.
Okay, please. Members. Okay.
So I know people want to have conversations, but if they take them off to the side, it's fine.
If the staff have to speak to the members of council have to not to speak over the counter, please. Okay, Councillor Shiner.
So my personal belief on this is that we're going the wrong way, because we're going to what is another short-term fix in keeping the Gardiner up due to necessity, in my opinion, and not going to a long-term plan which would find a way to replace that with a better transportation route. And when I heard that there's an option in place, or might be, and might be to take a tunnel from all the way east of the Don River and bring it right across to Jameson. And if you tie that in with the fact that Lakeshore Boulevard should and has to be rebuilt and should be a main roadway similar to what we have on University Avenue over here, a wonderful grand roadway down the middle of it. And you can't do that with an elevated expressway on top of it. We're not planning for the future.
Good point.
And I really think that we should be looking at the option of putting in a tunnel and redoing the roadway and taking down the Gardner. But that won't happen in 6 years or 7 years and 8 years, as was told to us at the committee, because you won't get your environmental assessments and your plan in place for that, and you couldn't possibly even move the infrastructure underground in place that's there to make that happen. It's probably a 15 to 20-year project. So if we looked at it out 20 and 30 years, and that was my question in regards to how long will the rebuilt expressway last, and I was told 100 years, I'm sure that the previous council was told the old expressway that's in place would also last 100 years. And it didn't. And this one won't. So we should be planning for the future. We should look at it comprehensively. We should look at how you could do that vision, and we should look at how you can pay for that. But we're not. Because we're not coming together as a council to find a way to plan properly for a great city of the future. So I won't support the recommendations here just to receive it. I'll vote against it. But I really think it's something that we should revisit. And I'd even like to have further discussions, if you want, with some of you and the mayor, if there's a way to look at that, to bring the vision of the waterfront up to a point where we could really see it in the future. We've wrecked it enough by some of those tall buildings that have been allowed right across the water's edge. We shouldn't have done that. I look at the great ones down just east of Yonge Street there, and they have a few buildings and they have a piece on top of it. So whatever view might have been there was taken away by someone who lives there. We haven't done a great job, I don't think so. But we could start doing a great job in the city, and we should start doing a great job city, and we should look at tunneling to get rid of that, because I believe you need the transportation capacity, and we should be leading for the future.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just rising in support of the Executive Committee recommendations to receive this report for information. Just quickly, my recollection is that we've been, well, I know for sure we've been dealing with this for a number of years now, and you know, to be a little bit more, to provide a little bit more information to members of council, is that we actually did consider the tunneling option in the environmental assessment that was done. So there was actually full consideration of that, and now this report is actually reconsidering it once again. So it has been considered. Now in the report it says tunneling is going to cost us $10 billion that we don't have. And it won't get finished until 2035. Whereas the existing arrangement that we've selected, just on this at this council meeting, we're moving toward. We're just going to get a peer review done. Is an AFP model to get the Gardner fixed in 6 years. So I think that's a fact. And the report also said that by the time we finish redecking the Gardner Expressway, that will be just about the time that if we go tunneling, we'll be able to get all the permits and approvals. So not only is it will it take a lot longer, it'll be a lot more expensive. You know, and the proponents that came forward, I mean, I understand why they came forward. They were essentially making a sales call because there was $10 million instead of a $3.5 billion project that was being put out by the city. There'd be a $10 billion project, and they would stand to make a lot more money. And so I understand why it would be in their interest to do that, and they came and they made a presentation speaking to that. But quite frankly, we don't have the $10 million to spend. It's going to take far too long. And we've got to, you know, as I said in the executive committee, we've got to choose a lane and stick to it instead of, you know, always having staff working on two different proposals. we should pick one. We're like 90% of the way to picking a proposal that I think makes sense. So let's move forward with this, and let's end this tunnel discussion and move forward with the most practical alternative and the best alternative we have.
Thank you. Councillor Moser?
Finished? Madam Chair, we've got to deal with reality. Look at the investments we're doing right now with the Gardner. And we're in the middle of construction, and the money that's costing it up to this particular time. I was on the Waterfront Committee when Joe Pantalone chaired it, and we looked at this very, very closely. And could you, excuse me. Thank you. And we looked at this very, very closely. It is very, very complex. It impacts the CNE to a tremendous amount and the routes we have to take. Think about the tunneling and how we have to access the roads like Yonge Street and some of the accesses we had to abandon because of the complexity of them. So we did look at this in detail. And at that time, it was around $5 billion, and that was about 15 years ago. So when you look at the potential cost of this and how much we've invested in the Gardner at this particular point, and we still have to keep the Gardner going while this happens. We can't have a roadway that's not safe. So we still have to invest. So the overlap. So when we looked at all the elements, and the University of Toronto was part of that when we did it, it just didn't make sense. I'd love to have seen it, seen that option happen. But if you look at different areas that have tried it, I beg your pardon, like Boston, and the money that costs in the long run, it's not practical. So I'm certainly not going to vote for it.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move a motion. The consideration of the item be deferred until the proposed February 3rd, 4th, 2016 meeting of City Council, and direct the City Manager to request the province to consider a streamlined environmental assessment for a tunnel and report back to Council as a result of that request. We owe it to ourselves to take a look at it. The province has signaled that they might want to consider it. I would say to you that if we don't look at this right now, it will be decades before we'll be able to look at it, and this is a move forward, something that we need to consider for the future of the city.
So are we speaking to the deferral?
Councillor,
Question of the mover.
yeah, so now we're in the deferral, so,
Is there a question of the mover?
okay, there's questions to the mover first, and then yes. So Councillor Carroll, question on the mover.
Yeah, a quick question. I don't think I'll support the deferral, but given the already shortened and expedited version of EAs that have been entered into at both the provincial level and particularly the Conservative level, the government level, at a federal level, what would streamlining mean in the context of your motion?
Streamlining would be to see if we can move the EA faster in order for us to consider everything that is there to consider, and we don't give up the option of a tunnel.
What steps would you take out of the environmental assessment process that have not already been streamlined or taken out in the last 5 years?
Councillor Carroll, there is expedited things that could be done, and I can give you an example. In my ward in McNichol and Kennedy, the city wants, the TTC wants to put a bus garage in there, and that thing was expedited in less than 6 months. So where there's a will, there's a way.
Less than 6 months. Given that some of that work had already been done, it didn't really need to be expedited in terms of taking steps out.
There is steps, Councillor, there is steps.
Just
when,
speedier meetings.
No, No. This was expedited.
Right.
A full environmental assessment at that place would have taken 2 to 3 years. It was done in 6. And we're asking here to consider
That's a great
streamlining.
example, because I know exactly how that happened.
Thank you. Mayor Tory, a question on the motion?
Well, I just wanted to question through you, Madam Speaker, the councillor as to these indications from the province. What could you tell us more about that?
I had a conversation with Minister Del Duca, so has ACON, and the signal has come back that they're looking to consider it. So that's the only thing I have to tell you, and if that's the will of the council, then we can put a request to them in writing and see if they're willing to consider it.
Could you be a little more specific as to exactly what the minister agreed to?
I went to see the minister on a number of issues, and the one thing that I said to him is, look, we're looking to build a tunnel. Would you consider a fast track in the EA? And the minister said at that point in time, yes, I will take a look at it. And I understand that Beck and the consortium have gone in to see him, and he signaled the same thing.
So it's nothing more than a willingness to take a look at it?
Willingness. So we can ask for it, and if they don't have it, it's a willingness.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio, clarification of the motion.
What's the motion?
Councillor Karigianis, would you agree with me that with respect to timing of your motion, it might have been better considered 40, 50 years ago?
Sir, I can't be held responsible for what happened 40, 50 years ago, but we can be held responsible for not looking forward. And we can be held responsible if we do not consider the fact that this is in front of us, it's a request, and in 50 years, when the Gardiner again, this comes back to council in 50 years to be re-talked about fixing the Gardiner, it's not going to cost $1 or $2 billion, but it's going to cost a couple of times more than that.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. To speak on the deferral, 2 minutes. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I had the opportunity when I served on the Harbor Commission to visit Boston to take a look at their city center airport, which is their major airport. And at that time, I met with the engineers who were responsible for building the tunnel that Boston has constructed over the past decade and a half. And that tunnel, Speaker, the Big Dig, was initially proposed at a couple of $2 billion, and it ended up costing, I don't know, $13 to $15 billion. To think that we could, with all the complications, all the technical complications that come with tunneling in an intensely developed urban downtown region, that we could do that for a few $1 billion and not suffer the same fate as the Boston Dig, Big Dig, is to fantasize about the future, and that's not our role here. I understand what Councillor Karigianis is saying, and others, that we have to envisage the future. I agree with them, but you have to do it in a way that is frankly rational. And at this point, I can't see any merit in pursuing the tunnel option any further. It has been looked at repeatedly, and I think the basic numbers are there. It is unworkable.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
It is unfundable.
Thank you.
So let's not waste any further time on it, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, 2 minutes on the deferral. Councillor Carroll, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Called a question. Councillor Kelly said it all.
Okay, thank you. The question's been called. Members of council, ring the bells. Okay, the question's been called, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis and Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Layton.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to call the question carries 29-6.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Karygiannis to defer to February 3rd and 4th, 2016, recorded vote.
Councillor Ashamari, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor McConnell.
The deferral does not carry. The vote is 8-29.
Councillor Perruzza to speak. Okay, we're right at the end here. So Councillor Palacio to speak. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the Executive Committee, we had this great presentation from proponents, a consortium of investors that they were very convincing in terms of what could be done with that section of the waterfront and how the work can be done. And one of the convincing arguments that they presented is that in terms of the maintenance of the Gardner, that they would pay for it while the construction is taking place. And I think that's one of the things that probably we should be looking into it a little bit closer. You may recall that how many times we were told that the underwater link to the island and the airport, that's a Bill Bishop Airport, couldn't be done. And that's because of the cost, and that was because of physical technicalities that they couldn't be done. And that lasted for over 80 years. But eventually, guess what? A few years back, as you may recall, this council made the wise decision just to go ahead and give the green light. And here and there we have something that's beautiful, that we are taking pride of. Now, anyone who knows how the Gardner is and what needs to be done, the Gardner is nothing more than an ugly structure. It's an eyesore. It's old, it's deteriorating, and it will get worse as the time goes by. Just imagine if something could be done with those lands. We would be unlocking a prime piece of real estate land in the heart of the city of Toronto. That's worth billions of dollars. And the endless possibilities that could be created by the waterfront, first and foremost, by connecting the waterfront with the rest of the city. What you have, that monstrosity that was built in the middle of it, it doesn't make any sense anymore. Green space can be created, boulevards, that will give us an opportunity to create an excellent opportunity to reconnect and to revitalize and create somehow an animated waterfront with the rest of the city. And that's what it's all about. So I would like to have an opportunity there to explore this further, especially when you have willing partners that are willing to invest at no cost to the city. because they were very clear when they made that presentation. It was a very enlightening presentation in terms of how that can be done. So from that perspective, I think that it would be a great investment for City of Toronto to start looking forward instead of just looking backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yes, Speaker, I have a motion which is being prepared by the clerk asking for a report.
Okay, it's not ready yet, and you were the last speaker. So, let's go to the next item. Let's hold this item down. Councillor Karygiannis, EX 8.22, you held the operating variance report down. So do you have questions?
No, releasing it.
Okay, Councillor Karygiannis is releasing on page 2, EX 8.22. All in favor? Oh, Councillor Pasternak, you need to leave. You have an interest in that. Okay, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, EX 8.23, capital variance, you want to release that one as well? Okay. On page 2, EX 8.23, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Councillor Matlow, page 2, EX 8.29, Toronto Police Service operating budget. Do you have any questions to staff? Okay.
Is there somebody here representing the police or the Toronto Police Services Board?
Is there anybody here that can answer questions on that? Okay, well, see if we'll...
Really?
Yeah.
You, Rob?
Okay. Okay. Question?
With all due respect, well, I'll give it a go. These questions really are to our police. There have been, and this is in consideration, while we're being asked to support investing into our police, who I strongly support, there are some outstanding responses that Council is still awaiting from the Police Services Board. I just want to cite two of them. One was a motion passed over a year ago, bringing common sense to parking enforcement that we still haven't received, as far as I know, any response to as far as a strategy. And then also, more recently, back in May, due to the proposed 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit policy strategy for enforcement and presence in our neighborhoods. So I'd like to know, Rob, I'm sure you know the details of exactly what those strategies are and exactly when we're going to get the full details of the strategy that Council very strongly requested from our police.
Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, through you, those questions are operational in nature, and I can't.
So therefore, I had a feeling that a minute of my time would be wasted, not because Rob isn't informed about the matters that he should be informed about, but simply that I should be asking these of the Toronto Police Services. So would you hold this down until we have somebody here who I could actually ask some questions to?
I get.
I don't know. The chief? Whoever you'd like.
All right, so we'll hold it down. And as well as the next one as well? The parking enforcement? For both. All right, so we'll hold those items down. So, are we ready to go back to the previous item, or do you want us to continue? Continue? Okay. Councillor Matlow, you're up next. Page 2, HL 6.2, the Board of Health. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment, if that could be put on the screen. I've discussed this with Councillor Mavik, who is
Yeah. Do you have? Does anybody have any questions to staff? Anybody questions for staff on that item? Okay, Councillor Matlow could speak. Okay.
Anyway, I just hope that everyone will support this. It's a minor amendment. somehow the Board of Health, the word funding appeared on this motion to suggest that that council would fund this initiative on school properties, and obviously that is not going to be the will of council, and I hope that you'll support this amendment. Thank you.
Matlow has the amendment there. Okay. Councillor Moser, you have a question to
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Matlow?
You're saying you're hoping that council will fund these matters. I didn't get quite a full chance to read your motion there. I don't know if we have a copy here.
Councillor Moser, with all due respect, what you just stated is exactly the opposite of my intent by moving this motion.
Can we put the motion on the screen,
Well,
please?
maybe I misheard you, and you said you're hoping council will fund some of these initiatives.
Okay, Councillor Moser, we're putting the motion on the screen.
Councillor Moser, if you read the motion that I
There.
put forward, you
Well,
will see
I
that it
didn't
will
get much of
provide
a
you
chance to
clarity.
read it.
I know.
Sir, can we have a copy? I'm trying to read it.
Okay, it's on the screen. So what Councillor Matlow is just amending is the underlined from the motion from the Board of Health.
That's fine.
To be clear, it...
Well, maybe I didn't hear his speech properly, but he did say we're hoping that the city would fund some of this. So.
No, Councillor Moser, again, I did use the word funding, but in the negative. I said that it is not the role of the City of Toronto to fund the school properties.
No, I realize that. I
Okay.
know it's a jurisdiction, but I thought I heard it that way.
I think we're in complete agreement, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, did you want to speak on this one? Okay, Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the Board of Health for their report. Provide some insight, I guess, on the importance of green spaces. I have taken exception, though, with the recommendations, in particular, number 2. Councillor Matlow will be relieved that I would like to see recommendation number 3 stand. But in particular, recommendation number 2 says that City Council is to prioritize green space investment in the neighbourhood improvement areas. I don't have a neighbourhood improvement area in Ward 3. There are a lot of other wards that do not have a neighbourhood improvement area, and I have great difficulty with directing our investment ahead of people in the area that I represent. I have high density. I have differences in income in the different households in my area, and I believe that everybody should have access to good green spaces and to have a fair strategy to look after them. So I simply am asking that the Board of Health report go to the right place, and that is simply to refer it to the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation so that she may consider its findings when she develops the strategic plans that affect reinvestment in our green spaces and in our tree canopy.
Okay.
Trees are good.
Okay, Councillor Holliday. Councillor Mihevik has a question for you.
Certainly.
Councillor Mihevik?
So am I understanding this right, that you want the manager, general manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to get copies of this, but you're not trying to slow down the recommendations?
No, I feel that the language used that says City Council prioritize green space investment in the NIAs is quite strong. I don't know if that's the intent, but it reads to me that other areas will not be prioritized. And I would argue that the label of NIA doesn't mean you should deprioritize other parts of the city. That is just a criteria applied by this council. I think all people of Toronto deserve investment in the green spaces.
Okay, so you don't want us to go forward with those 2 motions until it goes through all that process?
No, I think that this report is valuable in helping the general manager formulate her plans on investment into parks facilities.
So are we passing the report or not? That's the question.
We are passing the report to her.
In its entirety?
Yes.
Okay, so then the word referral, wouldn't it be better than to say that this be forwarded to the General Manager, Parks, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation for consideration in the plan.
No, refer was the word of choice. The report is being referred to her.
Once it is passed.
It's part of it's in the report, Councilor Mehevik.
So therefore, they're not being passed at this moment, if this motion goes forward. Okay, I understand. Don't support, but I understand.
Okay, Councilor Carroll.
I'm just making sure that the councillor knows the history and the background. Are you aware that part of the evaluation, I don't have a neighborhood improvement area either, but I just want to make sure that you're aware that some of the calculations, it's not just income, it's not just built form, but it's looking at things like programs, and it's even sometimes looking at green space deficiency. Sure. So you may have parts in your ward similar to mine where while we don't have public green spaces, everyone lives on a 70-foot lot frontage and has giant gardens and professional gardeners and lots of green and lots of tree canopy, as opposed to the more urban built form that coincidentally seems to exist where you also have a lower socioeconomic status, and that green space index factors into the neighborhood improvement area?
That's not what this says. This says that council will prioritize green space investment into those NIAs.
Yes, and I'm saying that's how an NIA becomes an NIA, because it is deficient in that nature, whereas neighborhoods like mine and like yours that are not do not become those NIAs?
I think I would rather see the investment determined by the General Manager of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, in her wisdom, in all of the factors that goes into the assembly of these strategic plans. I think that's it's a far more holistic and encompassing approach to reinvesting in green space.
So you're okay if whether you defer these recommendations or not, she may still use the index of whether or not a place is green space deficient? Privately or publicly?
I've asked her to do that because she needs to consider this report as part of the assembly of her plans.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Moser to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very fortunate in that I have a lot of green space in my area, the Rouge, Highland Creek, and so forth. When I asked a question about funding, the answer was it wasn't involved. But when I look at recommendation 2, it says prioritize the investment. I think we should. So how we prioritize that and what the criteria are to invest in what area, I think is important. So this does need another level of review of where we invest, how much we invest, how that is in part of our green strategy is also important. We have ravine bylaws, we have a number of bylaws in place, and unfortunately, there's a lot of schools that have been sold lately that we've missed a boat on. But when I've asked to get funding for a couple of schools that were being sold in this area, I was told there was no money in the Scarborough portion for buying these particular schools. So I think it's important that if we have 31 areas, that we try to prioritize them when they come up as part of the overall process. What are the criteria we use to make that investment as part of that? And we have to consider that as part of the overall budget process that we wrestle with every year. So that's the reason I asked that question. And I do applaud this initiative. I think it should be done. But how we do it and the mechanics that we put in place, the criteria we put in place, and how we prioritize these investments are also important when we go forward on this.
Thank you, Councillor Moser. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Yes, thank you. I really wish we didn't have to go through this, but I think Councillor Holday's motion, frankly, puts a monkey wrench into things, and I'd strongly urge you not to support it. Let me say for the record, I don't have a single NIA in my ward, not a single one. It's Councillor Carroll. The purpose of this report is to link Green City with public health. And you may want to go to the the executive summary, and I'll read it because the report says it better than anyone. It's only a few sentences. The available evidence shows that both small and large green spaces contribute to better health. It's kind of a no-brainer. Green is good for us. There is also evidence that vulnerable groups, such as people with low incomes and children, gain the most benefit from increased access to green spaces. So increased access to green spaces help people in vulnerable communities. So that's not the only filter that the Forestry Department will be using in saying, okay, you get 100 trees here, Councillor Campbell, you get 1,000 trees here, Councillor Thompson, whatever. But it's a filter that the Forestry Director will use in allocating where the next set of trees are going to go. In the end, the goal is to get to a 40% canopy cover across the whole city, but to start to prioritize in areas in the first years. And the areas that should be prioritized are areas where there is evidence of low income and poverty. Why? Because it contributes to human health. It's frankly, it's a no-brainer. It's where we prioritize all the time as City Council. This gives some direction on how that prioritizing should occur. So I would really strongly recommend that you not support Councillor Holliday's amendment and not let public health criteria be a factor in affecting how the general manager allocates resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's not a no-brainer. You know, I have areas of poverty. I have a number of areas of poverty where there's Toronto community housing. There's not a lot of green space around, but it's not one of these neighborhood improvement areas. So where does the Toronto Board of Health come off making the priorities? I mean, it's well-intended, but it's not well-informed. And so I'm going to support Councillor Holliday's motion and leave it up to the experts in our Parks, Forestry and Recreation Department to decide where the priority should be. I have a number of areas that are not neighborhood improvement areas, but there's Toronto community housing, and aside from Toronto community housing, there are other neighborhoods around there that are of what we would call lower income and are not particular, and there should be trees, but this is setting specific direction for particular neighborhoods, and I don't have any of these particularly designated neighborhoods. That's why it's inherently unfair.
Okay, can we put the, Councillor DeGiorgio, we want to vote on this? Okay, Councillor DeGiorgio?
I'll be very quick, Madam
Okay.
Speaker. You know, the concept of NIAs is that we basically made the decision that we would allocate $3 million per year for a 5-year period to NIAs as our way of saying, look, we understand there are deficiencies there and we will address them in this way. We put a cap on the amount of money that we will allocate to NIAs. If we decide to deviate from that and say, you know, let's let the general manager identify where the priorities are. Well, the reality is, if you leave it to the general manager to identify priorities, the NIAs will have priorities for the next 10 to 15 to 20 years. And we're not going to put a cap of $3 million per year. We're going to say, you know what? We're going to spend the next 10 years addressing the high priority areas. And so the reality is that those other areas that presumably don't have the poverty are actually getting money allocated to those areas through the budgetary process. And if you support Councillor Holliday's motion, in my view, you will be acting really against the best interests of those communities. Thank you.
It's on the screen, please, the amendments. By Councillor Matlow, all in favor? Carried. The next one The next one is Councillor Holliday. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Carmichael Greb, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Davis, please.
It's okay?
Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Grimes, Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 15 to 21.
Okay, item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Opposed? Carry. Did you want a recorded vote? Okay. They want a recorded vote on it, item as amended.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Moser. Councillor Layton on the item as amended. Councillor Perks.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Palacio. Councillor Robinson.
The item as amended carries 35 to 3.
Councillor Moser, did you have a point of order?
Yes, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to move that we finish that one item that we had the amendment for. Unfortunately, as I told you earlier, I'm not able to attend this afternoon because I have a tooth issue, and it's getting worse. So I'd like to release the two items that I've held on page 6. I think MM 9.7, there's extenuating circumstances for this particular. I don't support basketball nets on streets, but I hear there's extenuating circumstances, so I'll release that.
And then you would also like to release MM 9.23?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take that. On page 6, Councillor Moser is releasing MM 9.7. All in favor? Carried. On this item? Okay, well, let me finish. Okay, MM 9.23, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so those items... On which one? 923, you want a recorded vote? Okay. Okay, well, it's 12:30, guys. Okay, so, okay, Councillor Moser?
It's going to be a quick comment. Could you just one moment, please? The reason I held this, that we prioritize our projects, and I wanted to make sure that we didn't bump anything else out of the system was the reason I held this.
Okay, we're in the middle of a vote. Okay.
Councillor Davis, your vote, please. Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Walking outside. The item carries 38 to 1.
Okay. No, Councillor Moser, it's 12:30, so we need to move motions. Mayor Tory, you have a motion about the...
Well, I was just going to suggest, in light of the fact that we have quite a bit left to do and that it is Friday, and in an effort to sort of avoid having to come back next week, that we shorten our lunch break to an hour from 90 minutes. I'd even do more than that, but I'm just trying to give the staff have some work to do, and that we agree to do that.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, so all in favor, we'll have an hour lunch rather than an hour and a half? Okay. Thank you. No, there's too many people standing. Councillor Shiner. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, item EY 8.76, which I'm holding at Councillor Grimes' ward. Staff will be giving him an amended motion, which he'll be moving to defer this to a future meeting, which I'm supportive of, and I'd like to change carriage of it to Councillor Grimes because it's in his ward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on Wednesday, I made a speech in this chamber, which the National Post reproduced in their newspaper. I would like basically to take this up. First of all, I'm humbled and I'm extremely flattered that they would do that. I would like to thank the National Post and Chris Sully for giving me a bigger voice regarding Uber. Thank you so much for doing that.
Okay, members of council, we're recessed for lunch and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, members of council, if you're on the second floor, if you can please come up to the council chambers. Members of council, if you can come up to the council chambers. Members of council, if you can please come up to the council chambers. Don't walk, run. Members of council, if you can please come up to the council chambers. Members of council, please come up to the council chambers. Okay, members of council, we do have quorum. This meeting is now resumed. I would take the release of member holds. Please put your name up under request to question staff. I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda. Councillor Shiner. Yes, we're doing quick releases. Councillor Shiner, your name's here. Where is he? Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is this to add or is this to release?
Release.
Okay. I think Councillor Shiner's not here, but page number 4, Etobicoke York Community Council, EY 8.76. I worked with my colleague David Shiner, Chair of Planning and Growth, that City Council refer this item to the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning and Director to report to the January 2016 meeting of the Planning and Growth Management Committee on this matter. Staff helped me prepare this. Thanks to staff, thanks to David Shiner, Councillor Shiner, and with that, I just ask you to support that.
So Councillor Shiner is okay with that?
Yes, he is,
right?
yes.
Okay, so on the amendment on the screen, all in favor? Carried. Clauses amended, all in favor? Of referral, okay. Councillor Karygiannis.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to release CC 9.4.
What page?
Sorry, CC page number 6, CC 9.3.
Page 5.
You're absolutely right. Need glasses. Review and analysis of service and working conditions with Toronto Paramedic Services. And I do have a motion, if the staff can put it on, please.
Change it?
No, same thing.
Don't we have questions on this motion?
This is something that I worked with the deputy manager and the EMS chief. Everybody's okay with this, and I move for us to accept it, and I move it.
Okay, so the amendments on the screen, this is on page 5, CC 9.3, recorded vote.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Filion, please.
Councillor Lee, please.
Councillor Fletcher, thank you.
The amendment carries unanimously, 29 in favor.
Okay, clauses amended, all in favor? Carried. How about the next one? Are you releasing that one?
CC 9.4, I'm releasing it.
Okay, on page 5, CC 9.4, Councillor Karygiannis is releasing, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis?
Yes, it's on page 3, ED 6.14. I'd like to move a deferral till the next meeting of council, and the clerks have it because they prepared it for me.
Do the staff have your motion?
Yes, I've signed it.
So on page 3, ED 6.14, Councillor Fragedakis is deferring the item. Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay. Are there any more? No. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, Councillor Perruzza?
One more time, Speaker. On page 4, on the pink sheets, item PW 7.10, I'd like to have the amendments that I was proposing put on screen. I think people now have had an opportunity to read, digest, fully understand, consume, and and support. Yeah.
Councillor Perruzza, there are some councillors that say it's not a quick item. Okay.
Why? Because there's too many words on the amendments?
Well,
or
I don't know.
Too much to read? Maybe I can take out a word or two.
I don't know. Councillor Perruzza, maybe you can speak to the councillor. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 4, Striking Committee, ST 6.1. I've talked to my colleague, Councillor Layton. This will make him happy. I'm going to release that and deal with this in a different way, but we've worked something out, so I'll just release it. I'm releasing it.
On page 4,
Striking-
Striking Committee ST 6.1, Councillor Grimes is releasing.
He's good.
Okay? Okay.
No, I didn't.
On favor? Carried. All right. So let's go back to the item that we were on, that we held down. Now, Councillor Wong Tam's not here to deal with her item. I know she was working on a motion. But we'll go back to the EX 8.13. Councillor Perruzza, I believe that you were working on a motion. Is the motion ready?
Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
It is, Speaker, and the motion is there on the screen before you, so I will move that. And just simply say this, Speaker. I have been on this council now for 2 terms, and just beginning my 3rd. That would be the equivalent of about 9 years. And I can tell you verifiably that we have never, ever, ever in that time had a report in front of us that looked at a tunneling option for the Gardiner in a comprehensive way. Ever. We've never looked at that. We've never looked at what that means. We never looked at what the partnerships might or might not be. We've never looked at it from a traffic perspective. We've never looked at it from a land value perspective. We've never looked at what the potential trade-offs might be if we decided on an alternative like that. And we finally have never, ever looked at what the costs of that might or might not be. We've heard a lot of hypotheses from lots of different folks. Some industry people that say tunneling a portion of it could be somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 billion. Our staff have come up with numbers, or some other folks have talked about numbers, 10 billion, and then they say, well, it could be like Boston, and it could quadruple, and all of those other things. I don't know. I don't know what happened in Boston. I can surmise some of the things that happened in Boston. But the point is this. That we have never, ever looked at it. And we should. We should not dismiss it out of hand, just simply because, I don't know why because. So, what we should do is we should do some of that work. We should produce some real numbers, some real statistics. Then if it doesn't make sense, dismiss it. Choose something else. I'm reminded of when we started this debate some months back about the Gardiner. We were told we only had 3 options. Fix, take it down, hybrid next to the water. Well, it was a very, very close vote, and what has happened since is we are being presented with other alternatives all of a sudden. It's not 1, 2, or 3, green, red, blue. We've actually begun a serious, more serious, broader conversation on what some of those options might or might not be. A shortened ramp, closer to the rail line, free up more development land as a hybrid alternative, for example. We're looking at that. We're looking at that very seriously. How it got on the table, I don't know, it's anybody's guess. It's probably because it was a very, very tight vote on the other. The point is this, that action precipitated the beginning of a much broader conversation. A much broader conversation that should also include tunneling as part of that conversation. So that at the end of the day, when we are asked by Torontonians, did you look at it? We can say, yes, we did, and these are the reasons why I believed we shouldn't or couldn't or did. Because right now you don't have that answer. When you are asked about that in a serious way, the only thing you can say is some people believed it was too expensive. But did you look at it? I don't know. I think some people looked at it. I'm not sure. Well, I can tell you that unlike some of the alternatives, we have never, ever looked at that in that way, in the way that Torontonians would expect us to do. So my motions seek to do that. I hope you would support it, because we should at least look at it.
Thank you,
very
Councillor
much.
Perruzza. We do have questions on clarification of the motion. 3 minutes. Councillor Davis.
I just want to ask, are you aware that the tunneling option was actually considered as part of the EA process? Did you attend any of the meetings where there was discussion and the community was consulted and involved through the EA process on a tunnel option?
I attended a number of meetings, and the tunnel option was never talked about. And nor was there any, at least the meetings I attended, was there any real information other than speculation, other than going back to 30 years ago, somebody looked at it and it was like, outlandish and unthinkable. And it goes back to the, some people go back on this to the 1950s. But have we ever sat down, sharpened our pencil and said, what is that land worth?
So
Who are the partners? Who might the partners be? Where can the tunnel go? Can it go in the lake? Can it go under the current highway? How would you build it? Would you need to build it in a way while you tear down the other stuff? Would you be able to build it and disrupt a traffic flow? Could you get it ready to open it and then just shift traffic and disrupt? We've never done any of that work.
Councillor Perruzza.
Ever.
Councillor Perruzza, you're answering a question. You're not speaking. Okay.
Well, I thought I was giving the councillor...
Well, you weren't. You were going into a long speech.
Expecting.
Okay, Councillor Davis. Just clarification of the motion, please. Yeah.
It's just that I heard over and over again, and I think it's only fair to staff and everyone else who's been part of the EA process, and for the public to know, would you not agree, it's important to be accurate to say that, yes, the tunnel option was considered in the EA process?
Yes. No.
Oh, so you don't think that's fair to state the facts?
I'm saying
that the tunnel option.
What I'm telling you is.
Councillor Davis,
his
answer is no. His answer is no. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, clarification of the motion.
I simply, maybe I can ask it just a little different way. I'm not trying to get into it with you, but did you, it seems that you didn't know that the tunnel was part of the EA process, that you weren't aware.
Here's what I'm aware of, Councillor.
No, I'm just asking if you were aware that during the years...
I'm aware of this. I'm aware of the fact that we have never had a number in front of us that says that, that explains what those lands might be worth for development purposes if, for example, the gardener was actually buried. I'm not aware of any information in front of us that talk about how that tunnel might or might not be built. If you built it out in the lake, for example, could you carry on with traffic without disruptions while that while that project was being built out, and then eventually open it in such a way that you didn't disrupt traffic in any way, in any significant way. Are you aware of any of that information?
What is an
Okay.
environmental
Are you aware of that
Councillor
information?
Perruzza, please.
What is, in your mind, what's an environmental assessment, Councillor?
An environmental assessment
What-
should be, in my view.
What is it?
Well, I'm going to try to explain it to you. Should be, in my view, something, a process that looks at all of the, without limitations, because we have a tendency to put limitations on these things, that looks at all of the possible options that you might be able to explore in achieving a particular objective, and what the impacts of all of those options may or may not be, and some of the associated costs and potential disruptions of all of those options.
Thank you.
And I can tell you that as part of that process, tunneling has never been considered
Thank you.
as part of that exercise.
Okay, thank
That
you.
you believe.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor DeGiorgio, you have a clarification question?
Yes, meaning,
Well, yes, that's what you're asking.
my point is he qualified his comments by saying in the last 9 years where he's been a member of council, he has never seen anything resembling an analysis of a tunneling option. What I'm asking him is this. Prior 10 or 20 years, are you aware that maybe there was quite an extensive analysis of tunneling examined?
Well, I got to tell you, the world has changed in the last 10 years, let alone 15 or 20.
That's not the question I asked.
So
I asked, are you aware of...
If somebody 20 years ago, with 20 years ago worth of technology, with 20 years ago worth of potential partnerships, with 20 years ago worth of construction techniques, if somebody 20 years ago actually really put the pedal to the metal in this, with 20 years worth of worth of land use on the waterfront, I mean, you look at what's happened there in the last 5, 6, 7 years. I don't know what land values were 20 years ago and what they might have been projected
thank
for
you,
20
thank
years.
you.
So if they did something 20 years ago, we
Thank
should
you.
renew it.
Okay, thank you.
And it should be fairly easy to do, to renew it to
Councillor-
today's event.
Councillor Holliday, please, a question on the clarification, please, of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor, could you just help me understand, do you envision tunneling just the interchange from the DVP to the Gardiner? Is it the Gardiner East from Jarvis, or is it the whole Gardiner?
Well, I think what we should do is we should take a look, because we're sinking a great deal of money into the entire project. For example, now you're going to talk about fast-tracking some of the construction work. I don't believe you need to sink those additional hundreds of millions of dollars in trying to do something that you could just simply do with additional manpower. But yeah, I think that if this is going to be a 100-year decision for us, then what we should do is take the big picture view, as Councillor Karygiannis has suggested. We should take the long view on this project and see what the potentials are. It might be for a section of it now. It might be for a bigger section of it later. It might be for a big section all at once. It could be any one of those. I watched your presentation, and I have to tell you, I admired your presentation in the last debate.
Thank you.
When you talked about the options 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
I'm looking forward to your next presentation on the additional reports that will come forward now, showing us more options on the project.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Okay, good.
I'd like for you to add tunneling to that as
Okay.
well.
Councillor
I liked
Karygiannis.
it.
Thank you. Colleague, you would remember in the last go-around that we had on this, I asked staff if they knew a Bill Tarrant, and they said they didn't.
If they knew what? I'm sorry, sir.
Bill Tarrant, the last individual that actually put forth a serious offer about the tunnel, and they said they didn't.
Right.
Are you aware, sir, that staff had a meeting in between, and there was a memo that I actually gave to staff that it was leaked to me, and the first thing that they said on the tunnel was no tunnel?
Correct. And I'm
aware
also
of
aware of your genuine efforts to actually have this put on the table for serious discussion, and I
Are
believe
you
that I'm in
also
support
aware-
of those genuine efforts.
Are you also aware that staff were not going to be speaking to ACON, Dragos, or Axiom, and arrangements were made for them to speak, and then they came in the executive committee and presented a well-thought-out plan, and to this time, they're still wanting to do the tunnel? There's a consortium that wants to do the tunnel?
Precisely, and that's why I've moved the motion I have today, and I'm hoping that you support it, to actually encourage our staff to have broader conversations on this option and bringing back something to us that we can sink our teeth into, and then at the end of the day be able to say, no, it's too much, no, we can't do it, no, it doesn't meet our objectives,
Okay.
or yes, it does.
Councillor Prusa, thank you. Okay.
I do have 3 minutes, right?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. What would you say to councillors, colleagues that dismiss this idea and they don't want staff to seriously look at it?
Well, this is what I can't understand, because I've always believed that as a city government, we should look at all of those options for Torontonians, because we all know that as we build out the city, as we approve more and more condominium development, we get more and more congestion, and the city clogs down, and it doesn't work as well as we want it to work. And we also understand that people are not going to abandon their cars. They're going to want to drive. They're going to want to get around, and we have a responsibility to make sure that this city continues to work well into the future. And I think that that's an option we need to seriously explore, because we could potentially have some very, very serious partners that would help us in achieving some of those objectives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fletcher, did you want to speak? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I did, Speaker, because I just want to talk about the length of time, and you'll notice that this Gardner option runs from Ward 5 right to Ward 30, and that currently the environmental assessment that we're in is just for the eastern portion of the Gardner, between Jarvis and the Logan Ramps. So we're in the middle of an environmental assessment. It's in a very particular area, and we took a little break there while we had the hybrid looked at in an official way. You will remember that it was the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee that said, study, please add that hybrid on and study it for a year from 2014 to 2015, and staff went back to study that as part of the environmental assessment. So when I would call it the environmental assessment was at its fullest period. All of the options have been on the table at the beginning, every single option, including tunneling, because that's an environmental assessment. You have to look at everything. That was not the pathway that this council took many years ago in order to deal with our Gardner, which is deteriorating. And the environmental assessment that we have in front of us is one that looks at Jarvis to the Lakeshore Ramps, what to do. Do we maintain it? Do we remove it? Do we improve it? And in 2014, we said, please add one other option, the hybrid, which this council adopted in July. So I think we're on a pathway that's very hard to turn back and go in another direction. These are very large public processes, and we should stick with the direction we're on. You all know I did not support the hybrid in July. It would be easy to say, let's tunnel now, because then maybe I could get rid of the hybrid version. But I'm not going to. We have a crisis with our Gardner. We have to get it. Something has to happen. We have a hybrid version that's now been brought back as part of the environmental assessment, last to Public Works and Environment, where I think we're moving to something that we can probably all agree on. That keeps getting better, making the best of a bad situation, or coming up with what I call a Toronto solution. Going out with a curveball to get a tunnel for $10 billion, at this point, that ship has sailed. That was at the beginning. Let's get our work done on the Gardner. Let's get it done. And if in the future we want to figure out a way to tunnel across, then we have to start planning that now. But that thing is falling down. Staff have told us over and over again, you really don't have many more months, councillors, to make a decision on this highway. We don't have a lot of time. It's not a blank slate. It's a highway that has structural issues. We've had disagreements on what to do with it, but we're in a very strict environmental assessment process. I would urge you to plan the dive and dive the plan at this point. And that means let's just get this moving. We have the funds for it. And if you'd like to move that motion, anybody in another year or two to look at that, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, taking everything down, I think that's the place to start. This is not the place to start with that.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. So if we can put the motions on the screen, please. We have the motion by Councillor Perruzza. Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please, when you're seated.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 4-30.
Okay, that's it for the motions, right? Okay, so on the item, on favor, carried. Okay, our next item, which Councillor Matlow held down, EXA point. Okay. We do have 30 members in the council chamber, so we now can add those motions that need to be added on. Who's first? Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to add a notice without motion about the zoo poo plant out at the Toronto Zoo, which is showing the council support for the biogas generation plant for the FIT contract. Thank you.
Okay, on favor?
Why is it urgent?
Carried. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, upholding a Committee of Adjustment decision. I apologize for the lateness, but the neighbourhood has just been organizing around this, and they've now got a petition of 37 people in the neighbourhood who would like to see this supported by City Council. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just came to our attention today. It's urgent because there's an AGCO meeting to loosen the restrictions that we had already placed with the community. That's happening Monday.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Councillor Grimes.
What do I do? Thank you, Madam Speaker. This regards to an OMB settlement for the Mimico secondary plan. I think staff have worked out a couple of issues that we can get knocked off before we get to the board, so staff's asked me to move this today. And I think there's a report from legal to go with it.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Okay, so we'll go back to the agenda. Who? No, we have to go in order. Let's try to get this agenda complete. EX 8.29 and EX 8.30. Councillor Matlow held the item down. We had questions to Toronto Police Service. So we do have them here, if you can come down. Councillor Thompson.
Just on a point of order, this council directs requests to the Police Service Board, not to the police service itself. You have representatives here who are from the police. I'm wondering why they would be here to answer questions as it relates to the Police Service Board. There is a separation between the two bodies, and I would ask that since the acting chair of the Police Service Board is Councillor Chin Lee, that matters be directed to Councillor Lee in order to respond from that questions that will come from council.
Okay, so the questions can go to Councillor Lee as well. Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Speaker. So my question is, as we're being asked to consider budget items for the Toronto Police Service, there have been several requests of the Toronto Police Service by this council that have yet been unanswered, and we're still awaiting a response. Two items, I initiated the motions and they were approved by council, and I just want to go through each of these items and find out what the status of the responses are, and if they haven't been provided, when are we going to receive these strategies and responses. One is titled Bringing Common Sense to Parking Enforcement. This was approved I believe over a year ago, and this is with regard to existing policies to do with parking enforcement and about how to realign priorities and resources to ensure that where parking enforcement is done, that it actually achieve the purposes that we have, rather than sort of go into quiet cul-de-sacs and go after people that are there for a few minutes late, etc. The motion speaks for itself, but we haven't even received a response from the Toronto Police Service about this motion that was approved by Toronto City Council. Another one more recently, last May, when we approved the 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit policy, I moved an amendment that City Council request the Toronto Police Services Board to request the Chief Toronto Police Service to create a strategy to increase police presence and improve enforcement of speed limits in neighborhood local streets. And as of yet, I'm not aware of any response or any strategy that's come back to City Council. So through you, Madam Speaker, I asked the Toronto Police Service, perhaps both the acting chair and those who are here joining him, when are we going to get these strategies? When are we going to get a response so that we can provide information to our communities about what your plan is?
Thank you, Councillor Matlow, for your questions. Unfortunately, I don't have all the answers for you, but as you know, the enforcement has been on busy routes, has been undertaken by our mayor, and he has been working with the police chief on that. So that's well underway. As to the other information, I will have to submit an administrative inquiry answers to your answers for your next council meeting. So I will undertake to do that, to provide an update on the request.
With all due respect to my colleague, I'm a big supporter of the mayor's leadership of strengthening parking enforcement during rush hour periods. I've always been an advocate of that for years. But the parking enforcement motion doesn't just speak to that. It also speaks to how parking enforcement operates within the neighborhood. So often we have a dearth of parking enforcement at junctions like St. Clair and Yonge, where we've got FedEx trucks and UPS, et cetera, every single day. But you can go to a quiet cul-de-sac in a neighborhood somewhere, and boy, if you're 1 minute late to get your car, you're sure to get a ticket. So, this motion spoke to that general issue, and again, the motion itself speaks for itself. The other item was about enforcing our laws regarding speed, excessive speed in our neighborhoods, but also increasing a police presence to demonstrate to those who do speed through our neighborhoods that there might be a reasonable possibility that they will get stopped. I think a lot of drivers don't believe that they will, those who don't obey the laws. So, simple question. We asked for strategies, we asked for plans from the police. That's their job. We're City Council, you're the police. When will we receive these responses? When will we see these strategies to be able to inform our communities of what that plan is developed and authored by the professionals.
What you're talking about is actually something that the police is undertaking in terms of intelligence-led and complaints based on complaints that residents.
So what date? And
I will.
I recognize that you probably don't know.
Yeah, as I said earlier, that we will provide an update for your next council meeting, which is in November. So we will send an update to the city clerk to provide a status update for you.
I appreciate that commitment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, the questions are to be asked on what we have before us.
There's also tradition.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to my colleague, can you please explain? You're here today to answer questions, if I'm not mistaken, of all requests that have come to the Police Services Board. Am I correct?
Can you please repeat your question?
You can eat it in my time, but my question is, can we ask you about any request that has gone to the Police Services Board?
Can you ask me any question?
Well, I mean, request that we have.
It all depends on what the question is.
Okay, hold on. We're only talking about the budget here
Right.
before us.
The variance,
Budget.
Not
the capital,
everything has
that's
gone
right.
to the Police Services
The
Board,
capital
Councillor
and the,
Karygiannis, okay?
Item.
Okay. Madam Chair, clarification. I listened to Councillor Matlow asking about the speed limit and how that was affecting, and you also spoke about ticketing. So I guess you're here to talk about the budget and also and give us updates as to the requests that have come from this council to the Police Services Board. Am I correct?
No. I'm here to answer questions in terms of the variance, both in the operating and the capital.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there was an operating variance, a budget variance of $17 million. What was the, and this is in regard, this is due to the negotiated settlement. What was the settlement for the police?
Through you, Madam Chair, the 2015 impact of the settlement that the board reached with the Toronto Police Association was 21.7 million or 17.1 million in 2015. That increases to about 21 million in 2016.
And what was that in terms of a percentage increase? Could you tell me what that was for the average for officers?
I'm going by memory, but I think it was 2.5, 2.1, 1.95, and 1.75. The second year, right? 1.95, that's right.
And how do the
police settlement in Canada ever?
and how do those settlements relate to other forces around Ontario?
They're actually lower than what's been achieved in other police services.
Now, I also understand that there has been an increase in premium pay, and as a result of significant civilian staff vacancies. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the force doing to, first of all, why are there significant civilian staff vacancies?
In 2013, the board imposed a moratorium on civilian staff hiring, which caused significant administrative issues in terms of our ability to carry out our support work. We have not yet fully recovered from that moratorium, and now are working towards meeting some of those needs.
So as a result of direction from the Police Service Board to not hire civilians, we wound up having officers do more duty or more work at a premium. Is that do I understand that correctly?
No, actually, it's the administrative staff who had to continue to do certain critical activities in support. We still had to pay bills, we still had to pay people, we still had to do reports. And so in order to do that with reduced staff, we actually had to put people on overtime.
Okay, so we paid people, instead of hiring people at the regular rate of pay, we paid people more who are already in place at a higher rate.
A time and a half, but only where it's critical to the activities that they're required to do.
Okay, and all right, that's well, you know what? We've got a budget cycle coming up, so we'll get another kick at the can. I
You're on the Budget Committee?
I'm on the budget.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So on this item, along with the next item, I'm going to be moving deferral to the November City Council meeting. And I do this without any suggestion that I won't end up supporting both of those requests in November. But the reason I do this is for one reason. If you had an employee, and I ask all of you, if you had an employee who you've asked to do certain jobs, certain work that's important, and they've come to you and said, we want a raise, and we haven't done the work that you've asked us to do, you'd say, I'm not ready to consider your request until you actually complete the work that you've been asked to complete. So, I just received a commitment from the acting chair that we will receive the reports that Council requested the Police Services Board to provide us in November, and therefore that is the appropriate time to consider the variances. I've also confirmed that this deferral for a month will have no effect on policing in Toronto. I wanted to make sure that this wouldn't have some unintentional adverse effect on the police. It won't have any effect. It'll simply mean that we probably will approve this in November rather than today. But I ask you to support this because the two items that, if you agree with these two items, and I hope you do, and I know the mayor's been a great leader on certainly the issue around parking enforcement. But with respect to strategies regarding parking enforcement, more common sense, reasonable approach to parking enforcement, and to have an improved police presence and strategy to deal with speed limits in our neighborhoods. Council overwhelmingly, I think almost unanimously, approved these. And therefore, I believe that the police should be responding to us within a reasonable period of time. And the reason, to be very candid with you, the reason I do this on these variance requests is only for one reason. Because I find it incredibly difficult or I have in the past found it very difficult to obtain responses from the Toronto Police Services Board, as I know this whole council has. We're going to have a new chair and a new era, and I'm very hopeful that things will change. But that's been my experience thus far, and I hope that you will support my request to consider this at the same time as the work that's been completed. I'm seeing nods there that this work will come back, and therefore I think all of this will be resolved in November. Thank you.
I have the motion by Councillor Matlow on EX 8.29 to defer to the November meeting. All in favor? On favor? Carried. Pardon?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote?
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Cho, please, your vote.
Pardon? I did, no?
Councillor Duceppe, please.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Kelly, when you're seated, please.
Councillor Palacio.
Speaker, where's the vote?
Councillor Campbell.
Oh, yes. Just... Okay. Yes.
The deferral carries 29-4.
And on EX 8.30, which is a deferral motion as well. Did we want a recorded vote on that too? No. All in favor? Yeah, okay. That was the operating. All in favor of the parking deferral? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Kelly, you wanted to declare an interest. For the record, yes.
I absented myself from this chamber on the vote for the deferral motion with respect to 8.29. Because my wife is a civilian employee of the Toronto Police Service. However, I did not preface my my movement by stating that I was declaring an interest in that matter. But I do want to make the point that I did absent myself from this chamber at that time.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to page 3, ED 6.16. Councillor Ainsley, you held the item down. Do we have questions?
Which one? Sorry. Oh,
Economic dashboard?
nope.
Does anybody? Okay, would you like to release it?
I have a motion.
Okay. Do you want to put forward your motion? Councillor Ainsley?
Yep, so I have a motion I would like to move if I could have it put on the screen. City Council direct the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture and to review how the economic dashboard statistics can be enhanced by including metrics which measure changes in general welfare created by new technologies. And when I talk about new technologies, I'm talking about metrics that measure employment mobility, whether it's full-time versus part-time, how new technologies can enhance our economic development in the city. So I've talked with the chair about this, I've talked with staff about this. Our dashboards haven't been updated in quite some time. I think there's a lot of opportunity here to showcase a better job that Toronto's doing. You can look at the dashboards. They're available with regular updates on the city's economic development website. There's some great news there about employment. It doesn't always talk about what types of employment, what types of full-time employment we have. It talks about housing sales. It talks about the number of new business licenses we have. I think there's a lot more opportunity there that we can use to showcase how Toronto is becoming a much better world-class city in Canada. And I'm simply asking for staff to review the metrics they're using and if they can be enhanced.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise in order to support Councillor Ainsley's motion, but to further say that this work is actually ongoing at the moment with economic development. We have recognized the need to review the actual dashboard itself in order to capture more essential information that is reflective of the current day conditions and so on, that would be much more purposeful and meaningful to us in terms of garnering information that helps us in terms of our decision making. So the work's on the way, staff's doing it, so it is a complementary request that the councillor is making, so perfectly fine with it. Thank you, and I ask you to support it.
Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Ainsley, all in favor? Carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We'll continue now on page 3. Government Management, GM 6.11. Councillor Ainsley, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Does anybody have any questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Ainsley, would you like to speak?
Sure. So I have 3 motions to move. This has been an long ongoing process on how we deal with the food services here in the building. We did reach a decision. Committee, I've heard from a lot of our colleagues not happy with the decision, so I have basically 3 motions that I'm moving. The first one, City Council reopen item GM 1.4 only as it pertains to a process monitor. The second motion, City Council direct the Chief Corporate Officer not to proceed with the tenant selection process at this time for Nathan Phillips Square restaurant development opportunity, which is the 5-star restaurant that they were looking at building in behind, out on the square where Winston Churchill has stood for many a year, and defer the plans for restaurant development there. Opportunity in Nathan Phillips Square indefinitely, instead landscape the area for public use. And then motion B, City Council direct the Chief Corporate Officer to establish an advisory committee composed of members of the public with extensive experience in the food service industry to explore social enterprise food service options for the City Hall food service opportunity, and such committee to serve on a voluntary basis. 2, in lieu of hiring a process monitor, City Council will direct the Chief Corporate Officer to record the tenant selection process to ensure fairness. So what this does in a nutshell, one of the recommendations at the Government Management Committee was to hire a fairness monitor for $37,000, to bring in a food consultant for $100,000. It eliminates both of those. It looks at some type of social enterprise food service, so it might be modules that'll be more complementary. It can help with the city's employment strategy. In Cafe on the Square that's there now, the current tenant has agreed to stay on a month-by-month basis, lease basis, until we have somebody in there to replace them, and we're going to move forward from there. And I've done this in conjunction with Councillor McConnell and staff and a number of other councillors I've spoken with.
Okay, we do have some questions. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, can you help me understand the difference in motion number 2? I understand that the original motion, by memory, says not move forward with a tenant, and you have chosen the words defer indefinitely, which mean 2 different things. Is that intentional?
No, it's, as it says, it's to defer it indefinitely and landscape it for public use.
So my understanding from what we learned at this council meeting, if we defer it indefinitely, we can actually bring that back to the table another day.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that your desire, to bring it back to the table another day, or at least have that option to do so?
I would like to have that option open. At this point, though, I think that the opportunity there for a 5-star restaurant, and from what I've talked to people in the food industry, we're having enough trouble trying to get a tenant downstairs that meets our needs in this building, let alone try and build a 5-star restaurant at this time out on Nathan Phillips Square.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis, 3 minutes, clarification.
If I could see the second motion on the screen. A process monitor. I thought there was going to be a fairness monitor in the original report.
So we had 2. We were going to hire a
case?
food consultant for $100,000 and a process monitor for $37,000.
I think it was a fairness monitor. So whether, okay, if a
call it a
process
fairness
monitor is a fairness monitor, if it's the same thing.
I'm happy to say fairness monitor if you like, but it's still, the committee.
No. I'm understanding now that that's a fairness monitor, but you're asking, instead of a fairness monitor, to have the chief corporate officer record the tenant selection process. What does that mean?
So the chief corporate officer would report back to government management on a selection process, tenant selection process.
Our procurement processes require fairness, and presumably that is part of their procurement process now.
Yep. Which is why I'm...
And the idea of a third-party fairness monitor is to have someone other than the city look at the process so that there's a third-party, the assumption is a third-party objective observer. So this basically says we won't have an outside fairness monitor. We will just do it ourselves. But wouldn't we be doing it ourselves anyway? Fairness is built into whatever process we use.
Yep, and the original recommendations in the report was to hire an outside fairness monitor for $37,000. I think the chief
Then you
corporate-
just delete hiring a fairness monitor.
Sorry? So I think the chief corporate officer can do that job. We don't need to spend $37,000 for a fairness monitor.
So your motion is essentially just have no fairness monitor.
Chief corporate officer. Right.
Okay, that's pretty crazy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've insourced.
Councillor Carroll.
It's a quick one, Madam Speaker. You can just put I just want to put the suggested makeup of the committee back on the motion. talking about bringing people in from the field?
Motion B? Yes.
Yes, here it is. We haven't had it circulated yet. The public with extensive experience in the food industry. I'm not going to amend it then. Is it your intention? I think we could have an undertaking from staff because they do have extensive experience, but you would include someone from our chef's program, George Brown, or a like-minded?
KMH, I understand, has a very successful social enterprise food service. We had 2 deputants in to the committee, Hawthorne.
Right.
Help me out,
That's why I'm
Yes,
suggesting
and Paintbox.
it's awkward to name names, but that's why I'm thinking of the George Brown Chefs program. They tend to assist in every one of those programs you've since named. Yeah. Okay. So if staff understand that undertaking, I'm not going to touch your motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is a social enterprise food service?
So, Social Enterprise Food Service Counselor would be bringing in somebody. There's a number of them around the city. As examples, Paintbox, Hawthorne. There's one at KMH. So they would be. So in what we're looking at doing is operate something downstairs, different modules. They would train people in how to work in the food industry, help get them jobs outside once they've reached an adequate amount of training, and move forward from there, and provide fresh and affordable, locally produced food to the people who work in this building.
Why would we? Why would we? Why would we do that? Is it not the purpose of the committee to find a restaurant? It's not. This is not George Brown College.
No, it
so
isn't.
Why did? Okay, so yeah. Sorry, I'm clarification of the motion, right? So I'm going to stick to that. Okay.
Excellent.
So, right. Why do we need an advisory committee?
Sorry?
Why do we need an advisory committee?
Our staff don't have the experience to find haven't dealt a lot with social enterprise food services, and so we're looking at an advisory committee. There's no financial outsource or outlay of monies on our behalf, and we get the experience for free.
What advice are we seeking?
Sorry?
What advice are we seeking? We're going to set up a committee to ask to give us advice. What advice are we seeking?
To explore social enterprise food service options for City Hall. It says that in the motion, Councillor.
I don't have any other questions. It's all clear now.
Excellent.
I'll explain it to you, Councillor. Councillor Perruzza, clarification of the motion. Okay, you're passing, right? Oh, no.
No, I'm not, but Councillor DeChano was so engaging that he had me in tatters, Speaker, so I had to recover. I needed those 5 seconds to recover, because he can be quite funny when he aims to be.
Speak to the item. Time's ticking. Seriously.
Don't we have the expertise in-house? I mean, don't we have economic development people, we have social service people. Why don't we just get them together and develop some ideas for us? Why do we need to go out and blow this money on hiring a consultant?
But Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Perruzza, that's not what we're doing. Councillor Ainsley's motion is not to do that.
Well, then let me get some clarification on his motion, because I obviously misread it, right?
No, I think you're busy with Councillor DiCiano being amused by him.
It's true.
So what?
It's true. Okay. If he could repeat that, he'd make you all laugh. But he can't repeat that, Speaker. So let me ask the councillor, what precisely does your motion do?
So my motion eliminates the need for $100,000 to be spent on a food consultant, $37,000 on a process monitor. We're going outside to the food industry with an advisory committee to look at creating recommendations on a social enterprise food business, for lack of a better word, downstairs. It's going to provide fresh local food, help train, maybe people from George Brown or local school or people looking for work in the food industry, and then they'll go out and get jobs. It helps meet the needs of our employment strategy as well.
So basically, your motion
And it
would...
keeps you fed, Councillor, on these busy council days. You'll have a quick...
Speaker, just to get some clarity on that, I can't remember the last time I bought any food downstairs. I go at the corner, Longo's there, get a bun, some prosciutto, some provolone. I make my own sandwiches, very, very cost-effective. On occasion, I do go get an espresso downstairs, and I got to tell you, but I try to resist it as much as I can.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, it's obvious you haven't read the report, and you haven't read, and that you haven't, okay. Okay, so, yeah, and he did clarify that. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Ainsley, do you chair the Government Management Committee?
Do I chair the Government Management Committee? Yes, I do.
Did you vote for recommendation number 1 that you now want to delete?
I voted for a recommendation that looked at a head leasee with a social enterprise component. And since that meeting, talking with our colleagues and also talking with people that I know in the food sector, that model or that recommendation that I put forward and voted for, from the experience people that I talked to, they said it wouldn't be very effective.
Based on your response to my question, you're telling me that you've reviewed your amendments to your committee's report with members of the committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that they enjoy widespread support. Is that correct?
Yes.
But not on the amendments that you're putting through today, Councillor Ainsley.
What's that?
On today's amendments.
Widespread support of the committee? Yes.
Well, that's what I asked. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, your name is there. Did you want to speak? Oh, that was there from before. Okay, if we can. Okay, so can we put the motions on the screen? Okay, the motion is on the screen on reopening GM 1.4. All in favor? Carried. Recorded. Okay, if you want a recorded vote, you have to say it before we vote. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor McConnell.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
Councillor McConnell, could we have your vote, please?
The motion to reopen carries 31-4.
Okay. Okay, there is the amendment on the screen. On favor? Carried? Okay. We're not spending that money, just so people know. Okay? You know what you're voting on. Okay, the next amendment? Recorded vote. Okay, on number 1. Somebody asked for recorded vote. Councillor Pasternak has asked that we vote on it separately, so we're voting on number 1 first. Yeah.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Burnside.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Lee, please.
Part 1 of the motion carries 28-7.
Part 2. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, please. Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Burnside.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor DiGiorgio.
Part 2 of the motion carries 34-2.
Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Page 3, GM 6.24. Councillor Cressy, you held the item down. Do you have any questions? Okay, anybody? Okay, Councillor Cressy to speak.
Oh, thank you. And there's 2 motions. The first is I'm going to move the recs in the supplementary report that was circulated a while ago. The second, which I'd had advanced circulation, you'll see in front of you, is a motion. So what is in front of us is around an increase in rates on current on-street parking as well as an extension of hours for paid on-street parking. And this is happening in a variety of wards, and I'm supportive of that. Now, there have been some concerns raised from the live music industry saying, well, what's the impact on our musicians being able to stop, unload our gear, and leave? Can this hurt our live music industry? And so what we're proposing here in the motion, and I've been speaking closely with our art advocate, John Fillion, and Councillor Layton, and Councillor Cole, and Michael Thompson, is a request for the Toronto Parking Authority, Transportation Services, and Economic and Development and Culture to look at a system for unloading of musicians' equipment. They do this in other municipalities. Austin, Texas has a sticker that venues have, and they give to drivers when they arrive, and you put it in your thing, and you can unload your gear for 20 minutes and get out of the way. And so that is, I'm asking for that to be brought back to us through committee. It's there in front of you, and so the motion as it's in front of us relating to the rates on parking and the extension stands, and this is a request for us to tie a loop around an outstanding piece. Yes?
You have the motion?
It's been advance circulated.
Okay, so it's, You do have it. On the amendment, all in favor?
No, Denzel
Oh,
has a
sorry,
question.
sorry. Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan, questions?
So if I deliver groceries or I deliver furniture, if I deliver furniture, I think I'm doing just as important work as a musician is going to play a show. And so, yeah, so I'm just wondering, why is it that someone who's delivering musical furniture, a band, is any more important than the guy who's delivering those groceries or that piece of art or that piece of furniture? Why should that person be treated any differently? Shouldn't we have one set of rules, and aren't we creating exceptions and a certain level of unfairness?
I don't think we're creating a certain level of unfairness. Rather, in this context, I think we're responding to a particular industry, and that being the music industry, and one which we have sought to become a music city, to look at a practical and I think probably good measure that will help the industry and help our economy by looking at a small provision for them. I would suggest, Deputy Mayor, that if you thought there were other industries that could also benefit from some type of measure, that you work with economic development to propose a solution.
So the courier companies think that they run their whole business in terms of delivering goods. And I know that there's a company that delivers cases of food, and they're all concerned about being able to deliver their food on time. And they would like the same benefit, as well. Why aren't you bringing those same motions forward? Because, they have those concerns too.
Well, and to which I would say, if you have some proposals for some of those other particular sectors, I'd be delighted to look at them and talk further. Mine here is speaking to one industry, and I have worked with some of the leaders on this council who work closely with that industry, and I think it's a good approach. So if you have a proposal, I'd be welcome to look at it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You bet.
I'm just briefly going to speak to that. I'm not going to support Councillor
Okay,
Cressy.
just a sec, we have more questions.
Pardon?
We have more questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the other questioners.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Layton, question?
Thank you very much.
3 minutes.
Councillor Cressy, to your knowledge, do we have a furniture industry advisory committee?
Not to my knowledge, but I understand the Deputy Mayor is looking to set one up.
And how about Now, we do have taxi stands, correct? We put in taxi stands for vehicles so that they're outside of traffic and they have a designated place to rest.
Yes, we do.
We also have a pilot program for delivery areas where delivery companies can go and park and have places where couriers can go and unload, correct?
That is correct.
And the intention isn't that this parking pass be given so that so that musicians can park in traffic and use the curb lane to back up a lot of traffic on a road. It's intended to be used in parking areas just where they're doing loading and unloading so they don't get a parking ticket without a ticket.
Well, I would say more than that. This motion is not prescriptive. Rather, it asks the Toronto Parking Authority, along with Transportation Services, who are looking at just that right now, I understand, as it relates to the curbs, to review what is the best manner to approach this, both from economic development, from parking, but also through Transportation Services to ensure the continuous movement of people and goods.
And are you aware that in Austin, where they do already have this, are you aware we have an agreement with Austin to become sister music cities and do an exchange of knowledge and best practice?
Well, not only are we sister music cities, my sister lives in Austin, and so I am aware.
Okay.
And then finally, that in fact there's a cost to, at least in Austin, there's a cost to this permit that's borne by the venue, so the city does get income from it in the end.
Councillor Layton, clarification of the motion only, please.
You wanted to know where my sister lived. That's fair.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no questions about anyone's sisters.
You're all sisters and brothers here. Don't worry.
Is the local BIAs that would be impacted by this, are they aware of your motion and the work you intend to do on this front?
So I can speak to Ward 20 in particular. Our local BIAs, in particular Queen Street, reached out with this concern exactly, and we've been working with them closely, and they're pleased about the proposal.
And just, because you weren't on council last term, were you aware that most members, well, it was a unanimous vote, that basically everyone in this room supported establishing Toronto as a music city?
I am aware.
And were you aware that one of the kind of practical ways in which we could do that was discussed as part of that support that every councillor in this room gave, was looking at music loading zones for bands and artists at venues?
I understand that this has been raised in the past, and I'm pleased to join part of this new council to keep moving it forward.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy, are you aware that other areas, jurisdiction, are attempting to do something similar activities as the motion that you have put forward?
Yeah, I understand that municipalities in the States, including Austin, New Orleans, and Seattle, currently have similar systems in place, and that others, like Nashville, are currently exploring other possibilities.
And you would agree with me that this is not a one-size-fit-all solution for everyone, and in fact that the notion of the issue around demand management and moving traffic and so on, it's in congestion and so on, it's an issue that we're trying to deal with, grapple with in the city, and simply you're not suggesting that this group is more important than another group, but we are trying to address this issue in a wholesale way. Would you agree that that's something that we're attempting to do?
I think, in particular, the spirit of the motion that I've brought forward, it speaks to the Toronto Parking Authority, to transportation services, and to economic development and culture, and that's a recognition of the key role that all three departments do indeed play on ensuring that not only is this a livable, but a city that is moving quickly and supporting local industries.
So by the intent of your motion, would you agree that that there would be a view to look, an analysis to look at other areas in terms of what they're doing, in terms of how they've brought this forward, how it's working in terms of utility and benefits?
Yeah, and I think what we've asked for here in a non-prescriptive manner is for our professional staff to come forward, and I would expect, and certainly I think this is a given, that they will look to other jurisdictions and other models to find out what are some of the best practices, but to your earlier question, to look at what is a made-in-Toronto solution.
Right, and so I guess some person may look at this motion and say, well, this is cumbersome, maybe there's an easier way, an easier process way that it could be dealt with. Would you suggest that there are easier ways, or would you suggest that this is the best opportunity in terms of dealing with this, also coming through the TMAC process that we actually have in place?
You know, I think if you were to look at it in a neighborhood-by-neighborhood basis, there would be ways of bringing forward small changes, but that doesn't create a citywide approach, which for a growing industry like the music industry, and one which we're seeking to cultivate, you want that citywide approach, and I think this is the prudent and forward-thinking way to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy.
No, I'm
May-
fine.
You're okay? Okay, so we have the amendment by Councillor Cressy. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote.
The motion carries 35 to 1.
Clause is amended. All in favor? Huh? Oh, there's another one, sorry. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Burnside.
The amendment carries 32 to 4.
Okay, recorded vote on clauses amended.
Councillor Karygiannis, thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor DiCiano.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The item is amended, carries 34 to 2.
Page 3, P 5.3, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Service Levels. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Do we have any questions to staff? Councillor Crawford, questions to staff, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm looking for the CFO, if he's here. Mr. Rossini, question for you, please. I just wanted you to, if you can just go over the process that we've been following and do follow for the service level reviews and setting the levels and how that process works.
Through you, Madam Speaker. So the process that was approved by Council when we did the budget process report earlier in the spring is we brought service level review presentations to each standing committee. Standing committee would have asked questions, requested some changes or what have you, deleted some, added some, or in some cases, some standing committees chose not just to accept them. And what the approved process is from there, they are referred to both staff and the 2016 budget process for consideration. And that was the process that was approved by Council. And then we would take them, we'll see what we can fit, and then when we come back with the budget, those that are included in the budget and recommended, we will tell you that, and those that are not or amended, we would tell Budget Committee that as well.
Okay, thank you. And when other decisions happen at, Madam Chair, it's very hard to hear.
Sorry, members of council, please, can you keep it down?
So when other decisions are made at council, and I guess the Gardner rehabilitation decision we made yesterday, it has a financial impact. A lot of decisions we make here have financial impacts. And I believe we sent that one for budget for consideration. Is that standard practice, policy? We always send any item that has a financial impact for consideration to budget. Is that true?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. If anything would have the effect of either increasing the tax levy or increasing debt, we send it off to consideration during the budget process. That's
okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Just two very quick questions to the CFO. Mr. Rossini, yesterday, when we dealt with the Gardner, did we not with council direction, instruct city staff to put in those costs associated with the gardener into the budget staff would propose and bring to budget committee. Did we not do that yesterday?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I am just going to pull out the exact wording. So, the wording is that the funding be submitted for council's consideration as part of the 2016 budget process. So that's similar to what the service level presentation recommendations have been coming out. This, yes, you could argue that this is a step further, and the reason is, as you've heard many times from Deputy City Manager John Libby, we have to do something. Not doing something is really not an option. So that's why maybe
Just to be clear, regardless of whether we have to or don't have to, in terms of council direction, under questioning yesterday, when I asked you, was the decision of council an instruction to staff to include those gardener costs in the proposed budget, you said yes, did you not?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker, because this is really, we're not dealing with something that's discretionary anymore.
So discretionary is up to council's discretion, not yours. And council's, if it is council's decision today that this is an item that should be included in the budget proposed by staff, do you not have to do that?
Oh, absolutely. If council makes the decision to include it, we would.
And based on yesterday's vote, will you not also be doing that on the gardener?
That's correct.
Thank you.
We are going to look at ways to fund it.
Councillor Fragedakis?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, in your reviews of the studies on health and green spaces, did you find that there was a statistically significant relationship between green space and positive mental health impacts?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the Parks Plan went through a number of different areas for consideration, but it didn't speak specifically to mental health and parks. It didn't speak specifically to mental health and parks, if that's the question.
I just wondered if there was a relationship between green space and positive mental health impacts, and you're saying that you didn't, your report did not look at that?
Not specifically, but I can refer to the MOH, the Chief Medical Officer of Health report that was at Council today that does speak specifically to that and the positive benefits of green space to mental health.
Okay. So is it true that in your review of, or maybe you didn't review any scientific literature that green space is perceived as, green space that is perceived as unsafe and poorly maintained does not provide health benefits?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that wasn't a particular focus of the Parks Plan, but again, I would refer to the Chief Medical Officer's report that was at Council today.
Okay. And my last question is, was there any evidence that children were more active on playgrounds that included a diversity of elements such as shade structures, banners, gardens, public art, and student art, as opposed to playgrounds with a few amenities?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, the Parks Plan does detail that evidence.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have questions of the clerk. In law, what body directs staff in terms of what things they should include in their draft budget?
Council.
Does the Budget Committee have any legal standing in giving direction to staff in terms of what goes to budget, or is that Council's power?
Budget Committee reports to Executive Committee, which reports to Council. Council makes the decision.
Thank you. This City Council has, on previous occasions, directed staff to include a wide variety of items in the budget outside of the Budget Committee. Is that correct?
Yes, that happens.
In fact, it's kind of normal practice, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. To the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation. The service standards that are before us now come from the Parks Plan. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker,
the 6 of them, I believe, that do.
There's a number of different service standards in parks operations, Not all of the service standards before us are specific to the Parks Plan, but they are specific to the delivery of parks.
That's right. But there are, if memory serves, there's a table there that lists 5 or 6 of the service standards before us that come directly out of the Parks Plan?
That's correct. The items that come directly out of the Parks Plan in the chart before you is enhanced maintenance and quality management of parks, horticulture and urban agriculture, improving natural...
Sorry, I'm not sure the mayor's, I think the mayor's being distracted. I don't think he can hear your answer.
Improving natural...
Councillor Pasternak?
Environment trails and the Parks Ranger program are all items specific to the Parks Plan.
Okay. And that Parks Plan that has all of those items, that was approved by this council, is that correct?
It was approved by council in 2013, that's correct.
Yes. And it also was the product of a large public consultation process?
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. There was a public consultation in the community as well as a survey which received a few thousand respondents.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Madam Speaker. So just to be clear, all of these various enhancements to service have actually been previously approved in some way, form, or another by Council.
Through you, Madam Speaker, there are a number of items from the Parks Plan that were the items and the principles were approved by Council, but we haven't been able to budget significant funds to deliver some of those items.
You haven't been able to, but they were approved by Council. The direction that you've gotten in preparing your budget, where did that? What direction have you gotten to in the budget preparation process?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd refer that to the Chief Financial Officer, and that's where we take our direction from.
All right, then to our CFO. What direction has been given to senior management staff in the preparation of their divisional budgets?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so we are following the direction that came from the mayor's letter to the budget chief that has been then adopted by, I believe it went from Budget Committee. I can't recall right now if it went to Executive Committee, that was then directed to staff, which is...
So let me get this straight. You've given direction to staff to come back with budgets with direction that was never actually issued by this council?
I don't ever think that that direction was ever... a direction from council has not been established.
A direction from council has not been yet established?
I don't believe so.
What is the purpose of the service level standards going to the various standing committees?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the purpose of the process that was laid out for those service levels to go out to standing committees who are the owners of those programs would review them and determine whether they wanted more service or less service or whether they were fine with that service and then refer it to the budget process.
Then why wasn't the recommendation to refer it to the budget process? The recommendation...
I understand that all the standing committees had a recommendation to, after their consideration, referred it to Budget Committee. My understanding was Parks and Environment Committee, which is in their purview to do, referred it to Council.
So it's within our purview to do. We've referred to Council direction on improving a standard.
Well, you should ask the clerk that, but I believe that question came up when we did the budget process.
So I'm curious about this direction that was given. So the mayor issues a letter to staff?
I believe, through you, Madam Speaker, the letter was to the Budget Chief and Budget Committee. And then that was referred to Budget Committee, then in turn referred it to staff and the city manager and the budget process.
And we're quite sure about this?
I'm pretty sure, yes, that letter did go on an agenda of Budget Committee. I am 100% certain of that.
Did it come to Council?
No, that I do not believe it went to Council.
So budget
because it was referred to staff. That's why I didn't.
Budget Committee made a recommendation to staff for the direction of a $10 billion budget that is going to likely shape the budgets of every successive division. But planning, the argument's being made that that Parks and Environment shouldn't make the similar recommendation to the budget through the more democratic body of Council?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not saying that Parks and Environment Committee cannot do that. It is fully within Parks and Environment's committee's purview to send things to council, and the council to give us the direction. And
Great.
whatever those directions
Thank
are,
you.
we will take.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. CFO, in answer to a previous question, you said some things were discretionary. That's the first time I'd heard that. So could you please describe to us, when council approves something that has cost implications, which ones will be included in the budget and which ones are discretionary?
Through you, Madam Speaker, what I meant by discretionary and non-discretionary was the nature of the expense itself. We have to do something, and that was in reference to the gardener, and why that wording of that recommendation was admittedly different. The gardener we have to do something within 6 years. It's really not a question of do we do it or not, it's a question of how we do it. That's what I meant in reference to
So when we approved the Parks
discretionary.
Plan, when we approved many other things, we have said, we want this to be done. So with the Parks Plan, is it not the case that it came back then with staff having reviewed it for financial implications, and they were all of a sudden considered new and enhanced and discretionary?
Through you,
When
Madam-
does something become new and enhanced, even though council has given direction on it?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Council approves many, many master plans, service programs, and they approve them in principle, and then they're directed to staff to try to fit them in the budget process, and we try to do the best that we can. And then when we bring it forward to budget, it's entirely up to Budget Committee and Council, and Executive Committee and Council, that if they see something that was in a master plan that was not in there, to put it in there if they want to increase the tax levy. So generally, there are many, many of these plans that are approved, they're referred to staff, we try to fit them in.
So there is now a role called service standards, and those service standards are what we want you to deliver. Is that not the case?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. Service
Okay.
standards are approved, and then if they are approved to be funded in the budget, we do it.
No.
But if it's not approved for funding, then it makes it...
So we approve a service standard. It has cost implications. And we have referred it to council, which you acknowledge we can do today. When we approve a service standard with cost implications, then we are approving that you put it in the budget. Is that your understanding?
That is council's
We approve it
wish.
today.
If that is council's wish, then that is what we would do.
Okay.
I don't question council's decisions. We implement them.
Thank
So,
you.
If I could just finally, on the question of the service standards, we had before us service standards with no cost implications whatsoever. And the standing committee was given these standards, and we were asked to ask questions. Many of the committees didn't even receive a presentation, let alone actually discuss them. And when we asked, are these the service standards that currently exist and that you will put in the budget if we do nothing with them? The answer was no. Isn't that the case? That in fact the current service standards and what it costs to deliver them was not even, or your proposed service standards weren't even before us.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, if I can get a clarification. Are you referring specifically to the Parks and Environment?
No.
Or generally?
In general, we had service standards before us, and when we asked, are these the service standards you are recommending and will be reflected in the budget, the answer was no.
Through you,
Isn't
Madam-
that the case?
No, through you, Madam Speaker, that is certainly not the case in GMC, because the ones that we put forward are the approved service standards that are being funded in the budget, so I would not agree with that statement.
Okay, well then you should look at what happened at the other committees. It was very unclear what we were looking at. Proposed,
Okay,
would
Councillor
they be
Davis.
reflected in the budget?
Councillor
Thank you.
Davis, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker, through you to the Treasurer. I just want to make sure I understand sort of this issue. Committees are able to make recommendations and put forward a series of different requests that comes through the process in terms of the budgetary process. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when all of these things come, which are a variety of recommendation requests, they are prioritized in some manner?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that is what the essence of a budget process is.
Right.
Things come together, a body makes a decision.
Right.
There's always generally not enough money to do everything, and so
Right.
priorities have to be established.
And council, in its wisdom, can make changes when the matter comes here to deal with. Is that correct?
Absolutely, as it goes through the process. Budget
Sure.
Committee, Executive Committee, Council.
Sure. So clarify for me sort of the distinction between service standards and a priority.
A priority is something council wants to do, and they generally express that priority by giving it approval and some standing by including it in a adopted service level or standard, and then putting the money to carry out that service.
The reason why I asked you that question, because it seems that people are using it interchangeably with respect to priorities and standards. But based on what you've just told me, that there is a difference between the two, which makes a whole lot of sense. So we ought not to confuse priorities with standards. Is that correct?
Standards are something that we are doing today, and they've been funded, and they should reflect council's priorities, but not all of council's priorities end up getting funded because, as we know, there's never enough money to do everything that everybody wants.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Berardinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to staff as well, to Mr. Rossini, in terms of this, the item before us. And so for this matter, you can see the wording is that City Council direct that sufficient funding be included in the staff recommended 2016 budget. So as you know, at committee, I had tried to change that wording to consider. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. Through you,
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
And so in your experience and what we've done here through our committees and through council, so this is now a direction before council, but it's still up to council to decide if this is something that they're going to support or something that they're going to consider, correct?
Yes, it's before council now, yes.
Okay. And so after a decision's made at this body, where will it go after that?
Depending on what the nature of that decision is.
So explain both.
Well, I guess there are one or two things that
Right.
council could do. Council could approve it and direct that it be included in the budget, and in which case we will put it in the budget. And that could drive up taxes or drive up other user fees.
But that would go to Budget Committee, and then Budget Committee would do a review of those recs, and then we would either decide to approve them at that point or remove them, which is what the intent of some of these councillors want.
Again, that could happen as it goes through if it got approved today, got put in the budget, that's one scenario. It would go to Budget Committee. Budget Committee would look at that, make a recommendation to Executive Committee, who would then make a recommendation to Council.
Right. And then, however, if there were a motion here today, which there may be, on for council to have staff consider this list and consider these items that are before us from Parks and Environment Committee, then staff would review that, put the recommendations forward that they consider to be priorities, and then send that to Budget Committee. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, if the wording was consideration, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton held the item down. Oh, he's not here? Okay. Councillor Doucette to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As we all know, our city is growing. In my ward alone, since 2010, we have approved over 3,000 units. So that's not 3,000 people, anywhere 6,000, 9,000 people, just moving into my ward alone, with another possible 300 units being played with right now at various stages. Parks are so important to this city. People who have apartments, condominiums, don't have cottages, we use these as our back gardens. Parks are used for many sporting activities: hockey, baseball, tennis, ball hockey, cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, skateboarding, bike skills park, many playgrounds, and skating and lacrosse. So those, just to name a few. We could go on all day in my 5 minutes naming why we use our parks. We have off-leash dog areas in our parks. We have picnic areas, allotments, which have many, many people on waiting lists. We have community gardens, where we are trying to build more community gardens because it fits in with our food strategy. Many of these things will sound familiar to you because they are included in our poverty reduction strategy. These also all fall in line with the recent Toronto Public Health Report, which has been mentioned here several times. Green City, Why Nature Matters to Health. Parks like High Park, we refer to it as the lungs of our city. Trees. Trees are so important. They don't just clean the air. If you've been reading reports recently, they say it makes us happier people. Maybe that's why I'm always happy. I got lots of trees in my neighborhood. The council supported this report for the 5-year parks plan. It's important. It's important that we keep our service levels. We don't decrease our service levels. By decreasing service levels, we could affect the standards, but not just the standards, the health of people. If you're not improving playgrounds, if you're not replacing equipment, they become dangerous. If you don't make sure your beaches have been raked, not necessarily manicured, but raked, that can become dangerous. We have so many beautiful parks in our community, we have to maintain them. And by maintaining them, we need to put money into this. So I am saying to council today, let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's approve these service levels. We shouldn't be coming to budget and saying we want to add these. This is what staff have said, the service levels we need, basics. This isn't the pie in the sky, it's not dreams. By golly, we could always improve these and increase these if we had more money. So as I say, these service levels, we want them in the budget, not to be added on later. So I hope you'll support the motions and the request which is before us today. It's there for a reason. It's there for a very good reason. Everyone here has parks, and I'm sure everyone here uses our parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a few simple points that I want to make. And the first one I want to make, I think, is the most important. One of the duties we have here is to maintain public confidence in government. During the recent election, the mayor spoke frequently about the importance of that role of this body, and he reminds us from time to time about the importance of our decorum, about the efficiency of our meetings, and so forth. There's another element about maintaining public confidence that's actually informs this issue, and that's whether or not members of the public think that we speak, vote, and conduct ourselves in good faith. If we approve policies with no intention of funding them, we undermine public confidence and trust in government. When we invite people to come and participate in public consultation processes, when we invite staff into our communities to meet with people and ask, what are your priorities? What should our parks look like? When we have no intention of ever paying for it, we undermine public confidence in government. The Parks Plan was an exemplar, a standard in terms of involving the public in a discussion about what they want us to do with critical assets in the community. to not deliver on what we told the public we would do in there will undermine the confidence of everyone who took part in that process, everyone who watched that process, everyone who has seen us debate the parks, everyone who cares about the neighborhoods they live in. That's the first thing we should have in mind. The second thing we should have in mind is this notion that somehow there's a tremendous burden on the tax base that's coming in front of us with these motions. Just for reference, if you look at the operating variance we just approved, without debate, you will see that a sum much larger than what we're asking for in these park standards went into the transportation budget. Without any debate at this council, without any public conversation, without any change in service standard, without any involvement of people in your communities, someone simply decided to spend more money on our transportation system in a much larger amount of money than what we're asking for to deliver services we already promised the public. Just be aware of that. The scale of this expenditure is actually less than 0.5 percentage point on our tax rate. The third thing that I want to discuss has to do with how the budget process works. For those of you who experienced the first time, and I remember going to those budget committee meetings, a number of the budget committee members were tearing their hair out because of all the briefing note requests, all the requests for staff to come and say, well, if we wanted to do this, how much would it cost? Could you deliver it on this timetable? It was endless, and it was frustrating, and it was no fun for anybody. But the reason we had to do it that way is staff had not included budget lines for things that we had a policy approval of. So we had to ask them, no, how much, look, give us the dollars. Since you didn't write it into the budget, now I need to know the dollars so I can make an informed decision when we debate the budget on whether or not to put it in. If we approve this, these line items show up in the budget. We don't need to ask for the briefing notes. We don't need to run around for months and months and months buried in paper. We know what delivering these services will cost. The next point that's important is we are not actually committing to spend this money now. We are telling staff what to put in the draft budget. The draft budget. We're not surrendering any ability to change our minds. We're not forcing taxes up. And anyone who speaks to you as if they are is frankly not representing the facts accurately. We are telling staff, put this in the draft budget so we don't have to have you running around writing briefing notes for months, so we can make an informed decision as a council. We're winning back public trust that when we give our word, it's our bond. We're making the process easier at the back end, and we're retaining final decision making until later. And also, we're spending less money than is in the operating variance without council approval before.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion I'd like to introduce. That City Council refer the item to the Budget Committee, the City Manager, and the Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer for consideration as part of the 2016 budget process. Madam Speaker, when you read that motion, the proper word, the important word in that is consideration. And first of all, I want to thank the Parks Committee for all the work that they did in preparing the service levels and doing everything that they have done. I have no comment on those. A lot of them are good, and I know Councillor Doucette mentioned some of them. What they have done was good work, and I applaud them for that, because in many ways I want to achieve a lot of what they have put in here, and I want to thank them for that. They have put the service levels forward to us to look at. But again, I want to go back to the word consider. We have over 30 agencies and boards in this city right now, plus all of our committees. The Budget Committee is in the process of doing informal reviews, sitting down with all of these agencies, all of these boards, all of these committees to start reviewing what their requests are, what they're looking at doing, how they want to deal with their service levels and all of their priorities. Can you imagine if all of those priorities that came to us, we said, yes, we're going to do that, and we're going to put them in? I respect the fact that the Parks Committee, as Councillor Perks said, there's not a lot here. There's like about $11 million or $15 million total. It's not a lot when you look at the big picture of what we're doing. Well, it's not a lot when you look at parks and the importance, but when you look at that, the entirety of what we're doing in the budget process, that is an incredible amount. We need to be able to, as a budget committee, bring everything together and consider and have a look at all the different priorities from all the different divisions and attempt to achieve as much as we can. But the reality is, and this is the reality, can we achieve all the priorities that we want here? We attempt to do as much as we can, but when we look at everything together, and staff will bring their recommendations to us on what we can achieve and what we can achieve, and we will look at that. But year after year, we attempt to achieve what we can and what we think is a priority. But we'll never achieve that level where we get absolutely 100%. And that's what the process in the Budget Committee is all about. We look at the entirety of everything. Staff look at the through the CFO, look at everything, and we try to balance it all out, and we try to bring the best recommendations that we can to executive that get to look at them and make decisions and changes as we do with council. But what's really important, and most of the motions that we look at, and I'll use the Gardner rehabilitation motion, that was a big expenditure that we're going to be looking at doing. Now, it's not going to happen for a while, but if you look at the motion, it said that staff consider through the budget process. That is absolutely key. The chair of the committee at Parks actually wanted to do a motion, and the motion was that City Council direct staff consider including the sufficient funding. That didn't happen. And it's unfortunate it didn't happen, but all of the other committees that have done the service levels and plans sent all of their requests to the Budget Committee for us to look at, and look at very carefully, because ideally I want to be able to ensure that we get the right kind of services for all the citizens of the city. But we need to look at it in its entirety, and that's what we're doing. So what I'm requesting is that we refer this item to the Budget Committee to look at it along with the entirety of everything else we're going to be doing. We're going to be, and it's a public process, so everyone is going to have the opportunity to be part of that process, and then we bring it to executive once we have had to look at how we prioritized everything. So that's my motion, and I hope that council supports it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have one question for you, but then we're going to be speaking on the referral, which is 2 minutes. If you do want to speak on it, if you can put your name up, request to question staff. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you.
3 minutes clarification.
Okay, so Councillor Crawford, I'm just trying to understand. So the Parks Committee did a service level review. They made recommendations that they asked to be directed to the Budget Committee for consideration, and you want to change the wording in that motion, in your motion, to suggest instead of direct?
Well, actually, Councillor, what the Parks Committee, they didn't, their motion actually says to direct that sufficient funding. So there was no mention of consideration actually in their motion. So what all the other committees have put the word consideration into that for us to consider it as we go through the process. So what I'm looking at doing is referring this item to the budget, so we'll be able to consider the service levels as part of everything else. So they didn't actually put in the word consider.
No, but they made recommendations which they directed to, sorry, I haven't got their motion in front of me, to City Council.
Direct. Yes, it's in the report.
Again, Councillor, as I'd mentioned, if you could just picture every division and agency and committee putting those words, direct council to do this as part of the budget process. And with respect, all the priorities, can we ever achieve all the priorities? Probably not. We need some sort of process to bring it all together and to have a look at where those priorities are. That's what the budget process does.
Right,
and that's what we're working at doing.
Sorry, but my understanding, the way I read it, was direct the Budget Committee to look at recommendations, not direct Budget Committee to do something. Sorry, staff.
Well, again, Council, what I'm looking at doing is to refer this item to committee to be able to consider these service levels as part of the budget. That is the purpose of the referral.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Budget Chief, your motion, if it succeeds, sends these items to the Budget Committee when?
I'm assuming to be part of the 2016 process right away.
Okay, so part of the 2016 process. So the Budget Committee would debate whether or not to include them if your motion passes as part of the 2016 budget process.
Well, again, Councillor, what it'll
I want
do...
to make sure I understand, is that correct?
It will go, first of all, it's going to go to staff. They're going to be looking at, staff are preparing the staff budget right now, and they're going to be looking at everything in its entirety. That'll be coming to budget, yes.
So yes, okay. Now you understand that if your motion doesn't pass and we take the committee recommendations, Mr. Rossini drafts a budget, includes these things, and it goes to the Budget Committee where you consider whether or not to put them in the budget that you recommend to executive, right?
You're correct.
So you're going to be considering these things whether your motion passes or not. There's no future or scenario in front of us where your committee doesn't get a chance to decide whether or not to include these items in the budget you recommend to executive, right?
And I'll throw it right back at you, then why don't we just refer the whole item there and let us consider it?
No, I'm not asking you to throw some back. I'm asking if my understanding is correct.
Councillor, what I'm saying is let's bring these items to, what all I want to do is bring these items to the Budget Committee for consideration. And the sense I'm getting is you just said you want the Budget Committee to consider these items. So let's send it to Budget so we can consider them.
Right. And if the motion from Parks and Environment passes unamended, the Budget Committee gets to decide whether or not you recommend them to the Executive Committee as part of the 2016 budget. Is that correct?
You know what, Councillor, I appreciate where you're going. What I want to do is...
I'm not asking for your appreciation. I get plenty of appreciation when I go visit my ward. I'm trying to understand if you know that you will have a chance to decide whether or not to recommend these items go to the Executive Committee as part of your recommended budget, even if your motion doesn't pass. Do you know that?
Well, listen, then why didn't you approve when the budget chair
I think
put
the way
in
it works is I ask
consideration?
you a question, you answer
Hey,
it.
Councillor Crawford, just answer the question.
We will all have, at the end of the day, we're all going to have an opportunity from budget to executive to council, of course, to make decisions through
There
the
we go.
process.
Okay, now given that you understand that, do you recognize that the only thing your motion achieves is to give staff the option to not include these in the draft budget at all? That's what your motion achieves. Do you understand that?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Councillor, I would love to see staff look at all of these, and my assumption is that they're going to look at all of these seriously, as I'm sure they have probably done in years for some of these that have been on there. So they need to look at these in their entirety and consider where the priorities lie.
And that's...
Councillor DeGiorgio, clarification of the motion. 3 minutes.
Councillor Crawford, is it your understanding that that staff will have the flexibility when they actually put these service standards in their draft budget, that they will make sure that either the service standards will be within the existing resources, that is to say, there will be delivery of improved standards with the existing resources, or they will have an opportunity to offset these improved standards with reduction in some other standards. In other words, no incremental cost. Will staff have the flexibility to bring that forward in your estimation?
Oh, I absolutely think they will have the flexibility to bring that forward when it gets to
So then, what I think Councillor Perks is saying by saying, let's just send this to staff and ask them to include it in the plan, that could be harmless, provided staff have the flexibility to do some massaging to end up with no incremental cost.
Well, and Councillor, what I think you mentioned, and it's very critical, is to have the flexibility. And that's where I'm talking about the consideration. We can say consideration, we can say flexibility, but staff do need to have that flexibility.
I agree with you. I support your motion.
Okay, thank you. To speak on the referral, 2 minutes, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of discussion about this, the word consideration and referral and all these pieces, but it strikes me that the biggest consideration of them all going into the 2016 budget was actually not adopted by any body at Council. It was a letter to the Budget Committee that was referred, not adopting any of those principles, was simply referred to staff. And what has happened was the key portion of that letter that's driving the entire budget process is being adopted by city staff, well before any consideration of any of the other variables. What the Parks Committee has attempted to do here, the original recommendation, I'll just make a note, from staff for the report entitled Park Service Level Standards wasn't to refer it to Budget Committee, was not to refer it to Budget Committee. It was to simply receive the report for information. So our opportunity to say, hey, wait a second, we don't think you have this right. We don't think your service levels are proper. What we'd like to do is we'd like to increase those service levels in such a way, not just making them up on a whim. What we said was, let's take what Council has already adopted in pieces of the Park Services Plan and insert it into the budget next year. We were doing what everyone else and what every other committee should have been doing, and that's reviewing it and making a recommendation to the entire council so that we, as part of preparing the budget, can send it to staff and say, we want to make this happen. We've heard from our constituents, we want better parks and better parks maintenance. We want more community gardens. We want enhanced winter maintenance. We want better horticultural programs, which is what we saw this year during Pan Am. And I think it's something that we can reflect on and say that's something we want to invest in to continue.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. 2 minutes on the referral. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I hope that that this advice is taken in the light it's given, which is that of collegiality in this process. I don't know if people realize how lucky they are. All that service levels were meant to do, what they are devised to do, is provide a framework for how you have a discussion about taking budgets down or propping them up to do different things, but to do it within a disciplined framework. Prior to that, whole draft budgets went to standing committees, which means there was no launch day. People knew exactly where the gaps were, etc. But what they also did was made sure that people had no framework. And so, for instance, take the conversations we've had in the chambers today. Councillor Cressy might have said, add to your budget right now a whole parking sticker program, and I don't know how much it'll cost, but add it, it could be $6 million, go for it. Because there's no metric in the no service level framework, nothing telling him what it would cost, but he would throw it in. $6 million just added to the budget. Councillor Holyday might say, well, we're only having neighbourhood improvement areas and trees if you put a neighbourhood improvement area in my area. So put it in there right now. Service levels allows us to have the conversation, but it wasn't ever meant to forbid us to give creative advice to staff, simply to provide a disciplined framework. We didn't used to have one. You have one now. You don't need to gatekeep it. It is the gate. It's the framework and the gate. And so you have sensible advice meant to be added to a draft budget and meant to be transmitted, because it's not really our budget, it's not the chief's budget, it's not the member's budget, it's actually executive's budget for a little time, and then it becomes council's budget. And so this is advice they hope to see in the draft that actually is parallel with the service level understanding that they got in that committee. And if we don't like it, we'll amend it back out again. We don't need to gatekeep it.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. We have Councillor Perks, 2 minutes.
Thank you,
on the
Speaker.
referral.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, I plead with you, I beg you, do not support Councillor Crawford's motion. Let's be very clear. Earlier, we had a debate about the City of Toronto Act. If you wanted a style of governance where this was not the decision-making body, that was your time. You could have asked the province of Ontario to say, let's not have city councillors, let's elect a mayor and a budget chief and have them run everything. You could have done that. You didn't take that moment. Instead, we are where we are, as the clerk said, in the one place where legally we can make a decision about what we tell our staff to do. That's here. That's in this room, City Council. It's not in the budget briefings. It's not in the mayor's office when they sign a letter to the CFO. It's not in the executive committee. It's here. And that's important, because if you don't do it that way, you're disenfranchising everyone who voted for a city councillor who isn't in one of those other rooms. It's a basic principle of democracy. Now, I want to turn to something that the budget chief said. He said, if we do it his way, we give staff flexibility. Flexibility. That's what, in his mind, is really at issue here. Okay, if we want flexibility, I have another suggestion. How about, whenever we pass public policy, whenever we invite the public to come in and tell us what services they want us to deliver, we say to them, well, that's a great idea, the public. We'll do that flexibly. We'll operate traffic lights flexibly. We'll build the Gardiner or we won't. Our staff need to have flexibility in terms of whether they do that. We'll decide to run a transit system or not, but we'll give our staff flexibility about whether they do it. No, we decide. We decide here, we decide now. We tell them what services we want. The public told us we want this service. We promised it to them. We have to tell our staff to put it in the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Berardinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you. So I'll be supporting Councillor Crawford's motion as the Chair of Parks and Environment and also as a member of Budget Committee. I support the fact that the staff should be able to go through these service levels and have their input, and that's what I'm asking for this to happen. And then go to Budget Committee and we will review that. And again, it will come to Council for final decision. So that will happen. It's not like it won't happen. So for this to be referred over to Budget Committee, that's what I support. As Chair, I support many, if not most, of all the service levels in here anyway. But the issue is that I want staff to have their input, prioritize. We sit here every day. We vote on items every day in Council. And at the end of the day, we have to go to the taxpayers and we have to ask them to pay for it. And there's not the ability to pay for everything that this Council approves. There just isn't. Day to day, there's millions, and billions of dollars that we go through in Council, and we approve all of these items, and then we have to go through Budget Committee. So we have to get the money at the end of the day. We have to find the funds to pay for everything that we've approved. And the issue with this is that we support this. Of course we want this. But we want staff to go through and be able to prioritize and say, what is it that is most important to the city? We do that. We do that in our home budgets all the time. Of course, there's a million things that I need for my own house and in my own expenses, but I simply can't afford them all. And that's what we do here too. So what I'm asking is for us to be able to have staff consider it, prioritize, bring it to Budget Committee, we will review it, and of course it will come back to Council. And that will have all of the input, and as we all know, we do the budgets every year, and we will have our own stamp on that. It will be Council's budget at the end of the day. So that's the process. We can't put the cart before the horse.
Thank you, Councillor. 2 minutes. Thank you. Councillor DiCiano, 2 minutes on the referral.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support for Councillor Crawford's motion. Let's think about this for a second. Across this great city, we have infinite amount of priorities. Infinite. Yet we have finite resources. Our job as councillors is to balance that. This is what we're asking here. We're asking to take a simple request from the Parks and Environment Committee, bring it to the Budget Committee, and let us review. Let us take a good look, because you're not the only committee looking for more money. Every other committee in this city is looking for more money. We simply don't have the ability to just spread as much money as we want around to every single request. This is a prudent response. This is our job as councillors, to make those decisions, to balance priorities. Please, don't allow my council colleague, Gord Perks, to come now and play the political game so that we put it into this budget, this temporary budget, bring it to council so then he can go back out to the public and say, we're cutting services. Let's not play that game. Let's be honest with Torontonians. Let's let them know that we're going to be fiscally prudent here. Let's send it to budget. Let us look at it. We know, Gord, you're going to be there at budget. You're going to take your whole 5 minutes. You're going to ask your questions. We're going to look at the priorities, and we're going to make a balanced decision. Then it's going to go to executive. Of course, Mr. Perks, you can go back to executive, speak again, and then you have time here again at the final stage to speak again on the file. But let it come to budget first so that we can discuss it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, 2 minutes on the referral.
Thank you. I'll be even briefer. I support the referral. Quite simply, there are a number of steps that the budget process is built on so that this council chamber can make an ultimate decision. I believe the previous motion skipped steps. I rely on the analysis and staff looking at the advice coming from the Parks Committee as an important piece of analysis before it goes to Budget Committee, before it comes here. And so I don't believe in skipping the step. I'd like to hear what they have to say about these service levels and have their analysis included. Thank you.
Okay, on the referral, if you can ring the bells. You didn't have it on the request to question staff, Councillor Davis. Councillor Holliday was the last one. Well, I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, recorded vote. The motion is on the screen.
Councillor Campbell, please. Councillor Grimes. Councillor Mihevc.
The motion carries 21 to 13.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the next item. Page 3, PG 6.7, Planning and Growth. Councillor Ainsley, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
No.
Does anybody have any questions? Can we clear the screen, please?
I have a motion, though.
No, we're going. Does anybody have any questions to staff? Okay, to speak, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could have my motion put on the screen, it was circulated earlier. City Council direct planning staff to post Section 3745 monies outlined in the report from the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning on the City of Toronto Planning Division's website and City Council direct planning staff to make this information available in a format compatible with the City of Toronto's open data catalog. So this is the information in the report. I'm basically saying put it on the city website so everybody can see it, and also make it available in the open data catalog so people can create all kinds of neat apps with it. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen.
I have one too, Madam Speaker.
Can you please put your name down if you want to speak? Thank you. Councillor Mihevik to speak.
Yes, thank you. If you could, I'd request. So basically, the deal right now is that if you have a Section 30, if you have a development, and if you have any mid-rise development, they would be less than 10,000 square meters. The development, I didn't know this, but the development industry is not obliged to contribute anything whatsoever to Section 37 for those. So unless you're a downtown councillor, or you're right by a subway where there's high density, which are the conditions that you kind of need to have 10,000 square meters, you're out of luck. You're out of luck. And you know, you're talking smaller dollars, but you're talking something, and we need that money, and it's fair. So we're asking for a report on that. Chief Planner helped me, or Chief Planner's assistant helped me write this, so it's all good. If that helps you vote in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Very quickly, I love Councillor Mihevik's motion. I think it's brilliant. We should be looking at this. We're pushing mid-rise on our avenues. There's nothing, not even a penny comes to help improve a park, improve a streetscape. If you can get your development to abide by mid-rise, you get nothing. If you give them an extra few floors, they get money. I know my residents say we'd rather have reasonable development in the right place and no money, but really, we've got so many developments coming in which are under that 10,000 square meters. I think this is a great motion. I'm supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in favor of Councillor Mihevik's motion. I think it's a great motion, actually. I think it's well thought out. I'm not sure that this isn't under the jurisdiction of the Development Charges Act provincially, which I think it may be. But the reason why I stand in support of it is because the Development Charges Act, which is a provincial act, does not go far enough in addressing our needs as a city when it comes to developers paying their fair share. So anything that we can put forward here to remind the province that Toronto is not getting their fair share and it needs to be addressed on their side should be noted. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
I just want to say thank you for the novel motion, Councillor Ainsley.
You're welcome.
I do have one caution concern that I'll just table on the floor is that I don't want there to be a perception amongst the public that there's suddenly a listing of bank accounts that they can make provisions to access. I understand that quite often Section 37 or 42 monies are often encumbered. And so I would pledge that if we get the open data out there, if there's an opportunity to include associated data that has to do with bylaws that already encumber the money, that those be included so people truly understand the full picture, that there are certain plans in place for those monies and that it's just not a pile of cash sitting waiting for proposals to do something with.
Okay, so let's put the motions on the screen. We have Councillor Ainsley's motion first. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Mihevik's motion, all in favor? Carried. Clauses amended, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Filion, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Perruzza, could we have your vote, please?
He's not there. Oh, there he is.
Council.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
On page 3, PW 7.3, Councillor Robinson, you held the item down. Are there any questions to staff?
Madam
This is on
Speaker.
solid waste?
Yeah, I've got it. Thank you. There's just a motion that we've got before us from Councillor Layton with 1 and 2, A and B. And I just wanted to ask the General Manager of Waste if there's any concerns with those, and if they are, if we could understand what those concerns are. So I guess the first one, moving the approvals complexity criteria from the social impact / benefit category to the financial impact / benefit category.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. Regarding the approvals complexity, the reason that it's under the social impacts is because we're looking at what level of community involvement would be involved in assessing a particular option. So that's why it falls under that particular category. So it has less to do with a financial impact. Certainly something with a long EA process would also get picked up in the cost implications. So we felt that that was the best way to capture the connection to community involvement in the process. With respect to the employment opportunities, if it's looking at potential number of jobs or that kind of thing with the number, with the associated option, then that would be feasible to do. With the estimated healthcare costs, that's not something that we had contemplated, and it's a difficult thing to quantify. So it would be picked up, however, in the public health impact benefit of the evaluation criteria. So we would be looking at the various options and the health impacts in this area, and then assessing, does it have risks associated with it, and if it were, then we would engage in a deeper level of study at the next level of planning. So this is meant to be a higher level of assessment of the options, and it's not something we could quantify at this time.
Okay, so just to be clear, it sounds like you're, with number 1, you were comfortable with the way it was originally. Number 2, A, you're okay with that shift? Am I wrong in saying that? And B, you would like it to stay as it was?
Yes, your assessment is correct.
Okay, just to be clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, questions? Can we get the screen? Okay. Councillor Davis, you're on. Okay, well, you were there. It was on over there.
I'm here. Sarah, my assistant.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you just move it up a bit?
Sure.
Thank you. This is a graphic that the Toronto Environment Alliance has put out, but it also, I believe, reflects the waste audit that we've conducted. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's based on the city's waste audits, yes.
Right. So if I'm to read this correct, am I reading this correctly, that in high-rise apartments, 86% of what goes into our garbage stream could have been diverted?
That's correct. It reflects our diversion rates in multi-res.
And 71% of what goes in households garbage could have gone somewhere else too.
That's correct.
And is it the case that what we have before us is a waste strategy, having been through consultation, recommends to us that our number one priority in terms of the hierarchy of how we're going to deal with our waste strategy is the first 3 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the waste strategy is based on the waste hierarchy, putting those first 3 R's at the top.
Absolutely. Because if we reduce, reuse, recycle, we could potentially bring that, what's left at the end, which will have to be dealt with in some way, we could potentially bring it significantly lower before we have to consider any disposal options.
Through you, Madam Speaker, these audits show what is available to be recycled, and it depends on the programs that are offered and how successful that they are in getting the material diverted from landfill.
And we, as a result of what's before us today, are going to use a model that is reflected in Appendix 2, which is kind of this, you're calling it an integrated approach, where we will look at these strategies as the first priority.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. We're looking at all of the aspects of the waste management system, so it's integrated with first emphasis on reduction.
And one of the deliverables, I just want to hear this very clearly, one of the deliverables is a 2016 to 21 waste diversion strategy.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. It's actually a plan for waste reduction and diversion. That's one of the deliverables of the waste strategy.
Thank you very much.
Okay, members of council, before we go to speakers on this, we have 22 items left, and we have to recess at 5:30. So what I'm going to do before we get to this item on speakers, because I don't know how long this item's going to go on, let's try to do quick releases and try to get rid of some of these items, or we're going to have to refer the whole agenda to next week. So let's try. Does anybody have any quick releases that we can do? Councillor Perruzza, you kept yelling about wanting to release something. Do you want to release it? Councillor Perruzza, you mentioned you had a quick release.
Do you want your thing back? Here.
Yes, I do. And Speaker.
What page?
You will note on the pink sheets.
Yes.
I believe it's page 4, PW 7.10, the contract award request for proposals, design, build, operate, maintain the expanded Dufferin Organics processing facility. I have a motion which I've circulated. I've given folks lots of advance warning.
Okay, so Councillor Perks said it's okay. It's okay.
Well,
So
if
on
Councillor Perks says it's okay, then it should be fine.
Well, he held it down. He held it down, remember? So he's fine with it. So on the amendment, all in favor? We have advanced circulation of it. It's a pink sheet. All in favor? Carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Holliday, quick release.
Quick release on increases to parking ticket set fines. That's PW 7.12 on page 4.
You release?
Prepared to release it, yep.
Okay, on page 4, PW 7.12. Councillor Holliday's releasing. On favor? Carried. Also, did you want to have a recorded? Okay. Councillor Perks.
Way to play
Yes,
on the team.
thank you, Speaker. On page 4, where are we here? North York Community Council, NY 8.6, application to remove a private tree, 78 Kimbank Boulevard. I can release that with a strong plea to the members of council to please, please, please vote no.
Okay, so you're asking for recorded vote then?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all in favor, Councillor Perks is releasing it.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perruzza.
The item does not carry. The vote is 11 to 18.
Okay. Now, we do have a number of notices of motions that were circulated earlier. So are we ready to release them? Councillor Fillion? He's not. MM 948, does anybody want to move that on behalf of Councillor Fillion? Councillor Al-Jamari, you seconded. Did you want to move it? Okay. No, but we're just going to approve it. All in favor? Carried. Okay. MM 9.59, Councillor, 49, sorry. Councillor Matlow, you're going to move it? That's about the display.
Oh, yes. Yeah, please.
All in favor?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. We have them all here. They were circulated.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor McConnell, please. Councillor Fragedakis, thank you.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Perruzza.
The motion carries 30 to 2.
But just to remind members of council, applies to everyone. Okay? MM 9.50, Councillor Mihevc, would you like to move that one? All in favor? Carried. MM 9.51, OMB hearing. Councillor Fletcher, you'd like to move that? Okay. Councillor Ainslie, all in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Grimes, please. Councillor Mihevc.
Councillor Perks, your vote, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. If
Councillor de Beremaker.
The motion carries 32 to 2.
MM 9.52. It's moved by Councillor Wong Tam, second by Councillor Al-Jamari. It's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. MM 9.53 by Councillor Pasternak, Councillor de Beremaker. Would you like to move it, Councillor de Beremaker? Okay. All in favor? Yeah. MM 9.54. All in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Filion, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Burnside. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. And Councillor Perks.
Councillor Palacio. Thank you.
The motion carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
MM 9.55. All in favor? Carried. MM 9.56. On 5.6? Recorded vote on 5.6.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Crawford. Councillor Cole.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Ashamari, thank you. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Doucette, please. Councillor Cho.
The motion carries 35 to 1.
MM 9.57. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. So we've got rid of quite a bit here. Do we have any more quick releases? Councillor Filion?
Yes. Page 4, PW 7.8. I can release that.
Okay, on page 4, PW 7.8, Councillor Filion is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Doucette, would you like to release your striking committee? Okay, because we might have to defer some of these items to the next meeting. Okay, PW 7.3, we're going to go back to that one. Councillor Robinson, pardon? Pardon?
I'm just saying you can't defer the striking committee, just so you know.
Okay, all right, okay. Councillor Robinson, did you want to speak?
I'll just be very brief. We've heard from staff they're not comfortable with the motion before us and would prefer us not to pursue this. They're saying some of this is very difficult to assess at a granular level, and so the staff and the Deputy City Manager advised to vote against this motion.
Okay, Councillor Mann.
Great. Thank you very much. I just want to commend staff, especially Beth Goodger, on her long-term waste strategy. It's the right direction. Very impressed. Impressed that after conversations with Beth, that diversion is the focus over disposal, and that we have as one of the option. Sorry, Anthony. That we have some sort of consideration given for mid-rise buildings. We just passed 3 development proposals for Kingston Road in wonderful Ward 32, all mid-rise, and the configurations for the garbage, they're tight. So we need to work, if we want mid-rise in the city, we need to figure out how all departments can make that work. And garbage, obviously, is one of them. And then the other thing I would just like to say, I'd like to brag about something in Councillor Cho's ward, wherever Councillor Cho is. He was just here. So Councillor Cho, if you're around, you're going to want to talk to this. So it's 430 McLevin Avenue, and these lovely, lovely gentlemen came to see us at Public Works Committee. I would urge everyone, I think Beth might be organizing it, or I'm happy to organize tours to go out to this condo building, I think it is, apartment building, in Malvern area of the city. And what these two men have changed the world out there. So their names are Dave Mugford and Princely Sundranagayagam is the superintendent. I hope I didn't butcher that. So there are 282 units in this building. It was built in 1990. And they used to put out 7 bins of trash a week. And basically 40 garbage truckloads annually. After their initiative, which they got the whole, all the residents on board, there are many different languages spoken in that building, so they had language barriers to overcome. They went from 7 bins of trash a week to 1 garbage bin a month, 1 compost bin a week, and 10 recycling bins a week. And what they did primarily was they switched their garbage chute to a compost chute. They did it all on their own. So, I mean, apart from being awarded the key to the city or something for these guys, Councillor Cho, I'm talking about your residents, David Mugford and Princely at 430 McLevin. We all need to go for a tour and see how it can be done all over the city. Thank you.
Councillor Holliday to speak.
I, too, would like to express my gratitude to solid waste staff who've put enormous effort into this report. It's been before us at Public Works a couple of times in draft iteration. I'm excited to see it's heading to a place that means a bright future for the city. I did want to speak to some of the proposed amendments, and I would want to echo the Chair's cautions on this. There's been a tremendous amount of effort put into the development of the criteria. It does have significant meaning if they are moved, because it changes the weighting to the way that we will look at different initiatives. And I would ask members of council to respect the fact that this has gone through an internal and a great external consultation process with members of the public to arrive at the model that we've got right now. So please think of that when you consider the motion to amend. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Actually, I'm standing to speak in favor as well, and I thought I had taken my name off the list. In the interest of time, I would only reiterate what I illustrated during the questions, is we have a long way to go on diversion on the first 3 R's before we start talking about other methods of disposal. And it's reflected in here. The public said very clearly our first priority should be our environmental objectives, and I encourage everyone to get out in the next round of consultation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton?
From the podium, if I could get the overhead on. I don't know if it's all showing up, but it's more just to point to a couple things here.
You have a motion?
I have a motion. I'll concede and I won't move after all the first part of the motion, but instead I'll just move part 2, adding the following indicators to the financial impacts benefits category: A, employment opportunities to the economic growth criteria section, and B, estimated healthcare costs to the cost criteria section. I think that perhaps approvals complexity functions better in the financial impacts and benefits area. I think it's more reflective of what the actual impact of that will be on the overall project, rather than on the social benefits and impacts area where we talk about convenience and the complexity to the user. I just actually think one is our administration of it, and the other internally with the costs, and the other is how it manifests itself on the ground, but I'll concede to our general manager that it can be in that category. On the other two parts of the motion, I just wanted to point something out because it wasn't exactly clear at Public Works. Each of these sections, environment, social, and financial, will all be equally weighted. The way that's determined is by taking each of the criteria, which are given equal weight to one another, adding a number together, and then dividing by the number of criteria. Using that, and then each of the indicators feed into that criteria. If we use that, let's look at the chart. The total greenhouse gas contributions of any of these things are being weighted less than the ease of entering into a partnership with other municipalities. So the overall contribution of greenhouse gas emissions less than if it's easy for us to go and enter into an agreement with Peel. They're about on the same scale in this because they're each indicators within a criteria that has roughly 5 sections. So they're going to number value it and give it a value. We're going to have a big bonkers fight about this later on because we're undervaluing some pretty key things here. That public health, the impacts on the community are valued the same amount as the potential for contractual risk. Give me a break. That is not right. It is not right. The two things that I think should at least be included is employment opportunities in the economic growth section, and we need to start figuring out how to put the externalities into this equation. The only one I could figure out that we could quantify and plug into the cost indicator is the cost implications, the healthcare cost implications of the pollution. And that's not and shouldn't be reflected in the environmental section. It should be reflected in the cost section of the equation. There'll be lots of calculations. I agree that it's difficult. It's not easy, but until we start quantifying the environmental impacts, we are going to continuously make the wrong questions, the wrong financial decisions on those very same things, because they're just not reflective in the decision-making metrics that we're using. We must start doing this. All of our decisions should include these externalities rather than just ignore them and ignore the impacts of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it's my understanding, Councillor Layton, is the advanced circulation you did on your motion that you're deleting motion number 1 and leaving motion 2, right?
I will concede on that particular point to the better judgment of our staff.
Okay, so we'll need a motion to, right? No? Oh, okay. Okay. You have it. It was circulated hours ago. Councillor Cho to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. Councillor McMahon already mentioned about one of the buildings which is located at 430 McLevin. This is condo building, and I happen to be the local councillor. And about a month ago, they invite me, and the team invite me, so I was there. I was totally impressed. As we know, the overall residential diversion is 53%, and the single-family household is 66%, but multi-residential, like apartment and condo, is 26%. But this particular building, their achievement level is over 75%, almost 100%. I was totally impressed, and I did promise the property manager and the condo management and the team that I'll be very happy to invite our Mayor John Tory, and whenever our mayor is available and such a busy man, I really am anxious to invite the mayor and see the great recycle program they have. And I was thinking, if we could transfer this kind of program and implement in the THHC, we could have really clean environment. So I just like to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
No, I actually want to speak to this because Councillor Layton's motion seems harmless, but it's not. And so I talked to staff about what this exactly meant, and what I think Councillor Layton is doing, or what the impact will be. What you have to look at is what would be the outcomes of what he's doing, and one of the outcomes of what he's doing is this will have, I think, a negative impact. This was my suspicion. It will negatively impact any consideration of waste to energy, which I think is something that this council needs to consider, and whether we should do this going forward. And what Councillor Layton's motion does is it actually creates a different weighting, this is my interpretation, so that waste energy is not seen as positive a light as it otherwise would be. So I like the idea of considering waste to energy as a potential solution. I talked to staff, and they confirmed that there is a certain change in analysis that would take place. I would urge members of council to vote against the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis?
Would you please call the question, Madam Chair?
There's one speaker. One speaker.
Okay, the question's been called. Yeah, because we have a number of items left, and we're recessing at 5:30.
Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Layton, please. And Councillor Ashmary when you're seated.
Councillor Grimes, Councillor DiCiano, thank you. Councillor McConnell.
To vote against the calling of the question, just so you know that. It's all about free speech.
The motion to call the question does not carry. The vote is 13 to 22.
Councillor Perks?
Members, thank you for that vote of confidence.
I support it.
I have to say, members, that the suspicions of the Deputy Mayor are both broad and wide-ranging. The Deputy Mayor suspects that if we ask staff to include in the impacts category economic opportunities and estimated health care costs, we are somehow preventing the construction of a garbage incinerator. These suspicions are phenomenal. Somehow asking that we evaluate health care costs and whether or not the system we propose creates jobs means that Mike Layton, that clever, dastardly member of council, is secretly figuring out how to make sure we don't build a garbage incinerator. Nonsense. What Councillor Layton's motion does is reflect some of the input we've had from the community about the kinds of things they want us to think about when we're evaluating options for the system, the overall system that we develop here. So please support Councillor Layton's motion. A minute and a quarter.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Lee.
Councillor Cold, please, and Councillor Burnside. Councillor Burnside, please.
The amendment carries 26 to 11.
Okay, on the item as amended. On the item as amended, all in favor? Carried. We already did. Page 4, PW 7.20, Councillor Robinson, you held the item down. It's here without a recommendation. Loan program. Councillor Robinson.
So, Madam Chair, I can proceed. This is probably going to be a lengthy debate. So we can also defer this back to PWIC if you want. It's up to...
What's the item?
It's lead pipes, the loan program for lead pipes.
Okay.
I am.
No, hold on.
Voting.
Hold on.
I have lots of questions and I have lots of
Okay,
comments.
if we have questions, if we can put a name up to request to question staff. Council, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have questions, right? Okay, and whose names are up there? Are your name up there to speak, or is that the previous list? This is a new list? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So if this is going to be a lengthy, is there...
4:45.
I know, we have to, hold on, before we continue, I want to try to get rid of some of the items that are here, just in case we run out of time and we're going to be on that one item. EX 8.10, which Councillor Wong Tam held down this morning. Are you ready to release that, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am.
Okay.
And the clerks can put the motion onto the screen. It's actually taken almost 3 days to come up with this language, but I think everyone is now satisfied. And essentially, the report is speaking to a property that's located in Ward 27. It is a TCHC building with about 25-30% occupancy, and we are about to do something quite extraordinary and very different. That's probably never been done before in the City of Toronto, and that includes trying to incorporate 3 different housing shelter providers all into one building. And of course, this will have some impact. There will be renovations that will take place that will affect approximately 70 tenants who are currently living in the building, and these tenants will need some support. And the support that they'll require is going to require the coordinated efforts of SSHA, as well as Toronto Community Housing, and including some additional supports that will be procured from the YWCA. So we'll be welcoming, obviously Fred Victor is already there in our TCHC building. We'll also be welcoming the YWCA to this location, and also the Red Door Family Shelter from Councillor Fletcher's ward. You'll see a report coming back, because this is not the last that you've heard of 389 Church Street, nor it will be the last that you've heard about this very unique integrated project that has so many different stakeholders. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody. This potentially could be a very good news story if well coordinated and properly managed.
So the amendment's on the screen. Are we okay with the amendment? Okay. All in favor? Okay, carried. Clauses amended, that's EX 8.10. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So now we'll go to page 4, ST 6.2. Councillor Doucette, you said you had 2 minutes because we need to get that released. Schedule of meetings.
If you just allow me to speak for a few moments. So before us, we have the schedule of meetings for 2016. This is our one opportunity to look at this and see how it's all scheduled, so we know what we're doing and where we're going to be next year. In front of me, I have a list of our meetings going back to 2008. And my interest was to see that in the schedule, we have 2 days booked for each council meeting.
3 days.
In the schedule, we have 2 days booked for each council meeting. We're on day 3 right now. If you wanted to look at the list I had clerks provide for me, we are getting more and more 3-day meetings. I understand it would be a procedural change to the bylaw if I was to ask for 3 days to be booked for council, so I'm not going to do that. But what I have asked, and I'm not doing a motion because I've spoken to clerks, we're going to put on that 3rd day council meeting if required. Look around you right now. How many councillors did not come today and did not return after lunch? Often the the speaker has trouble having quorum in this chamber. More often we have trouble when we have to put something onto the agenda because maybe legal's been working on an item and this is the last chance we have to get it on. We don't have 30 members in this council chamber. This is our job, is to be here in this chamber when we have agendas. We have covered some amazing stuff in the last 3 days. Yes, sometimes we're accused of speaking too much, but often, 99% of the time when councillors stand up to speak, they have something important to say. Sometimes we sway people how we feel, sometimes we don't. This is our job. We should be booking in our schedules 3 days for meetings. If we don't go 3 days, by golly, I love it, I can go and clean off my desk. So that is my request. I'm not doing a formal motion. I know some people wouldn't want us booking 3 days because they feel we talk more. I feel if we have a busy agenda, we have important items, we should be allowed to speak. You didn't put my time on, so I'm going to sit down, but I have asked for it to be put onto the calendar, and I encourage every councillor, book 3 days in your schedule. Don't book meetings outside of council chamber. Don't book them out of City Hall. You can go to the members' lounge if you have a meeting. If you have to be in your office, we can always call you back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on page 4, Councillor Doucette, thank you very much. Okay, on page 4, ST 6.2, all in favor? Carried. Then we'll go to, on page 5, T 10.115. Councillor Ford had held it down this morning. He wanted to release it. And I believe, Councillor Perks, did you say no to that? Which one, sorry? The streetcar. Yeah. So can we release it? Okay. Because there are some bills that have to be passed on it. So page 5, T 10, 1.15. All in favor? Carried. That's been released. On page 5, T 10, 121, liquor license, Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes?
He's dealing with the liquor license right now as we speak.
Review of liquor license for music club. Well, we're trying to get some of these items.
Is it in order here now? No, it's not a quick item, no.
Well, we're on it because the other item's going to take hours and we have to get out of here in 40 minutes.
It's not in order. We've got to stay with the order.
No, Councillor Grimes, we're at that item.
Let's wait for the sun to go down.
We're at the item. No, we're at the item.
I'll release it then.
Okay, on page 5, Councillor Grimes is releasing T 10.121, all in favor, carried. Then the other item is on page 6, MM 9.19. Members' motion, Deputy Mayor Denzel Wong, Minna-Wong.
Now we can have.
Okay, just a moment, let me put your mic on.
This is
Sorry.
increasing a board from 18 to 20, and I just thought that, you know, a committee of 20 people is a hard committee, and why do you need an extra 2 people? But Councillor Crawford assures me that it's necessary, so who am I to question the board? But 20 people just seems like a lot.
It's going to make all the difference. It was a good speech there, Denzel. What's the good speech? Okay.
It is. It's a lot of people.
Okay, so the item's been released, MM 9.19, all in favor, carried. So let's, do we want to do the bills? Yeah, what number was that again?
PW 7.20.
PW 7.20. Okay, but did we want to do the bills just in case we run out of time? No? Okay, that's the last one, right? Okay, so the last item is PW 7.20 on page 4, and we did have questions. So Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you're up. 5 minutes?
The last item?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had some questions with regard to this. So this is a loan program, yes?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, this is the creation of a loan program to replace private side lead services.
So the principle behind this is to encourage people to replace their lead service, yes?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. To replace the portion of lead services that is owned by the private property owner, because a portion of the lead service is owned by the city, from the water main to the property line is owned by the city, from the property line into the home is owned by the homeowner.
So, however, I mean, if somebody wants to go and take a loan out, we're not giving them a beneficial rate, correct? Are we giving them a...
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't see if the CFO is here. They're administering the loan program. They are recouping their investment rate. I see him standing up.
Through you, Madam Speaker, what we are going to charge, or what we're proposing to charge, is our cost of funds, so our cost of money. So it would not cost us.
But anyone who actually wants to get this done, they could generally go into a bank and get a loan like you would any type of loan for home renovation, yes?
Depending on the particular homeowner's situation and what their debt looks like and income, conceivably, yes.
Right. So we're pretty much creating a program that already exists.
No, this
Because you
program,
can go to a bank and get a loan.
Yes, someone could go to the bank.
We're actually creating the same program that already exists to get a loan, because you can go into any bank and...
We would make it easier because our cost of funds would be cheaper than what a consumer loan would typically be if you walked into a bank.
And so how much does it cost generally to do this?
Through you, Madam Speaker, if the question is what's the cost to replace the service?
Yes.
On average,
Sorry, Madam Chair, look, I asked the General Manager of Water. I didn't ask
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Councillor
so-
Davis, please. No interruptions, please.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the average cost is about $2,500 per home. That can vary depending on the length of run that your service may have, and that's set by how far back your home is set from the property line. But it's on average about $2,500.
And Mr. Rossini, the interest rate that we would charge versus the interest rate that a bank generally would charge?
So we are going to, our proposal is to charge our cost of funds, basically what we earn on investments, so say around 4%. A consumer loan, you know what, I haven't looked at a consumer loan rates right now, probably 7-8% unsecured, something like that.
So I guess the interesting question to ask is, if we're creating this loan program, do you believe that it's going to actually materially incent people to come in and do this?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's hard to quantify whether we'll see an increase. I suspect if it's a little easier to access loans and a little cheaper, we should see an increase. But based on the projections I've seen and the involvement we have, I don't see a huge increase. But I would suspect there would be an increase.
Not. Is the reason why people aren't replacing their lead service because they don't want to do it, because it's too expensive, or because they don't have, or because they just they don't have the money to do it? What I'm saying is it a choice because they simply don't want to do it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we did do a survey several years ago, and there's a number of different factors why people won't do it. Cost was one thing that they did identify as being a barrier, that it costs, you have to make an investment to do it. There were other barriers as well identified, and it's whether you're a population that's at risk or not. Many people did not see it as a significant issue to them. And then when they looked at the investments that they were making to their homes, what really came out of these surveys is that the investments were being made into the interior of the home, kitchens and bathrooms, etc., because most people don't see the pipes in their ground. So that's really what the survey kind of said, is that some see cost as a barrier, some have other reasons why they won't proceed. They don't see it as the highest priority.
If you said it costs about $2,500 to do the work on average, and so what you're saying is when given the choice to fix your pipes outside of your house and invest in home repair inside your house or renovation, they choose the renovation inside their house first.
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Yes, because they make an assessment of whether they're at risk. The at-risk population, as the medical officer of health has said in many reports, is if you if you're in a household with young children, infants, or pregnant, that is the at-risk population. And we have many people in the homes that aren't in that situation, and they make their own assessments on why they replace their lead services and what drives that decision.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the general manager, I guess there's been 2 previous reports prior to this that were negative and did not propose pursuing a loan program for Toronto. Am I correct in saying that?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, in the decision history document, we do refer to 2 previous staff reports, one in 2007, one in 2009, where there was information provided about various loan programs. At that time, the issues were a little different about how to secure a loan or how to go about providing the loans, and that has changed since those 2 dates.
And what do the mechanics of the loan program look like? Because I understand the homeowner has to first secure the funds, then have the work completed, and then only after submitting receipts to the city will the city advance a loan. Am I correct in saying that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there's I don't know if I heard you correctly, but there's an extra step. The first thing that we say is people make an application to get an approval for a loan. So make sure you meet all the criteria. Once you receive an okay from the city that you've been accepted and approved for a loan, then you go through the process of actually making the installation and then submitting the invoices, and we verify that the money was used for replacing that lead service. So first is getting approval for the loan, second is actually then getting the work done, then submitting the invoices to get the money from the city for the loan.
Okay, so, yeah, so it's a bit of a cumbersome process, but I guess my question is that you have to actually get the work done first, provide a receipt, and then the loan will be given. So you have to secure funding from a family member or a friend. Is that what are your options?
That is correct. That was a step that was put in as part of the issues that we were dealing with is how do you secure such a loan? How do you protect the investment that the city is making? And so as an extra measure in this case on an unsecured situation, without getting any lenders to offset their mortgages, we are not in the first position in this situation. We deemed it as being a prudent step to make sure that they engaged the proper contractor, spent the money on that, and we verified it, then the loan would offset their investment.
And we're spending millions and millions of dollars in Toronto on this program. I mean, it's really a high priority. The spotlight's on it. We're moving forward on this issue. We're giving out free filters to anybody, but more specifically, families that are struggling. Can you share a bit about that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, with respect to the entire lead mitigation strategy that Council has approved, we are spending we have spent over $10 million in investment for corrosion control in our water treatment plants. They're all functioning right now. We are then spending about $3 million a year for the additional chemicals used to treat the system for corrosion and dealing with lead. With respect to service replacements, we are spending anywhere from $13 to $15 million a year on lead service replacement in various programs throughout the city. So there is significant dollars every year being spent on trying to reduce the impact of lead and changing the city systems.
So staff's time should really be focused on accelerating and getting that work done, tangible, concrete work done for the residents. I know during the horrible winter we had last year, your team was out dealing with frozen pipes. And I remember councillors criticizing staff and staff resources and issues around that. Is there a better investment of our resources as a city?
Through you, Madam Speaker, one of the key things that we looked at and why in this report we've aligned it with an existing program is to reduce any burden that might occur to the Toronto Water staff that are already administering the lead service program. So we have married the two up and they fall on the same form to eliminate any potential duplication of effort or any extra resources required.
Okay, but again, so Toronto Water recommended against setting up a loan program in 2007 and 2010.
That's correct. It was a joint report between Toronto Water and Corporate Finance. At that time, we were assessing the concerns we had about how do we secure loans and how would we go about issuing the loans. Since that time, what has changed slightly, and we modeled this program after another existing loan program, which is the Home Energy Loan Program, and we have put in extra steps to try to mitigate risk, but there's still risk because these loans are unsecured. We will move them to the property tax by agreement with the homeowner.
That was your last question. Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. So before us, we have a set of recommendations to proceed with a loan program. Those are your recommendations, isn't that correct, Mr. DiGeronimo?
Through Madam Speaker, those are joint recommendations from myself and the CFO, and we were responding back to council direction from last term, saying report back on how you would implement the program.
Right. So council asked you to come back with an implementation strategy. Mr. Rossini, you stand behind the recommendations in your report?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. DiGeronimo, what percentage of homeowners are actually, your estimation of how many homeowners, percentage of homeowners are actually replacing the private portion of their lead pipes when we go in and replace the public portion?
Through you, Madam Speaker, based on all of the information that I've seen, it's roughly always in around 20 to 30% of those homeowners will do it at the same time.
And I believe we've had, certainly in the lead mitigation strategy report in 2011, the medical officer of health said very clearly, based on studies from the U.S. and across the world, that breaking lead pipes, the health risk for particular groups, pregnant women, young children, is a serious public health issue that we should address. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, when you do a partial replacement of lead services, you do see an escalation in lead concentrations for a period of time, and that's why Council adopted a faucet filter program, where we hand a homeowner a faucet filter when the service is partially repaired.
But we also support, do we not, the full replacement? Isn't it the city's policy, our public policy objective, to replace both the private and public portions across the city? That is the best.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is absolutely the best, is to remove all the lead out of the system as quickly as we can. So we fully endorse full replacements, and we do continue to encourage homeowners to make that investment and change out their private side.
Great. So we have before us your report that says we should be replacing pipes. That is a public policy objective here still. You have a set of recommendations that say you have a secured loan program. Mr. Rossini, a secured loan program to assist low-income families who may not be able to go to a bank and get a loan, very similar to the Home Energy Loan Program that we also have approved by this corporation. Isn't that the case? This is a report recommended by both finance and the program staff to move us to secure our city's objectives to replace lead service pipes, both private and public. Isn't that true?
Madam Speaker, through you, yes, that's correct.
And is it also not the case that London, Brantford, Waterloo, Saskatoon, I could go on, of all of the other municipalities that have some kind of a program to encourage and support the replacement of the private side of lead pipes, that there are other programs like this across the country? Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it is, and we've patterned this program basically off of Hamilton's program in terms of the ease of administration.
And that is my last question, obviously, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to remind members it's 5 after 5, so we have 25 minutes to finish this item. So if we don't think we're going to finish in 25 minutes, if we want to defer it. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. To the General Manager, can you help me understand what exactly are the operations that this financial package would cover?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the process would involve coordination amongst three divisions, Toronto Water, our Corporate Finance, and Revenue Services. The first step of the process would be a homeowner would make an application and go through those three divisions to make sure that they qualify for the loan. They meet all the criteria, and we list the criteria in this report that they would have to clear. Once the okay was given that you were approved for a loan, they would then proceed to complete their work, and we would know from a Toronto Water side that they're completing that work, and we would start scheduling the change out of the city portion, so that piece that we own from the water main to the shutoff. After they've done their work, we would check off that the work has been completed, that they give us the invoice. We then hand over to Corporate Finance, who would make the final disbursement of funding, and Revenue Services would make sure that the payment schedules are set up appropriately on their bills over 5 years. Toronto Water would continue then with the replacement of the city portion using our program that we have in place today, the Lead Service Replacement Program.
What are the physical kinds of work that are included in this program? I understand it's the changing of the service, but how far does that $2,500 cover? Does it go into the house?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is an element of risk that the homeowners are going to have to address, because our program right now is recommending that the loan amount be a maximum of $2,500. So there will be instances where the replacement of the private services will be greater than $2,500, and the homeowner is going to have to consider, can they cover that extra on their own and offset then just with the maximum amount. So you're going to see some that will be under that, and we will then just give the loan based on the invoiced amount, be less than $2,500. But some will exceed the $2,500, and the homeowner will have to find a way to fund that portion.
But this covers the services under the ground, right? From the, I guess it's the valve or the property line to...
It covers the service from, in most cases, what we call the curb stop or the water shutoff valve that's typically located on your property line, and it's that line from there, the service line in the ground, about 6 to 7 feet deep, or should be, otherwise it might freeze on you in the winter, and go into your basement.
What about the pipes inside the house? Is that envisioned as part of this?
No, it's not, and that's why we specifically define this as the service line. The service line, as defined is from that shutoff valve to the water meter. Anything else within the building would be internal plumbing and is not eligible for funding.
What are the sources of lead then in the homes? I guess there's the service line, but are there other components to the water system that produce lead?
There are other sources of lead in drinking water. The major one is typically the service line. The other sources include whether the home used lead solder when it was built, and lead solder was quite prevalent in Toronto, and that will leach out. In addition, there's fixtures that people buy, taps and faucets. A component of brass has lead in it, and that will leach out over time as well. So there are other sources of lead that still will remain, and we're using the corrosion control methodology that I spoke about earlier, where we dose at our treatment plants, that coats the entire system with adds that additional protection. So the measures we're taking will reduce the impact of lead already. This is an extra measure removing the service line.
So, but you mentioned a homeowner that there's other sources of lead, so what's the homeowner supposed to do? They can get some money to change, maybe help pay for the service line, but what about all the lead that's on the homeowner's side within their home?
Through you, Madam Speaker, again, that's a private homeowner's decision to make about the state of their internal plumbing and whether they think it needs to be upgraded or not. But what I would say to them is the city is already taking precautions and has made the investments for corrosion control that will reduce that risk level of lead leaching from all sources, be it the lead service line, be it the lead solder, or any fixtures. Our corrosion control reduces that impact.
Thank you, sir.
There seems like there's more names being added on to it, and I think all members of council want to ask questions and speak on this item, but we only have 20 minutes. So I'm just wondering at this point, as the chair of the committee, would you like to defer it? Because I don't think we're going to be able to complete this item. And we still have to do the bills. So, Councillor Robinson, and I'm sorry, I know there's a number, and I think that we should have a debate on it and have members of council an opportunity, but in 20 minutes, we're not going to be able to do that. So, Councillor Robinson?
Madam Speaker, if I could defer this item. I'll also just add that at Public Works, we also ran out of time because it was also a holiday, and we had to complete our agenda by 6 p.m. It was very rushed debate. I think it was in total 6 minutes. So it would be really great to have a fulsome debate, proper debate at the next meeting. Thank you. So I'd like to defer it. I think I'd like to defer it to the next City Council meeting.
Okay. So Councillor Robinson is moving to defer the item to the next council meeting. Okay. All in favor? Okay, Councillor Davis, we have 15 minutes. Okay, Councillor Davis, to speak on it? We're running out of time. We're deferring it to the next council meeting.
This is quite astounding to me. This didn't need to happen. We could have had a quick vote on this.
Well, all members of council have the right to ask questions and speak. Yeah.
This is, okay, I clearly.
Okay, on the deferral, all in favor? Excuse me, I want a recorded vote. Okay, fine, on the deferral, recorded vote. There's a number of speakers, Councillor Davis.
Members, we opened the vote late, so please make sure you've pressed one of the buttons.
Councillor McConnell?
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Thompson, please.
I'm watching you, okay?
The deferral carries 22 to 11.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Councillor Mihevc, you have a motion to introduce certain bills.
Yes, that leave be granted to introduce bills 960 to 1065 inclusive.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Davis, please, and Councillor Perks. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Counselor Fletcher, please. Counselor Fillion. Counselor Fletcher, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 33 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw, recorded vote? Okay, Councillor Graham, just wait till we do the votes.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Bailao, Councillor DiGiorgio.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fragadakis, please.
Councillor Doucette and Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Perks.
Councillor Berardinetti.
Councillor Davis.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries, the general bill carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Councillor Cole, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
I do, Madam Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm, to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of Council Meeting 9 on September 30th, October 1st, and thankfully only 2nd, 2015.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill, recorded vote? Hold on, we have one more vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Davis, Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Berardinetti.
Councillor Davis, please. Oh, Councillor Davis, we close the vote. How do you vote, please? Do you vote yes or no?
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw, recorded vote? Councillor Grimes, did you,
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Madam Speaker, I just want to give and thank the
Councillor
clerks
Davis, please.
for their great work all week. And while I was up, Madam Speaker, I would just like, there's two milestones in my ward this weekend. The Faustina Sports Club celebrating 80 years, and the Mimico Lacrosse Club celebrating 125 years this weekend. So two huge milestones. So congratulations to those clubs. Thank you.
So,
Councillor Thompson,
hold
please.
on, let's
Councillor
wait to the
Bailao,
vote
please.
before we,
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 28 in favor.
okay, before we leave, members of council, I want to remind you, please take all your belongings, all the agendas, because the chamber will be clean this evening. No, you can keep it. Yeah. You can wear it when you go to bed at night. Members of council, I want to thank the staff today for the 3 days, all the staff, members of council. Thank you very much and have a nice weekend. Thank you.
these have to come somewhere. These can't be wasted.
Do you have any more magnets? Any of those magnets?
They all went. Do you want one? I'll
wanted
get
a
you one.
couple.
Can you pop by my office on Monday?
Yeah,
and I'll get you some?
Next week is fine, yeah. No
Don't
rush,
forget
yeah.
to get me one too.
You want one? Okay, for sure. You can have two. Do you want Paula?
Mrs. Paula.
Paula. This lady is calling you.
Sorry. Oh, I cannot go.
No, you can't.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to shake your hand and apologize.
Are you using the chamber on the weekend for the Louis Blanche?
Yeah. Are we using it? Oh, yeah, definitely. We always do. We used to.